Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Digitec Playground Qualifier #1 to see who is going to be on the main stage at Herofest on October 13th. I'm here with Ellie, and I'm very excited to get started today. We're going to have a Swiss system into quarterfinals, into semifinals, into the grand final of this qualifier. We're going to be with you all day. Thank you for being here. Ellie, good morning, or I guess good afternoon over there. It's very early over here, but I'm ready to go.
So am I. Really excited. We're going to have some great best of ones. So a lot on the line on these games. No room for mistakes. This Digitech Playground Volume 11 is split into two tournaments. The Profi, the professional one, and the, I learned a new Swiss word, the Gruompi.
I think it means pleb. Or just normal person. I'm not sure the direct translation there. We're not going to get into that, but you can see the rundown right here. We've got qualifier #1. We're going to do it online, of course, and the next qualifier will be next week. And we're going to have a Swiss format to start it off with best of ones, and then we're going to do top 8 playoffs. So, like you said, literally no room for error, and every single one of these best of ones is going to be played on Arabia. So incredibly cutthroat.
Exactly. Well, you know what? Maybe today not as much on the line because if players don't make it through, they're welcome to requalify next weekend for the second qualifier. And if you didn't sign up this weekend because you're like, oh, I didn't know this was happening, it's not too late.
Yeah, and maybe the next qualifier you won't have to play someone like TRM, who is definitely our favorite to go through, right? When I'm thinking of Swiss players, I'm thinking of TRM #1, and then there's a little bit of a fall off to #2. So we'll see if he can make it through here. Like we said before, though, best of ones, not forgiving at all. And if he makes one mistake or if someone goes for some wild strategy, then he's going to be in trouble, right?
Anything can happen. I believe it is free pick of the civilization, so they can choose their favorite. Hopefully, you know what? Maybe TRM will feel daring and he'll just click the random button. Probably not, but you'd love to see it.
I would enjoy that so much. I'll tell you what, I'm automatically cheering for the underdog in all of these tournaments, especially where you have like potentially a 1300 facing up against maybe a 2K2. And he would be my hero if he goes random save. If he ends up with something like Slavs, I would appreciate that so much.
Well, we'll see. We'll definitely have to see. I'm really excited for it.
Yep. Okay, so we're waiting. The players are checking into the tournament right now, and the admins are getting everything sorted, and then we should be into the first games. But we can take a look at the prize pool here. For Herofest, we see first place is getting 800 francs, and second place
gift card.
will be receiving 500, and the gift card as well, and the chance. I think the biggest prize here is the chance to play on the main stage.
That's the glory that we're fighting for. Absolutely. So Herofest, Switzerland, it's a huge gaming convention. And Switzerland, correct me if I'm wrong here, the largest LAN in Europe?
In Switzerland? Or is it in Europe? Really? The biggest in Europe, we're being told. Oh my goodness. So that is a hive of gamers, we would say, I think. And it'd be fun to be there. I know I went to the one in November. You were with me last year, Ellie. And I don't know if you saw the LAN area, but that was my first time at one of those events. And it was kind of incredible to see the setups that people had.
It was amazing. And you know what, Dave? You will be there.
I will be there, and I'll be there with you as well. And that is in less than a month, which seems a little bit short notice. Yeah. It always surprises me. It always sneaks up on you, you know, when that date is coming. Then all of a sudden you're worrying about your flights tomorrow when you still think it's kind of a month away. But we still have a long way to go to there. Players have to qualify. Obviously, we have to go through the qualification casts, and it's gonna be a long day, but it's gonna be a good one.
Looking forward to it. Are you flying out of the Toronto? For the longest time, I thought you were living in Vancouver.
No. No, thank God I'm not in Vancouver. It would be the time zones for Age of Empires would be kind of punishing. I think if I was in Vancouver, that's what has hurt Slam so much over the years, right? But I fly out of Toronto. Fortunately, I think maybe direct
Okay,
flights
okay.
are a possibility. Which in this day and age, direct flights are just the way to go. You
Yo,
can't
you're gonna
can't be
love the
trusting.
Zurich airport. You're gonna love it. It's like 10
I'm
minutes
looking
away from the
forward to
city
it.
center. It's
I've never
crazy.
been to Switzerland. I'm looking forward to it. I've only heard good things.
There
I have
are only
friends in
good
Switzerland
things.
as well.
Forget the costs. That's not relevant.
Okay, so what civilizations do you think are going to be prevalent here? We have players that are, maybe not the highest tier, so might default towards their comfort picks on a 1v1 Arabia setting. What are you looking for? Are you looking for like Franks? Are you looking for Britons? Like, what are
I
you
think we'll see
expecting
a
to see?
lot of exactly. I think we'll see a lot of those good old comfort civs.
Mhm.
People started playing out with. So we'll see probably some Britons, probably some Franks. I wouldn't be too shocked to play Huns, to see some Huns, because when I was getting into Age of Empires, just not having to build a house was such a good little bonus for me. And I just loved spamming Huns on Arabia. Could see that again. Maybe we'll also see some Keeners that are playing with the new Roman expansion Civ. Um, what do you think? Do you think the Romans are in like a OP state or a little bit more mellowed
I
out now?
I honestly, I think the Romans are in a confusing state right now, and I appreciate the fact that you brought up the word keener. I haven't heard that word in like a decade, and I like the fact that even in Switzerland, you're sticking to the Canadian slang. It's great. It's great. We'll get along
You
fine
can take
today.
the
Don't worry about
Canadian
it.
out of Canada,
Yeah.
not the other way around.
Yeah, exactly. I think Romans are kind of, I mean, they get that 5% eco bonus on everything, right? Their tech tree is a little underwhelming, but through the feudal age and castle age, the tech tree is fine. It's just when you get to the imperial age that the issue arises. So for a map like Arabia that's often finished in feudal age or castle age, Romans can be a really solid pick. Are they a better pick than something like Franks? Are they a better pick than something like Aztecs? That's the question, right? Incas, I think we should bring up because I think Incas are probably the best meso civ right now. Finally eclipsing Mayans and Aztecs. They've been in their shadow for so long. Maybe Mongols will see a present here, but I mean, Romans are just kind of if you feel comfortable with them, which I personally do from the few times I've played them. I know some of the pro players personally feel comfortable with them. I know some pro players that absolutely think they're terrible. So it's still in a state of like we don't know how good they are, especially on land maps.
We'll definitely have to see. I know some of the top players. I was talking to TRM and Pyro Up Tier, and then they were both a little bit busy with the work, with the IRL stuff. Don't think either one of them had too much time to devote to the game. So
Mhm.
this could be the opportunity for maybe a little bit, we'll use the word keener again, someone who's been grinding on the ladder. Maybe they could come in for a little bit of a sweep when the top players are maybe a little bit out of their element now.
I
I
would
feel like there's a new
absolutely love to see a 1300 go double stable and absolutely run over TRM. I would love that so much.
Yeah,
That would be
I just feel
incredible.
like the last couple weeks, the last month or so, there's been so many updates to the game and so
Mhm.
many fine tunes, little modifications. I feel like if you're out for a couple weeks, you come back and you're like, whoa, and there's new strategies coming out. Now it's no longer the 3 on wood for the scouts, it's 2. Everything's getting a little bit more aggressive.
Hang
So
on a second.
definitely have to.
Hang on. Hang on a second. We can't assume that all these guys are Hera, if they go 2 on wood, that's a bit of a big risk. That's a big risk there. That is a
I know there's
5-2
a
building.
lot of fanboys and girls out there that whatever Hera and the top players do is the gospel, and they're gonna be trying it out. I know they're following their build orders. They're subscribed to the Discords. Wouldn't be too surprised to see some 2-1 wood. I think it's crazy, but I think it's in the realm of possibility.
If we see like a 16 pop up, no loom into scouts and 0 idle TC time, I will fully admit, Ellie, you were right all along. But I don't think, especially with
some
like
idle time. Okay, the question is how much.
The pressure of being in a tournament, which many of these players probably haven't been in a serious one, right? Maybe some community tournaments and whatnot, but not something of this stage. And the pressure of a best of one, where there's literally no room for mistakes whatsoever. I think you just gotta like wall up, go for whatever save you're most comfortable with, even if it's something like Koreans, right? If you feel confident with Koreans, I'd rather you pick that than something that is, conventionally good. I think that's a valid strategy for a best of one. You just got to go with your comfort pick.
What was your starter, Civ, when you started playing the game?
My memory doesn't go back that far. I don't remember. I think it was Celts, William Wallace. Celts or Britons. I firmly remember the very first game I ever played. My dad was trying to help me because I was very young, and we walled ourselves into a square with palisades, and then we didn't know the delete key existed. And it was in Dark Age, so you couldn't go for a palisade gate over the palisades because palisade gates didn't exist. So that's how my first Age of Empires experience ended. With my dad and I walled in to our own base, and we couldn't go anywhere. So I think it was Celts, but it didn't matter at the end of the day because I couldn't escape. It was like it was like a Saw movie or something. I was just stuck, couldn't get out.
And it was the beginning of a glorious friendship.
Friendship, yeah. I mean, friendship with walls potentially. I still enjoy walls. I think we made like 3 militia or something too. I don't know. It's a memory for sure. That was probably the only time my dad ever played it, and then of course I have thousands of hours after that. But growing up, probably my favorite civilization was like Japanese. I really like being able to unpack and pack my my trebuchets as quickly as possible. That won't really happen here though in these games. I would be stunned to see Japanese being picked. Okay, so the bracket's being made right now. We have our admins, very professional admins behind the scenes, furiously working away. Our check-in was just completed, and we should be 4 to 5 minutes away from having our bracket complete and our first matches coming up. Thank you, everyone, for being here, by the way. I see some familiar faces, and it's going to be a good Saturday. It is. Saracens have to be Dave's favorite. Saracens were phenomenal. Saracens were one of my favorite civs, still one of my favorite civs because of the market. And Ellie, as you know, that's a valuable crutch to have in any game. And the market being cheaper now is fantastic as well. But they lost a little bit of their edge when they lost the +3 damage versus buildings from their cav archers. I really enjoyed that, and they don't have it anymore. So I feel like they've kind of been like they've lost some meme potential, And for the first time in recorded history, folks, it is not me. It's not me who's muted. The very first time. It's a glorious feeling. It's actually it's great that we're getting this out of the way early. But I'm just happy that it's not me for once. I don't live up to the meme. It's fantastic.
We'll cry about it later. my question, sorry to interrupt you here, because it's very pressing. It's a burning question that I have. The Saracens, where is the border between market use and abuse? Where does it come in?
Uh, doubt. I I don't know. I mean, there is something to be said with a civilization like that. There is something to be said for just grabbing the momentum and not letting it go, right? And the market allows you to do that. You're kind of, even if it's not efficient, you're feeling it like you're in a winning position. You're feeling like you're pushing, and your opponent feels like they're on the back foot all the time. They don't know the status of your eco. They can suspect that you're using the market, but they don't know that you have 2 villagers on farms and 25 villagers on gold, and you're hammering that buy food button every 2 seconds. And to them, it just feels like all of this pressure is coming at you, right? So that's a beautiful thing about our game, and we can see it fully utilized with someone like Huang. And maybe we'll see a strategy like that today, where we have some Swiss Huang fans going all in. And as he's shown us, you don't need to have the execution or the tip-top skill level to compete with the big boys, at least on Arabia. If you have that market, if you have the forward villagers, and if you just have map control and army control.
Yeah, I think a lot of players in the lower elo ranges do prefer, because I'm speaking from myself here as experience, do prefer closed maps. So do you think we'll see lots of walls being built into little arenas? I think I
I
see it
think
on the
so.
ladder, even for pros. Very, very common. And I think Arabia is in a state where it's like a little bit more wallable now than it was a few months ago.
I mean, a little bit, right? They don't have the King of the Desert generations anymore, which was like one wood line in Narnia that you had to secure somehow. Um, we've got some solid wood lines now that you can wall to. I think it's kind of like mixed, right? A lot of players prefer closed maps, but there's a lot of new players that prefer open maps. I think the level we have here is definitely above new player when we're looking at our pro bracket, right? Especially the top guys. Like we've got guys, TRM above 2K. We've got a couple other guys that are around 2K. We've got 1900 players. We've got 1800, 1600. I think they will go for more aggressive strategies, but since it's a best of one, they will default to walling, just because walling is the most consistent play, right? And whoever can crack those walls, or whoever maybe has a hole in a wall when they think they're fully walled, that's going to determine our winners here, especially when the people are evenly matched or thereabouts in the rating, which we will have a few of those matchups today.
Yeah, well, we're going to start off with one of the Grumpy matches while we're getting our pro bracket sorted. So we could see anything. We can see anything in this one. And sometimes the lower elo matches are just a little bit more exciting in a way because you don't know what to expect. It's literally, you can't predict it sometimes.
You can't, and you can at the same time. I've cast a 3-hour game yesterday between two 400s. It was Byzantines versus Byzantines, and it was a wood game. And the man with 15,000 res in the bank resigned. He got defeated by the guy with nothing.
Oh, no!
It was absolutely incredible. The tech tree was maxed out. It was a god tier game, and we had a lot of moments there, and I'm excited for this one. We're going to be casting. Oh man, there is a time limit, I believe, on all these games, right? Because we need to be conscious about time. I believe there's a 750-year time limit.
Is that working out to about like 40 minutes?
It might be an hour. I'm not sure. My years to minutes conversion calculator isn't quite there in my head, so we're gonna have to figure that out. But I know there is a time limit on these games. 60 minutes. Okay, so it is an hour. I was right all along. It's like I know.
I'm just literally taking Twitch chat's word for it. They could be saying anything. They could be like, oh, it's actually 17 minutes. What do I know? Hold on. People are also hating on my pronunciation. Grumpy.
That's why I didn't say it.
How'd you pronounce it?
What? So what did you say?
I don't know. I'm saying grumpy. Grumpy. Listen,
Grumpy?
grumpy.
Is that fine? I
I
you
heard
see, I was trying to stay away from it. Who was
the
better?
newbie one. The newbie one.
Yeah. Who was better?
Is all right. I'm trying to appease them. I'm doing this like training course for work, and I'm
Hmm.
like, at the beginning of any like Swiss German interaction, usually they ask, is Swiss German okay or is High German better? And I gotta be the one that's like, High German, please. And I feel like the child in school at the end of the day saying, ma'am, you forgot to check the homework, And then the eye rolls ensue. I'm sorry, I have a little bit of pity on my soul here. We're learning.
Okay, so we are getting our bracket sorted. I would love, Ellie, I would love nothing more than to share my experiences with workplace Swiss German, but unfortunately, I don't have any. I don't have any. It's like I can speak some French, I suppose, and that'll have to suffice while I'm in
Well,
Switzerland.
if you speak that French, because you're speaking the Quebecois, I'm assuming.
No, 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 no. They taught us the proper French. My
Oh,
teachers
okay.
stayed away from all the Quebecois slang. They stayed far away. Same with the textbooks. They don't want to deal with any of that stuff.
All right, all right, all right. Ay, ay, ay. It's been so long since I took like school French, so a lot of people have this expectation that Canada is fully bilingual. A lot of Swiss people too. They're like, "Oh, but you're Canadian. Why don't
Hmm.
you used to speak French?" And I'm like, "How's your Romanish? It's also a national language of Switzerland. How's your Italian? Would love to hear."
Yeah, our French courses. I've mentioned this before. As we're still waiting for the brackets to be sorted. Thanks for your patience, guys. I had two French teachers that could not speak French. I just want you to process that for a second. When you're thinking about teaching someone a language, the base requisite on teaching somebody a language is understanding the language yourself. Now, I had multiple teachers throughout the 9 years that I was learning French in school that could not speak the language. So I think it's impressive, my level currently. I
Well,
can order
we'll
food.
claps in the chat for Dave's French.
Mhm.
Claps in the chat. I Speaking of Italian though, I'll give you my worst experience with the Italian language. I was in Rome, and then I was like, oh, I want to, like, I was getting something from the grocery store, and I thought, okay, now's my chance to whip out some Italian. And so when the woman handed me my receipt, I said, gracias. And then
Oh no.
I was like, oh no, that's not Italian.
Oh,
And I was like,
oh
this is
no.
why Ellie shouldn't speak other languages. Ah, horrible. But
I last no, couple LAN events ago in Germany, I was at a store buying something and they asked me a question in German. I knew the answer and all I had to say was yes, but I panicked and I said "sí." I don't even speak Spanish. I don't know why I said "sí." I could I don't know why. I could have just said yes. Like I don't get it. I was just in another country, so I said "sí." It was weird, and then they started speaking Spanish to me, which is the worst. I just left. I don't know. I forget what I was buying. It was like toothpaste or something. I just got it and I left. Didn't respond at all. It
I'm
was an
telling you,
awkward
sometimes there's
situation.
the pressure, and then your brain just has a little malfunction, and then it
Hmm.
zigs when it should have zagged.
Exactly. Exactly. Okay. So
All
we
right.
have our game link, and it looks like our wonderful observer will be getting in shortly, and the admins are getting everything set up. Thank you for your patience once again. I hope you're having a good day, everyone. I know what time is it there? It's 1:30?
It's 1:30.
Okay.
Was it 7:30 for you?
Yes. So I'm good to say good afternoon. I hope you're having a good afternoon, everybody.
It's the weather in Zurich, at least, really sunny, really nice. The perfect day to close the curtains and get the pesky sun out of your reflection of the monitor and watch some age, man. I'm looking forward to it. Woo! Oh, are we in the game? Can I spoil the civilizations or?
I think they're just getting it set up
Okay, okay,
for.
I
I'm
won't
not
spoil.
sure if we are in yet, but I know we are getting everything set up. Bracket, check in, all had to be completed here. So we're just running through the admin stages. And of course, we're going to have a little bit of just a tiny little bit delay between games because the players have to actually get in, right? And get everything set up. And the admins have to realize or check rather and double check the game settings. As someone who has admin tournaments before, getting game settings set up is a bit of an issue, but here we go. Okay, so this is our, I take it this is our Grumpy games here, and we
Mm-hmm.
have Exmatriculator versus Babby Fort, and it's Huns versus Portuguese. Portuguese is a more meta civilization nowadays for
Mm-hmm.
Arabia. Really taking hold. I think Viper's a big fan of Portuguese, and once they got that berry bonus, they're super good. But like you said, Huns are the comfort pick. Huns are definitely
They're
the comfort
amazing.
pick for a lot of people on Arabia, and as people like to say, Huns are Huns.
Huns are indeed
Huns.
Huns. That is an excellent observation. I am looking forward to some scout opening, maybe into some CAs. I feel like maybe archers into CA could also work. That's the beauty about Huns. Really flexible civilization. I can get really aggressive real quick.
Why not just nothing into CA? That's fantastic too. No walls, nothing. Just play open, everything on gold into CA.
You make some very compelling arguments.
Mm-hmm. What is
Some
the
very
elo?
compelling arguments.
I do not know the elo of these players.
Let me check. Let me check the file here. They're not alphabetized, so I have to just go through everything. Awkward silence ensues. Maybe I should have said it so. Maybe I shouldn't have said it so confidently. Like, oh, let me just pull it right off here. And then you got to scroll.
I believe those are from the Grumpy bracket, so it's not from the pro bracket, Jen. Oh, we're jumping in right now. Okay. We're going to go right into the first game here. Fantastic. Okay, so give us a minute. We'll get into the first game, and once we get into the first game, everything's going to run smoothly. Past that, like we said, we had to get the brackets updated and everything. So thank you for your patience. And yeah, people had some struggle finding their opponents. Welcome to Age of Empires tournament adminning. This is actually pretty good. This is pretty good because getting this stuff set up is not easy, and it takes years of experience as well.
Okay, it's happening.
And I believe we might even be starting out with TRM, who is our favorite.
Ooh.
We will have to see, and we are starting out with TRM. So we're going to start out here. It's going to be TRM playing as the Magyars, and we're going to have Koenig playing as the Franks. So we will be starting out in Arabia. This is a best of one, and TRM playing in the yellow, Koenig playing in the purple. We can see TRM's base over here, forward berries, forward stones, some ugly hills, and lovely big trees involved here too. we love the big trees. Absolutely
You'll
beautiful.
love to
And we
see
can
it.
see the split screen as well. So we see TRM's base and Koenig's base on either side comparing TCs. I do kind of like the map from TRM better than the map from Koenig. Koenig's got that forward gold. It's a little bit ugly.
Well, TRM, I feel like, does not need the advantage, but the map generation seems to be shining some favor down on him. Magyars versus Franks. I feel like this is a pretty classic matchup. Wouldn't be too shocked to see both going for some scouts.
Yeah, we can see the scouts just kind of contesting the sheep in the middle, and Koenig bringing the one sheep back, but it looks like TRM has managed to stop the full lane. Koenig came forward with the scout. TRM's going to be pushing in his ibex, and he gets home with one sheep. Koenig did come forward, though. He was trying to lane TRM, maybe trying to get himself a little bit of an advantage there. Um, and now his scout is a little bit idle there. But so far, everything at home looking okay. Um, and the Ibex getting home perfectly fine. And TRM is already starting to set up the walls. So TRM's not taking any chances here.
Well, the walls are indeed coming down. TRM has other plans for next Saturday, so he's like, "Listen, it's gonna be this tournament." He doesn't want to make any chances, so you do have to play a little bit more defensively, I guess, because it is a best of one.
Oh, you definitely have to play defensively, especially if you're the favorite, right? If you're not the favorite, then you can play aggressive. But if you're the favorite here, until you find that first opening, you're gonna have to play so defensively because you don't know what to expect. This guy could have been practicing maybe a douche strategy or something along those lines. He could be thinking, some sneak. He could be thinking a forward, and you have to be prepared for all of that. And TRM has a good map to be set up for defending against something like that.
Of course, he's got beautiful gold in the back, whereas Leo here's got his gold on the ugly, ugly hill. And for those of you not familiar with Age of Empires too, a douche is a TC drop. You just, you get your town center delete. You delete your town center, and then you build it onto your opponents. So just in case people are wondering. So Leo is Franks. He's got the 3 on the wood. So this is looking like it could be an OG scout build. He's going on his berries. Franks, of course, loving those berries with that faster food income for them. And he's pushing his deer as well. Really nice play. The deer do have a little bit of you get faster food income from them than the sheep, which is why we're preferring to take the hunt here. But Loom getting researched for Leo, same thing with TRM, and we're going to be in feudal very soon.
If you're wondering about Koenig Zelo, by the way, I'm looking at our lovely list here, and he's 1345. So he's one of us. He's one of us. And I'm hoping that he can pull it off here. I'm really hoping that I'll be cheering for Koenig all the way. I know TRM is heavily favored. You can even see that kind of reflected in the uptimes here. It looks like TRM went up without Loom, actually. He go up without Loom? Can we check the villagers from yellow and see if he has Loom or not?
He
Because
did. He did. He got Loom.
oh,
And both are loomed up.
has there been a villager kill? I wonder if we can see the overview on the bottom right if you could click through. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So 36 seconds of idle TC time there, Ellie. That's our answer. That is why, as we see the scoreboard, don't worry about it. It's not 4-2. I've been in this exact same position. Absolute nightmare. Don't worry. Our observer we'll get it all figured out there. It's not 4-2. This is a best of one, and Feudal Age is coming in. There was a serious difference in the Feudal Age timing here because Koenig had that idle TC, right? So maybe when he came forward to lame, maybe when he was pushing in the Ibex, he forgot to create a few villagers, or maybe it's just the pressure of the situation as the scoreboard is being reverted. Well done there. Would have taken me longer to figure that one out. Stable
All
here
right,
for
so
Koenig.
we just got the feudal age. Leo, he's dropping his stables down. TRM going, he's already got the scouts out and some defensive spears. He's going to not even defense. He's sending them all forward. He's in a rush.
Well, I mean, if you're going to go forward with your scouts, you might as well send the spears, especially when you see the uptime from your opponent, right? There's nothing threatening. And oh, Koenig, his scout is under attack there and it's being chased down. He's got a rider behind him. TRM is going to take out that scout And TRM is going to be feeling very comfortable here. Already basically has the walls set up, right? He can quick wall his villagers in safely, and he's coming forward with his army towards Koenig's base. And we talked about Koenig's gold before. It's really ugly. He doesn't need it right now, but he's going to be running out of sheep fairly soon. He's going to have to start placing farms, and the wood line, while it's safe against the scouts, it won't be safe against any follow up like archers. That might be a concern for him, definitely. And he's going to need military to stretch out to that gold to secure that, because you do need gold eventually. And that's just a very ugly position. I cannot hear you, Ellie. I apologize if the microphone is not working right now.
Hello. Okay, I was gonna say we do see some spears coming out for Mr. Leo, and sometimes I feel like if you're in the underdog position, you tend to overreact. But we're not
Mhm.
seeing Leo invest into like 7 spears, so he's staying cool and
I
calm.
would honestly like to see 7 spears here, because this is not looking great for him. We got Magyar scouts and Magyar spears, right? So forging on those
Oh
spears
yeah,
as
they get the
well.
+1 attack for
Mhm.
free.
They're winning the 1v1s against the spears from Koenig, and TRM is just completely forcing Koenig to react to everything he's doing. I think Koenig is, he's got a minute and 10 seconds or a minute and 11 seconds of idle TC time, but so far he's done okay. He's got more villagers queued. He's adding in farms, and he hasn't lost a villager yet, importantly. So, I mean, TRM, well, he's maybe stressing Koenig out a lot. He hasn't done any significant eco damage yet, and he's simply adding in more scouts. And oh no, this is going to be a problem for Koenig. TRM is now queuing up some archers, so he's gone for that archer range behind. We mentioned the wood line that's exposed, right? The spearman defense isn't going to work against the archers, and it's double range as well. No mercy, absolutely
No
no
mercy at
mercy from
all.
TRM
And
here.
you're mentioning like maybe the direct eco damage of villager kills wasn't there, but look at that efficiency.
Mhm.
57% worker efficiency for Mr. Leo is not looking particularly good right now. And Franks, they get the horse collar upgrade for free, which is great. So we do see lots of farms for Leo. Can he make enough units on the field though to deal with this incoming? Like, even skirmishers are coming out.
Yeah, I think he's going to need one of two things. He's going to need an archer range of his own and some skirmishers, which is really tough to balance the timing and the economy and the production to defend against this, especially when your opponent has scouts. Like, really, really dangerous. Or you're going to need multiple towers, right? You need a tower to protect the gold, and you need a tower to protect your wood line. So you're going to need to go out to the stone at the back. He's gone for the archer range approach. This is going to be really, really tough for him, right? The scouts are pressuring. He's done a good job defending so far, but now he's losing a villager on that forward gold, and the skirmishers are here to protect against the spearmen. Oh boy, this is going to be a massive problem for Koenig, and we're hoping that he can recover from this. But already we're looking at the military count here for TRM: 18
It's
versus
looking pretty
7.
nice. And he's got a cornucopia of feudal units. Check him out. He's got the scouts, the skirms, the pikes, the archers. He's just missing man at arms at this point.
Oh, he's into the
And
wood
his
line as
collection would be
well.
complete.
He's into the wood line as well. This is a disaster. We have 36 villagers for TRM. He's got the armor coming in for his scouts, and he's in absolute cruise control right now. Leo is, well, he's got 500 food in the bank, but no military in the queue, and you can tell he's just never faced up against someone of this caliber before. You know, it's a really tough position to be in. He can't really produce from his range, or he's not producing from his range currently. He's not making scouts because he's trying to recover, and the scouts from TRM are coming in again, but the quick wall comes down. Double bid axe coming in. Still has problems.
Being up against a player 900 elo higher than yourself and only having 2 minutes of idle time on the town center, I'll take that as a win. I think Leo's doing a great job of well, he was doing a great job of keeping his villagers being produced. Right now, you can see that he's kind of really crumbling under the pressure. He's got 600 food and not one villager queued up.
Koenig, what can you do in this situation, my friend? You are losing so many villagers, but he's fighting on. He doesn't want to give up. Oh my goodness, the entire wood line absolutely decimated.
The little
I think
bodies decomposing over there.
I don't know if I can translate that, but I think it was probably I had no chance, or
Yeah.
can
He
you
said
give
from
me
the
a chance?
beginning, I had no chance.
Oh, he calls it.
Hold
That's
on.
what
Let
we
me see
expect
my
from
Swiss
TRM.
German here. At least he wenigstens, I don't know. At least he did something with the matchmaking. We'll
At least
take
he
it.
managed to stall. Okay. At least he managed to stall out his death. Steal a sheep. Okay. Okay.
That's what it was. That's what it was.
Oh boy. I feel for Koenig there. That's what we expected from TRM, especially in a best of one, right? You have an open qualifier like this. Um, and we're going to see some results like that, right? Like Koenig was not one of the favorites coming into this tournament. He's just an everyday guy like you or me, wants to get to the main stage. He wants to be in a final. And unfortunately for him, he pulls the short straw and gets the strongest player in the tournament immediately. That is unfortunate, but we'll send him energy, and we're hoping for more favorable opponent for his next tournament match.
Hopefully, he had a great time and can absolutely try again next week. And great name choice, by the way. König means king, so he's King Leo the Seventh. So quite the title to bear as well.
King Leo the Seventh. Did you know there was once a player on the Swiss team for Nations Cup called King Nicky G as well, who was American,
Oh,
but he had a Swiss passport, and he had never lived in Switzerland, but he played on the Swiss team. So fun little tidbit there for any Swiss Nations Cup fans. Now, of course, Nicky not quite good enough to be on Switzerland A nowadays, but back in the day, back in the day.
back in the day, indeed. Well, there you go. Swiss passport is very nice to have. I'm sure all the Swiss residents and citizens in the chat can agree. It's quite the strong passport.
And here we are. We've got our second game here, and it's going to be Incas versus Britons. And we have our Incas player in the yellow, our Britons player in the purple. Once again, back wood lines here for our player in the yellow. I'm trying to avoid saying the name because I know I'm absolutely going to butcher it, but I think yes, and I've been told in the most German way possible, Swiss German, sorry, way possible in my ear, that is let me cook. Steile Grier. Close enough. And he's going to be playing against Azteca?
The Z in German is like a TS sound, something
Okay.
like that. It's like Azteca. That's my best. I'm sorry for butchering the name here, but Azteca,
Okay.
something. I think.
We need some more
But
CH in there somewhere. But anyway, his name is Azteca, right? And he's playing as the Britons. He's not playing as the Aztecs. I'm
it's
very
false
disappointed
advertising,
in this
you
whole
know.
situation. I'm extremely disappointed. We'll see what he's cooking with this map here. He's got back stone. He's got plenty of wood lines. He's got the back berries. And the players are actually fairly close in this generation too. I'm actually kind of digging the big trees here, Ellie. I never cast with the big trees, but it's a cozy feeling to have them, especially mixed with some bamboo in there. It's very aesthetic, you know?
Yeah. You
Yeah,
feel
nice little
like
zoom in. Oh yeah, get us in there. Get us in there.
the dark forest, indeed.
Get us right in
You
there.
were mentioning though earlier that Incas have now surpassed maybe the Aztecs and the Mayans, the
Mhm.
other Meso civs, after long ago being, underestimated civs. How do you think they stack up versus the Brits?
I think they're really good. So the thing the Britons need to do is get to the Castle Age at a similar time to the Incas, right? Because we know the eagle spam is very dangerous. You can add in siege, you can add in monks. The Britons need to actually. There's a few things the Britons need to do. They need to get to the Castle Age at a similar time, have archers still alive, and then start mixing in knights with their crossbows still behind, and then they can go into the cheaper TC boom, right? They can maybe get some walls down, expand their eco a little bit, and if we go into the later stages of the game, the Britons, if they have an army, they can push. But that is a beautiful boar right near the TC there. That is within walking distance. To be fair,
It's in the range of the town center, all right? We'll take it.
technically
We'll
within
take
range.
it.
He didn't accidentally shoot it down, so that's better than the boar not being, near
Mhm.
the TC or not being able to be harvested. But a little bit of nerves maybe making their way in here for Purple, who already has 41 seconds of idle TC as well. I
Well,
hope he can recover. I really do.
Purple gathers food from the sheep a little bit faster, so he's got that going for him, which is nice. But mind you, he only has two, so I don't think two is enough to have the. I think you need five on sheep with Britons, if I'm not mistaken. But this just in from the chat, it looks like Mr. Steily or Mrs. Steily, whatever the case may be, had a all-time high rating of 1960.
1960. Oh no, no. 1960.
1960.
He's
It's like
he's listed as 1K on our sheet here. So I think maybe we found a different player. I have him listed as 1K, and that's I mean that is a 1960 mil to be fair over there with many villagers gathering the ibex. But I
well,
suspect that as per usual, chat is
as usual,
not reliable.
we trusted you. We trusted you, chat. Ay, ay, ay. Well, they're both on the way to feudal age. We'll be there in a minute for yellow, minute 40 for purple. And I'm assuming the Raxes are going to be placed
Well,
sometime in the next few moments.
there
There's
we go.
one.
And what a wall
Beautiful.
that is. Even incorporating the mining camp in his wall. That is a very interesting. It's an unorthodox setup, but it checks out.
It checks out.
It
This is
technically
this is
works.
some that's some 2K thinking, I think,
If you're
is what we're
wondering
gonna be seeing.
if you're wondering of the elo of purple, he's actually a 900 player as listed on our sheet. So we actually have an epic matchup here. It'll be fun to watch for sure. 24 population feudal, not really the meta nowadays, but like I said, you do what you're comfortable with, right? You do what you're comfortable with. He's adding in the farms now. He's got two villagers on gold, no barracks yet for him, even though he's in the feudal age, and it's an archer range from yellow. So this is a much better build here. Much better
Yo, the
build
Inca
from yellow.
Inca player can just mosey on up into castle real quick.
Mhm. Yep, and,
I like how he's
if he
making a spear though for those pesky British scouts,
well,
and
I
it's
mean,
coming.
there is the starting scout, right? And the
It's
spear,
true.
it has plenty of line of sight, although the scout just runs right under the TC. No business being there, and he might even attack the villager, but no, they're peaceful. They will look at each other from either sides of
It's
that
a
house,
peaceful people.
and he
So are
will
we just
be
gathering food for? Oh yeah, he has that mill over there. He's milling. I was like, where's his food income? He's got a couple on berries. He's got a
mhm.
couple on those deer. Hasn't built a single farm, but he wants to invest his wood resources into archers. A very good choice, and he's pumping them out. The Aztec, oh sorry, the Britain player right now. He's picking up wheelbarrow. Wants to really get his economy off the ground.
Yes, and he's going to use the market to help him get that eco off the ground as the eagle comes in here, going to harass a little bit. We also have a mining camp kind of as part of the wall. He was thinking of a super efficient mining camp in the later stages of the game when he placed that one, but it's going to be a little bit hard to bring the gold in. The market will be up soon, though. Wheelbarrow coming in, and we'll see if he uses this market to get himself to the castle age. He really hasn't gone for any military production here. He's simply walling and he's trying to keep himself safe and maybe feeling some nerves, you know, as a 900 player going up against an opponent with a better rating than you in a best of one. He's just trying to survive right now, Ellie. That's it.
Well,
He's just
you
trying to
know,
live on.
the purple player, one villager, she's got some blood on her hands. She's killed the starting scout there from the Inca player. So, and she's gonna help out with the spear as well. Oh my goodness, this woman belongs in the ring here.
Mhm.
She's waiting for some action. Okay, Mr. Spear coming to save his archers. Excellent. I think they'll be advancing into the castle age in the coming minute or so. We're just missing one more required building for the yellow player. So perhaps you'll build a blacksmith. Usually, if you go for archers, getting fletching is quite nice. So I wouldn't be shocked to see a blacksmith come up. He's got the resource for it. Maybe it'll be part of his wall. Maybe.
Purple's eco balance is not great, but look at this. I mean, how many kills does that TC have? It's just been killing the entire army here from yellow. The eagle fell, the spearmen fall, the archers fall, and suddenly there's no pressure at all. He is going to be taking a trek though with those
Can
two
we?
villagers that are mining
I
the
was
gold
I was gonna
on the
say,
other
can you
side.
imagine their commute?
Yeah, that is
But
a
hey, look,
lengthy commute.
they're gonna be saved because they're. Oh no, no, no! Don't be sitting ducks. Run away, little ladies. Okay, very, very nice. Man at arms coming in for the Britain as well. Interesting choice with archers on the field, generally speaking, traditionally speaking, unless you're maybe Malians with the extra armor for your man at arms. Not the best play versus
Why?
archers.
Why? You had the resources to go up to Castle Age. I love the tower at the back on the stone. That's fantastic. But why are we making men at arms and getting fletching when you see archers? I like the energy. I really like the energy, but why are we doing this? Classic. 900 elo decision making here, but we like it. It's gonna be aggressive. He didn't have loom, Ellie. He didn't have loom this
Oh
entire time. Oh my god!
no!
And he
Oh
didn't lose a
no!
villager.
Oh
Herber
no!
was right.
So,
The most worthless tech of all time. He didn't lose a
yeah,
single
yeah.
villager.
Yeah, Loom just gives you extra hit points on your villagers, and without it, they're very easy to kill. So not having Loom for so long, questionable decisions. But you know what? The craziest thing is the eco kill death ratio
Yeah.
remains
Look at
zero
the kill
zero.
death ratio. Look at the kill death ratio. All he's had is his starting scout, and now there's 2 men at arms, and the 2 men at arms add to the kills for yellow. He's just been like the way he walled, yellow ran right into his TC. Now there's a tower on the wood line at the front. I really like that tower. You're extending out for a risky position, right? You go for a tower first. You don't go for it as a response. And yellow's just going to run straight into this. And purple is in a position. If he sells his stone, he actually ends up selling his food instead of his stone. He could go up to the next stage. It's a mistake. I think you can sell your stone and then just mine some more. Maybe he's thinking about longbows potentially in the castle age, which would be kind of hype. But
I
he should
think
be in
so.
a good spot to click up soon, and yellow is going to be a good spot to click up to castle age soon too.
Yeah, it looks like the Inca player here did build the blacksmith. There you go. So he's got both of his buildings, and he's just missing 47 gold. He should get that real easy with 7 on the gold, and then he'll be coming on up to the next stage. Another mining camp to be more efficient. Why not?
I,
What do you
I
think?
I like it because the first one is atrocious. I don't want to lie. The first one's not good, right? So the second one is
Well,
amazing, even though the first
the
one
second
is
one
serving a dual purpose.
is a mirror image of the other of the other one.
At least you can drop off at it from 2 different angles, right? The
This is
first one's
true.
just simply part of the wall. He's helping him to secure, but it looks like there's action at the front of purple's base as yellow pushes in once again with the archers there, and he's just working away on the market. Knows what the threat is. Doesn't want
The
him.
action, Dave. This is
Yep.
what you wanted. I was more into those villagers, seeing them work. You know, there's nothing more enjoyable than watching others work.
And
Sipping.
just sitting back and enjoying it yourself. Exactly.
Exactly. You know?
That's why I'm a caster, you know? That's why I just sit at home all day. and look at my
That's
computer screen.
my line of thinking. It's so much more enjoyable to watch others play than to play yourself because you're vicariously playing through them. But hey, check it out. We're on the way to Castle Age, and they'll be both in the next age pretty much at the same time. And
Yeah,
I
and
think
we
that
have more men at arms from purple. Interesting. Okay. What do you think? What are you cooking
I
up over
think
there,
he's
Ellie?
anticipating eagles, and I
Okay.
think he's just trying to be a little bit proactive rather than reactive. And he's like, "All right, eagles, we gotta make the man at arms. Okay, if there's going to be archers, crossbows, we got to make the skirms." So
Hmm.
he's getting ready.
Well, if he goes into long swords, we do have a counter built in for steel, and that is the slingers that only the Incas can make. However, there are going to be skirmishers here from that. That is the most farm TC I've ever seen in my life. But I love the energy because it's going to secure that gold there. And he might even be able to take out these units. He saw how successful his first TC was against the archer army from yellow. And he's going to make another one.
He's evolving.
He's learning.
He's
like
evolving.
machine learning here. The spearmen are taking out the skirmishers. The archers are taking them out, and the archers are now crossbows. But there is now a TC, and the TC will protect everything on this side. Maybe he can gather the gold and not have to walk all the way around the houses to drop off.
Well, now
Did
the
he just
market's good.
delete his market? He just
No,
deleted his market?
The yellow was working on that market for quite some time. Remember when we panned back to the action and
I
it was
know,
just
but
him attacking the market?
he only had
It's
spearmen and archers. I didn't think he did that much damage to the market.
But the crossbows don't have botkins, so they can't outrange the town center just yet. But still, crossbows can definitely take out these feudal skirm units in a heartbeat.
No singing aloud, thank you. It's still morning here. Can we? No singing aloud. Hey, the market's gone, so the gold is actually efficient now to some extent, although the villagers seem very confused on where they should drop off. But yellow, I mean, purple replaces market. Yellow still hasn't been able to really deal a killing blow here against purple. I suppose if you look at the idle TC time of 6.5 minutes in a 26.5 minute game, maybe you can consider that a killing blow, but in terms of KD, purple's leading. Purple's in front.
Listen, yellow's going to imp right now. He just needs a couple of buildings, and this man's got
resources.
He's got the resources.
Oh my goodness! Someone get this man a market. He can go up. Someone ship that. There's a castle in the center going up from purple. He's placed a castle in the middle of the map. We've got crossbows here. He saw a hill and he put a castle on it. Viper Jr., potentially.
I don't know if he'll be able to defend that castle. So I'm glad he's not dropping it very aggressively. But yeah, there you go. He's just going to make it back at home where the odds of it going up is a little bit higher. And I don't know if yellow knows how good of a position he's in, because he could definitely dive into where the castle's being built right now. And there's really nothing that...
I think yellow is confused, just like us. I think he's very confused. He saw men at arms into his archers. Then he saw the early market. Then he sees the farm TC. Then he sees that mining camp. Now he's seeing a castle over here. So I think yellow doesn't know what to expect, honestly. And he's going to back away because he hasn't been doing very well this game against defensive structures.
Does he go? I wonder what his scouting is like. Has he scouted the other side of the map? Does he know? Because he could definitely take those crossbows, loop them around for a spin. But at home, meanwhile, he's like, let's just make another little town center. And the resources for Imperial, I don't know if they're going to be getting in the interest, you know?
Yeah, he can
doesn't work that way.
He can just click up. I mean, he needs 2 more buildings, right? So I think he's gonna delay his up times, and that's something you'll see it at around this elo, right? The openings will be relatively clean, and then as you get later in the game, especially the transitions, that's something that even pro players struggle with, right? Having the buildings available, keeping those resources from just piling up in your resource bank. And now yellow is looping around, so I like that move with the crossbows. I also like the wall there from purple. as he starts queuing up longbowmen. And this is what I wanted to see. Every time we see Britons, I want to see the longbows. They're
If only
very squishy, though. Very, very squishy.
if only he had Botkin too, then he could really
Mhm.
utilize the long bowman. Because Britons have a really really nice bonus in that their foot archers have extra range, starting in Castle Age. So they are going to be very very spooky. Not even mangonels can reach them if they're upgraded.
Oh, these crossbows here, and he's using the eagle as well. He scouted out this area. That's one villager down, two villagers down, three villagers down. Ballistics is not in, but he doesn't need it if purple's not moving the villagers away. And all of those villagers are going to die behind there. He goes for another TC at the back. The wood line, I mean, the villagers are still chopping wood on the other side of the wood line for some reason. Classic Age of Empires 2 moment right there. And the longbows are going to attempt to defend the civilians from this army.
Well, the long bowmen are on a hill. I like it. They don't have ballistics in either, so it's like the blind fighting the blind here. They're just gonna hope they land.
Get Bodkin, and you're gonna have a range advantage over the crossbows, right? I think it's equal range right now.
I think it's equal range, but don't the Incas have hold on. How much attack do crossbowmen have versus the longbowmen?
Longbowmen, I believe, have 6, and the crossbowmen have 5, if I remember.
Okay,
correctly.
so they should be even now. But Incas do have the armor.
Look at this micro. Look at the micro. Look at the micro from purple. We were underestimating him all along. Nice job. The skirmisher is going to be an issue with that +2 armor, though. The longbows are really going to struggle to punch through that arm, and you can see right now that guy is soloing the front lines. And the Eagles, meanwhile, behind this, still killing villagers that for some reason decided that they liked the look of the tree on the opposite side of the wood line, but he's cleared everything up. He's going to be sending his longbows forward, and he's going for another TC at the back. Meanwhile, the resources for yellow, well, he used to have a lot of food in the bank. Now he's got a lot of
For
wood and gold in the bank.
Do we see a university siege workshop being built for yellow?
Yes, university right there, and a market. I love the market. He should have had that
Oh,
so long ago.
okay.
Incas without a market just aren't the same. They just hit
Listen-
different as soon as you
listen,
have this thing.
This man has been sitting on a wad of cash for generations. I feel like he's already got 90 villagers. That's a respectable amount. We can accelerate his body into Imperial. All I'm saying.
All right, we're gonna need your translations for what they said in the chat there.
Listen, chum, kind of anu. I have no idea.
Okay. Okay, he's saying it's calm now. Apparently.
Okay, come now. Like, come over here.
I like this combination. Oh, Bodkin arrow's coming in huge. I do kind of like this combination if you feel like your opponent is going into a lot of eagles, going into the long swords with the long bows behind. Maybe he's just into long units. Maybe he only likes long units. Long swords, long bows.
With the Britain food income and the Inca gold income, they would have a pretty beefy eco. But yeah, we need another building for Mr. Inca player here. So he's got the university. He could build a market, not a market, siege workshop or a monastery.
Or he could just finish this castle that he's coming forward with a bazillion villagers.
You make also a compelling argument, and army-wise, it looks to be quite even. 1k4 value versus 1k2 value. Okay.
Castle is being built, and what does purple do in the face of this overwhelming pressure?
A palisade wall, that'll hold.
Oh no, he's pushing the skirmishers. They have +2 armor, Ellie. Now they have ballistics. Oh, the longbows. Oh, it's a short fight for some very long units there. And the castle will go up. The mangonel is coming forward, but the mangonel is just simply too late. The longbows will run in towards their death. And I mean, yellow can click up to Imperial Age almost twice at this rate.
He's making unique units now. The Kameyuks, that's an interesting play. We want imp.
We do want Imperial Age, but I do. There we go. There's the imp click right there. They are such a good unit, right? They're so fun to use. They look cool. They have a long spear, and longbow versus Kameyuk is kind of a fun matchup. Unfortunately, I think purple is at a loss for what he wants to do, right? He's got 3 long bows and that's it. That's his
He's got a
entire defense.
monk.
Yes, it's healing up the villagers that were wounded before.
That's doing. He's a valuable member of their society right now. Okay, cannot be underestimated. Maybe he'll pick up some relics. Who knows?
He's the only man with
Look-
faith here in the purple base.
I look at that 23 and a half minutes idle time for the Britain player here, and it shows in his villager count. Also, that
Mhm.
kill death ratio 16-0 feels bad. If you're Azteke, if you're Steile Griech, you're loving life right now.
Yep, you're just flexing the fact that you can say that name without any issues. I like it. Okay. Purple, lots of resources in the bank. That doesn't have enough stone for another castle, though. He's going to get a conversion with the monk, which is fantastic. Assuming he's going to get a long conversion. Okay, gets it. And the quick walls behind with the houses. But in the face of overwhelming army and Imperial Age, these houses aren't going to do a whole lot.
Well, the attempt was made. Some quick wall attempts were made, and that's impressive. We're 20 seconds away from trebuchets being constructed here from this castle. Incas don't get bombard cannons, so they're going to have to rely on their trebuchets for that really powerful siege weapon versus buildings. And I don't know if Azteca is going to be in a place where he can get rid of a trebuchet. When they're unpacked, a lot of pierce armor, and this man only has 7 longbows.
My man is getting fabric shields before he even gets the Elite Eagle upgrade or the final armor upgrade. He's just swimming in resources right now, and fabric shields will give the extra pierce armor for his eagles there, and he's in at the back with an army. We are in a position, Ellie, where I think even if you put Viper in, if you subbed him in for purple, I don't know if Viper can win from this spot. It's just once that castle goes down from purple, there's really nothing here. The skirms are stopping the longbows, right? You're gonna have the eagles with fabric shields. You're gonna have rams pushing in. Even though purple has a lot of resources in the bank, it's just an unwinnable position unless yellow absolutely throws in some way.
I feel
Okay.
that maybe the Britain can get to Imperial.
And
Maybe.
then
Well, getting to Imperial, I feel like is just a mental victory. You know, you made it to Imp, and it's the classic Imp to GG. But he needs to use the market. Does he have the market still, or has it been destroyed? 'Cause
he
he's got
did
a
make
lot
a
of
second
wood.
one, but the second one might have been killed as well. I think there might be some yellow villagers heading in on the south as we see that ram just hunt down the Mangonel. The castle is going down. The villagers don't know what to do. There
The
were villagers
villagers
coming
are lost
across,
for words.
and it's a tower rush as well as we see panic walls in the back from
Oh my
Azteca
goodness.
as well. We have just so much panic. Idle villagers everywhere. He's trying to hold on. He's desperate. But there's really not much he can do in this situation.
Has he forgotten about stone walls, I'm wondering? Or she, whatever the case may be. Have they forgotten about stone walls? Because I feel like palisades are all right for Dark Age, early feudal. He's up against an imp, like someone who's an imp right now, and I don't think palisades are going to be what you need to keep your villagers safe.
Remember that Incas have the armor for their villagers as well. So you're engaging against Imperial Age Inca villagers that have all of the armor upgrades that are now making watchtowers in your base. Fabric shields, eagles are coming in. We've got nothing happening here for Azteca, but he fights on like a true warrior. Like a true Swiss, he fights on. 139 bills.
I always thought, you know, Swiss people are the neutrals.
Yeah, they're only neutral because no one wants to fight them.
Very intimidating.
That.
They got good knives, I hear.
Exactly. Exactly. Multi-purpose. TC goes down here, and well, he's still
There's
got two
no
more.
military to defend this man. He's got 27 villagers to his name.
Yep.
I, it's not
If,
looking good.
if he were to hold a State of the Union right now, his entire premise would be, "It's not good. It's not looking good." And he calls the GG here, and Steil will go through. And that was a good performance from him. I think Purple was just trying to hold on, right? Maybe this was one of his first tournament performances. I love to see the determination from him. I like to see the longbows, and that was actually a fairly entertaining game. Steil
Hey,
is
yeah,
going to have
two.
to work on some of his eco stuff, but other than that, I like the aggression. I like the initiative. It was nice.
Yeah. Little bit of a Swiss smack talk at the end. I don't know what it
From who?
meant, but
From who?
from who?
Purple or
I
yellow?
don't know.
Okay.
Maybe both. Who knows?
Okay. I didn't see it. We'll pretend it never
Oh,
happened.
well,
Maybe they're
I
friends.
can
We don't know.
understand it. If I hear it, then like I can kind of deconstruct it, but seeing it written is a whole different ball game.
Hmm.
Yeah, and there's this
Okay.
one Swiss word that I think was mentioned in chat as well, called like Küche, which is like kitchen drawer, and that's like apparently the quintessential Swiss German word. And I'm sorry for everyone's ears as they hear me say Küche.
Hohiha. I can't even do it. I'm gonna stop. We can have the gaming part of the tournament, and then we can have the Dave tries to pronounce Swiss German words part of the tournament. An anticipated segment upcoming. No, I have a voice in my ear telling me Swiss German words. We're not going
We're
there.
not doing that. Let's not. Dave doesn't get paid enough for this.
This endlessly clippable moments. Well, that was, you know what? I had a lot of fun with that one. That was interesting, right? The decision making there from lower elos, especially when they're put under pressure. Like when you're on ladder or when you're playing a casual game against friends, you can do your thing, right? You can execute your build order that you watched online. You can go with your comfort pick in civilization. But as soon as you're in a tournament and the heartbeat starts going, it's a whole different ball game.
It's a
And I
whole
think we
different ball
saw a
game.
little bit of that in Yellow's economy and maybe the transitions or lack thereof. And then we saw a little bit of it, or I think we saw a lot of it on Purple's side of his base. But he managed to get up to Castle Age and he managed to get the longbows out. He won a couple fights early, got the walls down. And I think going into the next qualifier, if he wants to compete, I mean, that's good for him. Okay, we have our leaderboard ready with some ratings as well. So, oh, this is good. This is what we needed here. We have TRM well above the competition, 2200. I'm that Feige. How does the
Feige?
Feige. Okay,
Yeah.
Feige.
The EI is like an I sound.
Okay,
So it's like Feige.
Feige. Okay, so
Okay. We also got Boom. We got Pete. Riff Raff. I like it. Heidi Wolf in scale. F Bone. F Boney. Bonet. Dave, I'll tell you
and
a horrible
I think we are
joke.
missing one. I think we're
Funny,
missing
funny.
Pyro as well. If I remember correctly. I think he was mentioned, and I see
Pyro,
TRM mentioning him too.
maybe he didn't have time and he's just going to qualify next one, or maybe there was a little bit of an unfortunate mishap and it is a best of one. So you make one little mistake and you get taken advantage of.
No, I think
You lose.
we'll see if he decides to appear or not. Right now he's not on the list, but he is another 1900. That's why I was mentioning it, or 1900, because I know he was around. So
Yeah, he coached me a little bit back in the
did
day.
he? Oh, so we have some history there. That's nice.
Yeah,
Little
yeah,
nice
yeah.
little
First
tidbit
time,
again.
First time I hit 1200 on the ladder was under his tutelage, so would love to see him play, of course.
The first time you hit 12, what are you right now?
I don't play. I'm just a caster.
Oh, that's my line. No, 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 that's my line. You can't steal
It
that
can
one.
be our line, Dave. Sharing is
That's
caring.
mine. No one's gonna take that
Ours.
one away from me. That's
Ours.
like that's like my self-defense mechanism, right? When people call me bad. It's like, what's your elo? I don't play. I don't play. Yeah. A
I
plethora
can't
of
be
things.
exposing myself.
Mm-hmm. So going into the next matches, you can see right there, TRM already won his first match. And we will eventually run into situations where we're going to have like a 2K player against a 1950 or a 1950 against an 1800. So we're going to steadily see the level rise here, but we're starting off with these early matches, which are kind of lopsided, but still fun. Actually, I had a lot of fun casting that last one. How often do you get to see long boats? Long boats. Oh my god, that's the third long unit. You know, he made long swords and long bows against Kamayaks. It's pretty good.
We'll just give Ryan some privacy. She's cleaning herself in the back. Yeah, I know it was really fun, and like we mentioned earlier, with non-high level play, like when it's not the top 1% playing, the meta sometimes hangs around, sometimes completely gets left by the roadside, and totally seeing some improvised plays, always exciting. I'm looking
Always
forward to seeing the next games.
I do like to see how many people are involved from the Swiss AOE2 community as well. I know it used to be small and it's consistently growing. So it's good to see how many signups we have and how many players they have now that are at a decent level. You know, I'd say anything compared to the average Joe, anything above like 1300 is a really solid level for Age of Empires 2. And now we have 1800s, 1900s. Bullet Chin not participating in the tournament. Big controversy. Another amazing Swiss player. I quoted
Yeah,
him.
wait, you can't admin and play your tournament.
I'm that's a direct quote from Bullet Chin. He's an amazing Swiss player. That's what he told me.
Yeah.
So also not taking part, but they have a number of people that are at a very solid level. And
Do you
when
know
we get
what
to the main stage, it's gonna be a good matchup for sure.
Do you know what bulletin means?
Cute bullet.
Yeah, it's like little bullets. Isn't that so cute? We're gonna start calling you Davekin. Little
No,
Dave.
you're not. No, you're not.
Okay, no, we're not.
No, you're not.
No, we're not. All right.
Oh my god. All right, so who do we have coming up next? I don't think we know yet.
We'll just be
Players
surprised.
are just trying to get set up here. Like we said earlier, it's always difficult to get players on the same page for setting up game lobbies. Even the pros that do it every day, it's a bit difficult. Okay, so it looks like we're trying to get Boom versus Nubin, I think I heard. Yeah, Nubin. So Boom is a 1800 player, if I remember correctly. Nubin looks to be 1300.
Yeah, 1300 exactly. So it could be a little. Well, we do have a favorite, but anything goes in a best of one. So maybe there's a little super aggressive strategy that we'll see. I'd love to see it. All the games are played on Arabia, so you can choose to wall. You can choose to play it super open.
I want to see a Persian douche. I really do. I think that's like the ultimate, strategy that you can just pull out of the hat. And if you get a good map for it, and if you have some flat space to build a TC, and if he doesn't see it coming, you can potentially upset the higher rated person. Either that or some like random wall FC strategy, right? With Spanish or Khmer or something like that.
Oh, the Khmer FC. Is it meme status, that strategy? Would you say? Is it meme or is
No,
that a valid?
no, it's just really bad. It's just it's super bad. That's what it is, because you leave yourself wide open, and even if you get to castle age, you really don't have any resources. So if
You're
if
breaking my heart.
if bad strategies are memes, then yes. I would say memes is more like, FC Mamluks or something. That would be meme strategy. Or like, full Huang.
Malay battle elephants.
Borderline for sure.
Borderline.
I'd say
Okay.
Khmer battle elephants even more memey. Maybe FC Khmer battle elephants. Maybe that.
Okay. Do you think there's a difference between a a cheese strat and a meme strat? Or do you think it's the same?
Yes. Cheese strategy is like abusing mechanics, right? So like cheese strategy would be sending villagers forward with Khmer, walling in their wood line, and then hopping back and forth with your villagers through the houses to attack their units one at a time, and then hopping in the house when they counterattack. Meme strategy
Hold on,
would
can you
be
say
like,
that again? I gotta
yeah,
think though.
meme strategy would be invading their lands and then writing your initials in palisade walls behind their base. That would be meme strategy. Right? Or like going Japanese fast imp Kata Baruto and then having 10 roving trebs around the map that you're constantly packing and unpacking. That is meme.
All right. Fair play, fair play. If chat has any meme or cheese strats that they want to share in the comments, feel free, and then we can assess the meminess or the cheesiness of said strategy.
What's your favorite meme
Have
strat?
you? But speaking of the Digitec playground here, I mean, this whole tournament powered by Digitec, so big thank you to them. I was looking into some like wearable tech.
Mm-hmm.
What about you, Dave? Is there any like wearable techs that you have, or any technology things that you're going for?
Wearable techs, like cyber implants?
Well,
Like
no,
what?
it was more just like a smartwatch, because I don't know.
The thing,
I
the thing with watches, like a smartwatch is interesting, right? Because it kind of like acts as your phone or whatever. But I find when I have a
Mhm.
watch on, I still check the time with my phone. So it's kind of like it's redundant to have the watch a little bit. But in terms of tech, I think I'm looking for like good pair of like wireless headphones. I think
Oh,
are pretty
okay.
sweet, right? Because sometimes the Bluetooth connection isn't the greatest, but if you find a good pair, it's worth spending the money on.
All right.
And
Well,
I'm
the
constantly looking.
first and second place prize do come home with some Digitech Gutscheins, so they might look into your recommendation. But we've got the next game here. You can see on screen. We're gonna see Britons for Boom, Mongols for Nuban. Some classic civs on a classic map.
I like the Mongols pick. If you're an underdog. Maybe you can go up without Loom. Maybe you can try and surprise him with an earlier uptime, right? And I don't think the game's going to go late. So I think it's all going to be about scout numbers, and it's going to be about potentially even laming with the extra line of sight on the Mongol scout. Maybe he's going to come forward and he's going to try and lame everything from his opponent.
Well, I've said it once, I've said it 100 times. I love the Mongols. I'm a bit of a Mon gal.
Okay. Are you going to stop saying it, or?
No, that's my problem. I don't know when to stop.
So you said it 100 times, and that's 101. And we're just going to keep going, I suppose.
Yeah, I said it on a date once when this guy was telling me about his trip
No,
to
you didn't.
Mongolia, and he never heard of Age of Empires before. And so I was like, oh, Mongolia, I'm a bit of a Mongal, and he didn't get it. And then I doubled down, and then it didn't work. and it was horrible.
Okay,
But let's
okay.
not get into
Let's
that.
not relive and get secondhand embarrassment here. We see Nubin going for a beautiful lumber camp where his villagers are secure. Unfortunately for Nubin, the pressure is getting to him early. He doesn't have a sheep or a llama underneath the TC. Oh no, it's so relatable. We've been in this situation before. I feel like all of us where we've mistimed the sheep or the llamas coming in, but he is bringing the boar and he's going to get that food eco
Yeah.
from that. And he's forced to go for loom. He's forced to
Oh
go for
no,
loom.
he's getting loom. He's getting loom to
Yeah.
compensate for that. I mean, at least he doesn't want to have idle TC time. Credit to him. He's got 0 seconds of idle TC time, so he's doing just fine. The Britain player will be getting his second boar in super early, pushing his deer as well.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, it's a stark contrast. We go from Nubin not having anything under the TC to take and going for a forward wood line with his villagers to Boom casually pushing in a deer while he's luring in the boar at the same time. So you can see which of these players is favored in this matchup, but we're hoping for Nubin. We're hoping we can see something special here from him, and he's got a lot of villagers on that boar. Still only 1 second of idle TC time here, and maybe he can go up super quickly and surprise Boom in some way.
He's still gathering food faster from the town, from his hunt.
No, Nubin. Okay, he's got loom. Never mind, the villager's not gonna die. Thank God. Sorry, Ellie.
Okay.
I got scared there. I got
I got a little scared too. No, he's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. Is he pushing his deer as well, or where's the scout?
His scout is to the north. I don't know if he's found the deer yet.
All right. All right.
And we'll see if he decides to push them. The scout is there, and he's going to be pushing them in, as you should with the Mongols if you're not going to lane.
Yes. Pushing for the proverbial cush. Again, no, that doesn't even make sense in this context. But Boom, yeah, he's playing as Britain's a beautiful civilization.
Deer went back. Oh God. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry. I'm just feeling so much pain right now for him. Go ahead, Ellie. I apologize.
He's trying his best. He's gonna go for another deer. He's like, I don't like this one. This one maybe is more obedient. But Britain's a wonderful civilization. I think they're the favorite of many. They were in the first, like when Age of Empires first came out with just the 8 civilizations, right? The Britain, the classic, really strong civ. Do you think we'll see some man at arms into archers? Probably not, eh? He doesn't have a.
Bringing the Canadian slang back. We like it. And it's a 19 population uptime from Nubin. That's really nice. And it's something you can do with the Mongols without even pushing in the deer. I think it's just probably going to be either the 2 militia kind of French rush, 2 militia into archer range, or just straight archer range for Boom. We'll see here. I mean, the scout is being chased and he's going to take the hill, and Nubin is fighting uphill, but he will be in feudal age for 1 minute and 14 seconds. So Nubin kind of needs to delay, and the HP advantage is in favor of Nubin. So he's fighting really well on this hill battle here against Boom, and he's going to take out the scouts. So now Boom is not going to have any scouting information early.
Oh, unless can he save him? No.
That scout is done. He is done. And, well, he's coming across now with the scout. He's decided not to push the deer. He's going for the barracks, but the barracks is very late here. The barracks is very late, so he's not going to be able to take advantage of his earlier uptime because he was so late in building that. And, yeah, it's just simply going to be archers for Boom, judging by the 2 villagers going out to gold and the fact he hasn't made any militia yet.
Who is observing is a great question.
We have a wonderful Swiss observer here for our games today. I don't know if they wish to be identified, but maybe we can share that in the Twitch chat. If so, he's doing a good job. Doing a great job, actually, so far. Haven't missed any action. And there's an archery range for Nubin. So it's not going to be stable. Maybe because he didn't push in the deer.
All right. I think maybe. So the thing with Mongols is they can go CA, right? They can go for steppe lancers. They can go for knights. I feel like steppe lancers definitely making some shock waves. They're back.
Step lancers are a really good option to open up, and they've been buffed a few times ever since the massive nerfs that they received early because they were unstoppable early. And Mongols get more HP on their step lancers, right? And step lancers are a great unit, especially if you're faster to the castle age, to come in there, pick a few villagers, and then you can transition into knights or camels if you need, or you can get that big ball of step lancers rolling, which is a little bit more risky. But we see a weird kind of wall here from Boom. He's just trying to, slowly secure his base. This really benefits the Britons. Big wall from Nubin, not really the style that you're looking to go for with Mongols in this situation, right? You want to be the aggressor, especially if the Britons player is already walling.
Well, he's not full wall just yet. In the back of his, I mean, this is a both players. Can we just admire their area that they want to defend with walls? They both got like 25% of the map.
Yeah, I mean, purple just has a corner, right? yellow's just got a corner as well. It's going to be looking like some fortress generation or something. Nubin not taking any losses, has the archers, right? He's got 3 archers. Boom's got 4. A little bit of idle TC time now creeping in for Nubin because he didn't have the farm set up, and of course, he didn't push those deer earlier, so the food supply is always going to be a little bit tough. Excuse me. Boom, a little bit of a better build, and you can see he's floating the res, so he'll be able to keep his TC going.
The archers, it's quite a mass. I feel like there's no need to get a crazy army. I think 4 is enough to defend themselves. I would like to see them mosey on across, maybe see if they can harass the berries a little bit, or just poke and prod wherever they can. I feel like this is a mistake that I make quite often when I'm playing, is you just want to have this overwhelming army that you feel really safe with before you roll out. And Boom kind of doing the similar thing here. And I feel like the pros with 1 or 2 archers really go around, be super annoying, and just passing.
You can see Boom, like the difference between a lower elo, other than mechanics or like knowing build orders or whatever. I mean, that's basically the Excel spreadsheet portion of Age of Empires, right? You make sure all of your villagers are in the right place and whatnot. The more important part of Age of Empires is judging your position and what your win condition is. Boom only goes out with the archers once he's fully walled. So he knows he won't need them in defense because there's no military to threaten him, as we see some decent micro here from both of these guys. Micro with the archers. Holding the hill right now is Nubin, and Nubin has forces on both sides. This is good micro so far, but Boom managing to take out the archers on the hill, and he's going to take this position. He does lose a few archers on the way. But like I was saying, Boom realizes that he's fully defended at home. He can freely come forward with these archers. He doesn't need to add another archer range. His whole focus is on Castle Age right now. He's going to do a little bit of scouting to see if there's any opportunities to do damage to Nubin. But he's perfectly content if they don't fight at all before Castle Age comes in, because he's got his economy set up for the Britons really, really nicely, and he's got room to add those TCs safely when he reaches Castle Age.
Well, adding a lot of those skirmishers will be delaying Nubin's uptime, just because they do cost a little bit of food as well as wood. Whereas Boom, he's making primarily archers now, just archers now. So that's only costing him wood and gold. So with 16 on food, he should be able to get the resources he needs for Castle Age really quick. And he has both 200 stones still available to him, which means come Castle Age, you wouldn't be surprised to see him drop some town centers. Britons getting 50% off their wood costs for their TCs. Pretty good.
Yep. And that's exactly what Boom is thinking. But there is a risk here. Boom has come forward with these archers. It's around the time you want to send them back if you're just working away on walls, and these skirmishers have armor. And this is a great call out here from Nubin, finding these archers. And if he doesn't miss micro here, he should be able... No, you got to get aggressive with these skirms, man. You should be able to take out all of this archer mass from Boom that is forward. So we have 7 archers forward here, and Boom is going to get away, and Nubin lets him get away. This is tragic. We need those archers dead because the Britons player is going to be up to Castle Age faster than you, and you want to make sure they don't have that many crossbows as Boom clicks now.
Exactly. And then Boom is doing just what you said. He's clicked up. He doesn't want to risk those archers because come castle, they'll have extra range. They can be upgraded to crossbows. Sorry, so archers to crossbows, and we just want to keep them safe. There's no point really to poke and prod around Nuben's base when there's so many skirmishers afoot. So I like this decision making from him. And Nubin, on the other hand, he's got 20 farms going or 20 on food, so he should be clicking up very quickly as well. Do you think we'll see elite skirmisher from him? I feel like yes.
It's difficult, right? It's like, how many skirms are you gonna have left over once these crossbows come in? Are your feudal age skirms gonna be sniped down? And will skirms be enough to defend against the Britain range and a player with potentially better micro than you? The question for Boom, or for Nubin right now is kind of like, can he clear up these archers or a number of these archers before Boom gets the castle age? And then does he go into a siege workshop in defense, or does he go elite skirm in defense?
We'll have to see. It's anything goes at this point in the game, but he's pumping out more skirmishers, so he seems to want to maybe go for some more skirmy wormies here. And Boom, excellent job keeping his range production going.
Yeah, gate being added from Nubin behind. And once again, Nubin, he backs away. He backs away from the archers. He's waiting for Castle Age himself. He's waiting for the upgrades. The crossbow upgrade wasn't in yet. The bodkin arrow upgrade wasn't in yet. And those crossbows are going to be a threat at the back of his base. And his skirmishers are just going to be sitting at the front. And until he gets the elite skirm upgrade with bodkin of his own, there's just simply nothing he can do about those units. His Boom's has the full walls, but stretches out for a TC. Maybe he doesn't have a lot of flat ground to build it. Yeah, he's a little bit housed there, but that is a interesting TC, to say the least. Maybe there's no flat ground in the back of his base to build one, but he's on the hill now with the crossbows. He deleted it.
Oh, okay. I was gonna see if that was a hole. You can't even see it. But okay, the Mongol is now in Castle Age. First order of business, armor. He does not have, what is it, 230 wood for elite skirms?
Don't ask me resources for techs. I don't know.
All right.
I have no idea. I've been playing this game forever, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Ellie. Do you even want to invest the resources after you've lost all of your skirms there? He's going to lose the villagers.
Oh, no, these villagers.
Like, this is why you want to clear them up when there's still archers, right? You want to dive in with the skirms. Even if you lose your whole army, if you take out the army from Boom, this never happens. This never happens, and Boom is coming forward with Siege Workshop now.
To be fair, if Boom lost those initial, 6, 7 archers, he still would have 20 crossbows on the field now. So he would be fine, and that forward Siege Workshop does look scary. 26 plus Mangonel defense. He's got Botkin already, extra range. I think Nubin wants that castle. Can he even get it up, though? That's the question.
Yeah, if he gets a castle, it'll give him access to Mangadai. He's running with the villagers. It's full panic mode. He's going for the castle here, but Boom is on the other side, and Boom can see that castle with his cross. Oh, I've been in this situation so many times. I feel his pain. I feel Nubin's pain. He wants the castle in defense, but it's simply just going to be denied. And if he commits here with the villagers, all of the villagers are going to die. Oh, no.
Well, he's retreating. He's retreating.
Oh, I just feel like I'm playing as Nubin right now, or maybe he's role playing as me, because I've been in this situation before, and he taps out. Boom is going to win this one. Boom clearly had a game plan coming in here with the Britons. He was allowed to full wall. He was allowed to escape with his archers in the feudal age transition. Nubin kind of ran away with the skirmishers twice when he could have cleared up the numbers, and Boom got through the walls of Nubin. Nubin, though, had a pretty good castle age time. Actually, really good castle age time there. He got the walls up. Unfortunately, just matched up against a player who has a lot more experience than he does.
Well, GG's well played. I hope both had fun playing. It was certainly very, very entertaining to watch. The Britons, I mean, would you say they're still S tier?
It really depends on your style as a player, right? If you play that more defensive style with the archers and you can be comfortable with getting your walls up and you micro well, they can be A tier, I think. I don't think they're S tier anymore, but Boom feels
Anymore?
very comfortable with them. So maybe that's Boom's approach, right? He likes playing archers. He likes playing a little bit slower, and then once he takes some good fights, he really takes advantage with the snowball. We saw him immediately after he got in that wall and took out the skirms, he came forward with the siege workshop. So he's like waiting for his advantage to snowball, and then he piles on the pressure. It's not the initial plan, it's kind of like an adaptive plan behind. So good job from Boom. I'm excited to see what he can do. I think from having watched Boom in the past, he's one player that might pose a threat to someone like TRM.
Well, like we keep on coming back to it. It's just the best of one. The best of one for the quarters, best of one for the semis.
Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of pressure. Like, there's a lot of pressure. I know it's not an S tier event, but it is a potential to face someone on the main stage at a LAN.
Mm-hmm.
And even like casual community tournaments, when you play in them, you kind of like, oh, the heart starts going, you know, the heart starts pumping, the blood is going to the brain, and sometimes the decisions you make are, you look back in hindsight and you're thinking, why did I ever do that?
Biology with Dave. So the heart only
Mhm.
starts pumping when you're at a LAN. All other times,
Oh, I'm
not
clinically dead
working.
at all
And
other moments. Yeah, clinically deceased, absolutely done.
yeah, how many players qualify for Bern for Herofest? It's going to be the top one from today, and then the top one qualifying from next week's qualifier for the pro bracket, and then we'll also see the same thing for the Grumpy. So the pro tournament and then the Grumpy, the newbie one.
Yep.
So
And we've already seen
elusive.
some fun matches between some guys probably on the edge of that Grumpy tournament as well. We saw 900 elo versus a 1k elo earlier. Good play from the 1k though, and managed to triumph there. And now we're gonna head into a little bit of a break here. We've had a few matches, so we will be taking a few minutes. And we'd like to thank you all for being patient. We'd like to thank you all for being here as well. We're having a good morning for me, afternoon for those of you in Switzerland, and plenty of matches to come. Welcome back, everyone. We are going to continue our matches for Digitec Playground. We have had a number of matches so far. They've been fairly entertaining, and we are getting into the good ones shortly. And we should be starting our playoff bracket in a little bit here. We just have to make our way through the Swiss stage, of course. I'm back here with Ellie. Thank you for waiting. We just needed a short break. And while this is going on, the Grumpy matches have been going as well. I've been looking at the ladder, or sorry, the match links flying in the Discord, and the results are coming in as we're casting these ones. So lots of activity there. It's encouraging to see the amount of signups as well. The Swiss community for Age of Empires is going strong, and that's always nice to see. It's, the big tournaments we see all the time, the S tiers and whatnot, are fantastic for the pros, but it's these little, community ones for our Grumpy players that get people involved. And who knows, maybe some of them are going to be on the main stage in a couple of years if they practice enough. Right, Ellie? That's your goal.
Aww.
You're going to be on the main stage as well. Are you still practicing?
Oh yeah, I gotta be grinding. I gotta be grinding 26 hours a day for that to be a reality, I think. But you know what is even more enjoyable than playing? Watching.
Watching that. Okay.
Watching the game. Casting the
Casting.
game. So
Big
I
casting
need
energy. Yeah. We can point out all the mistakes that we would make at the same time. I tell you, I
exactly.
felt for Nubin in that last game, right? Just because a couple decisions, he could have been in a much better position, even with Boom being the more experienced player, right? If he had cleared up some of the archers earlier, they would have never got into the back there. Maybe he gets his castle up, maybe he gets into Mangadai, and then maybe we have some issues for Boom going forward. But instead, Boom out micros him in a couple of instances, and then Boom is just in a position to clear him up. And it's unfortunate, but I feel it because I've been there before. I think we've all been there if you've played competitive Age of Empires too. And don't get me wrong, this is just as competitive as any of those top tournaments because these guys want to be on the main stage and they want to be proclaimed as the best player in Switzerland.
Of course, of course. And I think shortly we're going to be getting into another Grumpy matchup. So we'll look forward to see what kind of strategies they have prepared for us. This is the best of one, so players are probably going with their favorite civ, the civ they're most comfortable with. Maybe they have their old rusty, dusty, tried and true strategy. I'm looking forward to seeing it for sure. What civs do you think because we've seen Britons, we've seen Franks. Are you suspecting other one have like a favorite civ?
I want to see Romans. I really want to see Romans. I want to see like some sort of infantry push. In terms of classic favorite civilizations, like Huns was played earlier, right? Vietnamese and Ethiopians, and I like the name. I like the name Dave Tier. There we go. That's a completely separate tier. We have S tier, we have A tier, we have B tier, C tier, D tier, Dave tier. I like
Do you
to
know
think
what
that that's
else
only the
tier means
highest
in German?
quality games. What?
Animal.
I am an animal. There we go. It all checks out. It's all coming together here in our qualifiers. And Dave is going to be playing as the Ethiopians. Massias is going to be playing as
Messiahs?
Vietnamese here, and he's got himself a good map. He's got a big back wood line, back berries, back gold as well, and he can easily wall this up on the side and get something rolling with the Vietnamese. He pulls in the Rhino, doesn't lose a villager. And remember, this is a Grumpy matchup, so not losing a villager to the Rhino is a success. I think it can be.
We'll take it. We'll take those victories. But as I just wanted to get into, usually when in lower elos, you have a preference of either range units or scouts into knights. And so both of these players, judging based on purely their civilization picks, seem to be more comfortable with the archer play. And both civs, very, very good archers. Ethiopians, obviously, with that faster firing rate,
Mhm.
really, really strong advantage there for them. And Vietnamese having extra HP, will take it.
Yeah, also at lower levels, like knowing where your opponent's TC is huge, right? Because you're probably not going to run your scout right into the town center. Although I am ashamed to say I have lost my scout playing as Vietnamese running into the opponent's town center before. So it's not always a foolproof method, but it's a really, really nice bonus. I'm looking up the ratings of these two players now. Dave Tier is 1147 and Messias is 997. So we've got roughly a 150 elo gap between the two of them. Dave should be favored, but it is a doable matchup here for yellow.
Beautiful garrison, by the way, by Dave here. Got that really weak villager into the town center. Saves her. And idle time for yellow a little bit higher. Dave keeping that 0-0 idle TC time. That's pretty impressive. And the Vietnamese player, like you said, does know where Dave's TC is. So what is the scout doing right now? Is he just scouting or are we pushing some deer?
I think the scout is looking in the top side and scouting out the rest of the map. So Dave is looking around here with his Ethiopian scout, and the scout from yellow, I believe, is in the left corner of the map. So right now, Dave has already eliminated the potential for yellow being in the north, and he's looping around to the other side. And he should roughly know where his opponent is. Messias is he's on a journey. He's on a journey to the north. He sees the camels. He knows where the TC is from his opponent. Dave doesn't have
Uh-oh.
that information. It's important
Uh-oh.
information. He's coming in hot. He's coming in so
Uh-oh.
hot right now, and he's into the TC.
Oh
Should have picked
no!
Vietnamese. Should have gone Vietnamese, buddy. Dave losing the scout. Maybe that makes this
Yeah,
matchup
that's
a
where
little
you're
bit more
wrong,
even here.
Bucko.
Oh,
Ay,
he
ay,
lost
ay.
the villager too. No.
Oh no, he got razzled dazzled. Well, there was one villager who's super, super weak. I don't know if that was that one. I think it was a girl. So underneath the TC, if I'm not mistaken, there should be a villager on her last breath there. If we come forward with some archers, it's like one or two shots and she'd be a goner too. But hey, the idle time has neutralized itself, right? Because Vietnamese player has a minute of idle time. Dave with just 1 second. So villager wise, he's actually up by one.
Yep. He villager takes 25 seconds to produce, so he's actually up by one and a little bit as we see Loom coming in for our Vietnamese player. He's got more than enough food to click up, and he is going to click. And Dave, well, he's getting Loom himself, and he's going to go up with 22 population. Would be 23 if he kept the scout alive, but of course the scout died to the TC there. So it's actually looking fairly decent for our underdog here, Messias. I mean, he's already killed the scout. He knows where the TC is from his opponent, and he doesn't know that his opponent's lost a villager already. But that is very, very nice for him as the walls are coming up from Dave. And I actually kind of like those walls. The only thing I don't like about it is the fact that he's walled to the gold, which can be a risky proposition, right? As you get more experience in the game, you learn that walling to the gold, especially against a civ that tends to go archers, not quite the greatest. You usually want to spend a little bit more wood and wall around so it can't be ranged.
Exactly, especially because it looks like the Ethiopian is gonna want to go for his own archers, so he'll definitely want gold access so he can pump those out. You know, there could be something to be said if we were going for scouts, then you
Mhm.
won't need gold right away. Maybe we can justify it in some other way here. But Ethiopians, they get 100 extra food, 100 extra gold upon going up to the next stage, correct?
Yep. And I
That'll
want
be
to
a
see
nice
I
little
want to
pick
see
me up.
double range from him. He's got the wood for it.
Ooh.
He's got 2 on gold right now, but he's going to get 100 as you just mentioned. He's got 1 villager waiting, so maybe it's only 1 range and a blacksmith, but pile on the pressure, dude. Go double range. He's got 1 archer range there. Not doing it yet. Should add the blacksmith shortly. And it's big walls from Messias. And he knows he can get away with this because there's no scout. from his opponent. So he'll open up with a range, go for the walls on this side. He scouted this early. Eco upgrades coming in from our Ethiopians player. No eco upgrades from our Vietnamese player, which is unfortunate because that's a big bonus for them, right? Only having to spend food and getting those upgrades a lot faster. However, he does have 6 bills queued, so idle TC time in the future. Not quite there, and he's the one going for the double archer range.
I like it. This is a man who knows what he wants. I think he'll need to put up a couple more villagers onto the gold mines, though. I don't know if 4 is going to be enough. Usually you want, what, 7? Around 7 vills, 7 to 8 vills to sustain double range production. But maybe he's anticipating to make 1 archers, 1 skirmishers, kind of what the Ethiopian is doing.
Yeah, and we've
Maybe.
got a second archer range here from Dave as well. So it's double range versus double range, kind of old school thinking here with the archer players. Used to be very, very prominent. You go for both of those production buildings, and both of them have enough housing space to continue production. Spearman is out from Dave to just add some value against that scout that still exists for Messias, but Messias is going for the full walls on his side. He is walling to the edge of the map as he builds up archers in the front. I wonder how long it takes for him to start to come forward.
Well, I wonder how long it would take. I mean, I like how he's walling up here with houses and doing a double wall already, because I mean, the benefit of having a big wall is you have a lot of land protected, but the drawbacks is if a wall far away from your base starts getting attacked, by the time you get there to reinforce it with villagers, your opponent's already in. So just having that foresight and walling it in with some houses, double palisades, gonna buy him some time. That's a really good play from yellow.
Archer number super solid here from Messias, and Dave is actually the first one to go forward with less military. You can see him just struggling to deal with that scout. Messias came forward trying to cut off reinforcements, but Messias is here and Dave needs to back up, and that scout is getting so much value, right? Picks off the archer, and once the other archer and maybe the spearman are dead, it can freely work away on those skirmishers. So you see the value of keeping that guy alive and not running into the TC. Courtesy of the Vietnamese knowing exactly where that TC is. And he pulls the scout back in time. Little bit of idle TC time creeping in now for yellow, as his 6 villagers queued have run their course, and he's going to have to queue up a few more. But so far, doing fairly well as he adds in more farms behind this to get his food eco up.
The gold upgrade coming in for Dave, interesting. I feel like it would be more efficient for him just to add a few more villagers to the gold mine, but we'll take it. Also picking up some armor, excellent, and lots of gold in the stockpile here for Messias. I feel like a market could be helpful to rebalance that eco a little bit, but both doing a nice job of keeping armies created alive. Might see a big engagement here.
Yeah, yellow just needs to keep that production up, right? He stalled out a little bit to get fletching. Just needs to keep archers coming out, but maybe now with the full walls, he feels fairly comfortable. And like you said, he can drop a market and buy his way up to the next age. He's actually getting the armor, but he's not producing from his archer ranges. Need to keep those rolling, and it queues up 9.
Yeah, he had
the panic. He had the absolute panic moment of realizing, oh God, my ranges haven't been producing for the last 2 minutes. How do I overcorrect this? He goes for 9 archers in the queue, and he still has the hole at the front, but he's got the TC there to protect, so he should be fine. And Dave is going to have to look for another way in. And I don't think there really is one on this side, because it's excellent walling from yellow. He didn't even wall to the wood line. He walled in front of the wood line.
Well, the berries are just about to get eaten, so very good timing for them. They're all going to run away or not, just kind of, hang around the water cooler for a bit. And villager wise, both have been creating the villagers, not too much of a discrepancy there. Well, 36-38, but military 15-15. Both are pumping out those archers, but there hasn't been too much of a crazy engagement. It's like both are waiting for something.
I wonder if either player is going to add scouts here. It's much better for the Vietnamese to add scouts because they can go into bloodlines, right? So that stable is going to add value. later on, but he's trying for the flank attack. They both have armor, they both have fletching, and the archers are being pulled wildly out of position, but there's not many skirms there for Dave. So the archers will be able to clear up this army, and now he can kind of push forward military advantage +4 army on the field here for Messiahs.
Both, yeah, both have the blacksmith upgrades. No more skirmishers for Dave, but with the help of a friend, aka the market, he's going on up.
He is on the way up to Castle Age, and he's going to get 100 food, 100 gold when he reaches there. So the eco is looking quite nice. 13 on food is very good. And, you know, that gold mining upgrade coming in clutch now, I think it's paid for itself as he has 10 villagers on the gold. And as long as he keeps up production, he's going to be fine. But Messiah's going for a market of his own at his base, and he's going to be clicking up shortly too. And he's got himself a fairly decent eco as well. More food in the bank, so maybe a stable could be viable here, or maybe he wants to get that elite skirm upgrade right away in Castle Age. Right now, he's still got 9 archers queued. My man is really compensating for the amount of time that his archer ranges weren't producing earlier.
Well, Dave's not making any more archers, which is an interesting play. Usually, there you know. Wow.
Yeah, he
As soon
queues
as
up
you
some more.
mentioned it, he's like, let's
Yep.
just queue up 5. I was going to say maybe he wants to switch into something else, but no. Ethiopians with 15 archers, you want to pump out as many as you can, because unlike when you're going scouts to knights, you can't be massing scouts and then upgrading them magically into knights. But you can do that with archers, right? Your feudal units get upgraded in the Castle Age, and with ranged units especially, you get that nice power spike.
This is sick from Yellow. He's going for the armor. He's adding in this stable, and he fully realizes he has the food eco to add in some cavalry. Now, what that cavalry is going to be is another question, right? Is he going to go knights or is he going to go elephants? You never know at this level. Second TC being added now from Dave as he gets to the Castle Age. He's going to secure that gold and also have a wood line, and that TC will kind of protect that flank as well. He gets wow, heavy plow and thumb ring, crossbow, bodkin.
Yo, this
Bowstone.
man.
Oh my goodness, my dude is getting everything. We're gonna have Ethiopian crossbows with thumb ring. That is kind of wild.
I feel like we're gonna be primed to see a university real quick. I'm feeling. But I have a question. So Vietnamese crossbows with the extra HP, or the Ethiopians with the extra attack? Who wins? Who's better?
It depends. It depends on the micro. I think if they're standing still, I still don't know. It depends on the micro. It depends on the upgrades, right? Elite skirm coming in right away for Yellow, which is probably the correct choice. He made 1 scout from that stable, and he is now in Castle Age. Gonna get that crossbow upgrade in. Gonna get bodkin, and elite skirm might be an issue, but look at how fast these archers are firing, and they're not missing with thumb ring. And the micro is so far is pretty good from Dave as Yellow tries to catch up. Remember, Dave has 2 TCs behind this, so he's going to slowly creep ahead in the villager count, and Dave is getting the +2 armor, also going into pikemen. He saw the stable, and he's kind of overreacting a little bit. He gets the pikeman upgrade for free, but still, those aren't adding a ton of value just yet.
Yo, check out the stable use from Messiahs.
Elephants. Shout out to Zelos, who says it's obviously knights, though. Nobody plays elephants. Clearly,
no one
studying
exactly.
the strategies in the Grumpy bracket here as the Siege Workshop comes up from Messiahs. And he's going to have that Siege Workshop forward. And he has these skirmishers to aid in the queue. Elephants are coming forward. And apparently Dave read this decision because now the pikeman looks super smart here. He knew what he was going to be facing up against. Pikeman doing so much damage against the elephants.
The elephants, though, I mean, they don't have bloodlines, but when you have a unit that has a gazillion HP out the gates, is like the extra 25 HP. Can that make, or 20 HP, whatever it is. It's going to make that much of a difference. But actually, I wanted to bring it back to thumb ring, because I think a lot of people are confused between thumb ring and ballistics. In one sentence, Dave, the difference, please.
Thumb ring, you hit targets that are stationary. ballistics, you hit targets that are moving as long as they stay on the path that they were on when you fired the shot.
Beautiful. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you very much for that. Another town center being built for the Vietnamese player. We like it. He is behind in the villager count. Dave has been booming on 2 TCs for quite a bit now.
Mhm.
So there's an 18 difference. And I don't know if the Vietnamese player can kill that difference of eco
I
in the next few minutes.
I do like the composition better from him, though. Right?
It's
The only
better.
thing I would like to see here is the +2 armor for the skirmishers, but with the knights on the field, and we see some really good control from him, looping this knight all the way around. He's going to be able to snipe that mangonel. No, the mangonel stays alive, and he gets hit by another shot. Oh, tragedy
Oh,
ensues.
and the Repairville is there too.
Oh, she was repairing the open ground, but the mangonel was regaining health. So thank you, AoE to DE. The Scorpion.
Beautiful, beautiful AoE logic right there. I
Mhm.
like it.
Scorpion being mixed in to deal with the skirm or the pikemen. Scorpion not really
Mm-hmm.
that useful in this situation because your skirms and crossbows are already dealing with that. And there's a mangonel behind here from yellow, which can nuke that Scorpion in one shot. But can he manage to micro against this army and then clear up that mangonel? It's a dicey situation, right? The mangonel's already gotten a ton of value so far, and he's gonna back away.
The Mangonel was a wonderful addition, and he says one Mangonel was great, two will be even better. So he's gonna pump out another one. Crossbow's still coming on out. No ballistics yet for him, but Thumbring already in. And are we gonna see a switch into? No, not full skirm. I don't think he's gonna go full skirm right now. It doesn't make sense to go full skirm versus Mangonels.
Yeah,
Not
it's a
recommended.
situation where you kind of need to snipe the mangonels with your knights, and then you can deal with the rest of the army, right? But you need to snipe the mangonels with the knights or your own mangonels, and then if you feel like you're behind in eco, you're gonna have to go onto stone, which Messiah's has done right now, and you're gonna have to go for a castle, either defensively to buy yourself a little bit of time, or aggressively to pressure your opponent. Right now, Dave has kind of been housed a few times. He's keeping his villagers queued up in the TCs, but he's floating a lot of resources here. So maybe needs to put some more farms down on the field. I see he's going for a third TC at the back, still protecting the middle of the map here with mangonels. And Messias is just unable to advance. Love the outpost in the center as well. Beautiful.
A feat to behold. But speaking of castles for Vietnamese, Rat and Archers, the unique unit, are a little bit of an anti-archer archer, right? With their extra pierce armor and things of that nature. How will they be stacking up versus Ethiopians?
Pretty good. Pretty good, especially once you get the archer armor, right? But the problem with Ratans, you only have one building to produce from. So it's going to be an issue. We see crossbows dying in the center here. Messias sniping those down. And Dave is going to be forced to go for a couple extra mangonels. Looks like this mangonel over here from Messias has taken out the initial mangonels from Dave, and it takes out another one and might be able to get a good shot. No.
Oh! Hey, okay, a mango trade, we'll take it. I love the position of Dave on that hill. Just camping that hill.
Mhm.
Wonderful. He's also got 14 villagers on stone. Same thing as Matthias, or Messiah, sorry. And I feel like castles are on the horizon.
I think the key thing here for me is just like David keeps adding eco behind. He's kept the idle TC time at a minimum other than the times he's been housed. He's adding more farms now, so he realized he had too much wood in the bank. And the outposts in the center with Ethiopians, they get extra vision from them. They don't cost extra stone, so it's only wood cost. And because of those outposts, there's really no surprises whatsoever. And he's just kind of holding this middle map control, waiting for enough stone for a castle.
Well,
It's actually
military
like
speaking,
it doesn't look like the level that we came in here with, like 900 or sorry 1K versus 1K 50. It's actually pretty good stuff from both of these guys so far.
I feel like you can't compare 1K now with 1K from 2 years ago. I feel like elo inflation. Well, is it elo inflation? I'm just saying the level of players across the board is going up.
Yeah,
Is
elo
what I want to
inflation
say.
only really takes effect at around like it starts taking effect around 12 or 1300. But there's a castle here from Messias. He's trying to defend that stone, but the crossbows are here. Still no ballistics, I believe, from
Oh
Dave. Yeah,
boy,
no ballistics, but he's gonna be able to
mangonel on the
deny this
way.
castle. And the mangonel's coming in, and the elephants are gonna try and deal with the mangonel, but thumbring Ethiopian crossbows will kill the elephants. The scorpion goes down as well, and the castle is just firmly denied.
This
Rough
is
position.
where we hold our knee and sigh. For yellow here, he's down to 2 crossbows right now. His villager count isn't looking the healthiest either.
Yeah, and there's really not much he can do. That castle was his way to buy time to add eco behind, right? But instead he ended up losing eco. He's sending villagers to the north, maybe thinking forward castle, but there's a castle from Dave coming forward on his base. So this is going to be trouble. Dave, please do not nuke your own castle, my friend. Please do not attack that stable while your villagers are building this castle. Please, please, please. Okay, he stopped. He stopped. Okay. Disaster averted.
I got a little nervous there. Too. There were these 3-4 villagers up north from yellow. Do you think he's gonna do a castle drop?
It's
I'm
bold.
looking at
It
them.
is bold, and I appreciate the energy a lot. I love the energy here. He's punching away at that lion.
Oh
And
no! In
then
the
Dave has
Mother
spotted
Nature
it.
guy is not a big fan. Oh, and now Dave sees it. He's not. He's just gonna take 3 men here, and let's go.
But there's more villagers there. There's more villagers, and Messias is trying to open the game up. I like the
boxing
idea.
gloves!
Yep, the boxing villagers are going at it. There's a tower from Dave. Could send some military as well. It should probably be on the way. He's going to complete his castle forward, and if there's any military that arrives here, that castle is going to be denied. And yeah, that castle's denied by the crossbows. Meanwhile, at the front of Messias's base, it's not getting any better. And he even drops a 3-3 in the chat. Create extra villagers before calling the GG.
I like the boldness, the last ditch effort. Maybe in some parallel universe, it would have been a great play. But Mr. Dave on the ball sees it and says, He puts the mitts on the villies.
Yep.
Makes it
And
care of the
I
situation.
thought that was pretty well played from both, honestly. Like the engagements were good. The macro was pretty good behind, and it was probably our most competitive match we've had so far today. It's just the higher rated player eventually got it under control. He went for the map control in the center, the vision, he got the upgrades, and he was in a fantastic position. So I believe we have our leaderboard coming in shortly as far as our results go so far. And there's been a couple games, of course, off the stream here. We're only playing some of the featured ones. So you can see a TRM there with 2 wins, and it's 2 wins all the way for our top 8. Oh boy.
I'm really looking forward to this next game. I think you'll like it too. I'm excited for it. I'm
Yeah, and
excited for it.
we've got Boom against Pyro, which is a really good
Yeah.
matchup, right? 1721 you can see there for Boom. I think he peaked at like 1900 or something, so he's certainly got higher potential than that. And Pyro's at 1829, so we got a nice little match coming up
Mm-hmm.
for our
Mongols.
next game.
So can I spoil the civs? I mean, I like, but I've said it once before. I love Mongols. I'm a Mon cow.
Don't if you've said it once, you've said it 100 times, and you really should have stopped. But here we are, Mongols against Britons, and Boom once again going with the comfort pick, right? Picking the Britons here.
Why not? There's no point in reinventing the wheel when you're really good with one civ. You like them? It's a best of one. Spam it all the way.
And
This
he
is the
did
second
well with
round of
them
the Swiss
last time.
stage, right?
Yeah, but he did well with them last time. But I mean, You're against a different tier of opponent here. Boom has a beautiful base for Britons. Absolutely stunning base back here. We love the feng shui of this. We've got two thick wood lines on either side. We've got gold in the back. We've got a stone in the back. The berries aren't too far forward, and that's easily wallable. And if we look over at Pyro's base, well, he's got a forward gold in the wood, forward wood line, couple forward wood lines, but also easily wallable. He's already pushed
I
in one
think we're
deer
gonna
as
see
well.
some walls. I mean,
Mhm.
that's standard. He's getting the boars, pushing the deer, everything that you expect to see in high level play. It's happening.
Deer being pushed in from Pyro. 2 on wood over there. So there's your build right there, Ellie. The 2 on wood, and he's even pulling one away to go for a house. So it's 1 on wood for the time being as he continues pushing in the hunt. And I wonder if he goes up no loom, if he goes up like 17, 18 pop, could be kind of crazy with the up times. And that's one way to punish the Britons. Britons in competitive meta right now at the highest tier. A lot of people favor the 2 drush, like 2 militia drush into archers type of strategy. And I wonder if Boom goes for that. Did he just shoot that deer with his TC by accident? Is there any food left on that deer?
I was just gonna say, I
He
don't know if
did.
there's food left on. He
He
did.
did.
Oh,
He
tragic.
shot it.
The
He
nerves, man. The
shot it
nerves.
down. The nerves. Yep.
Mm.
He was bringing the boar at the same time, and he just wasted like 40 seconds of his time pushing in that deer.
Exactly, because you have to put in the effort there to push the deer to your TC. So Boom's gonna have a little bit of a breather there, because that is, especially for Mongols, they get food from the hunt a little bit faster. So being down a deer is not, it's worse that the, I mean, it would have been worse if the boar died. So if we look at it how it could have went down, best case scenario, might see a little bit of a scuffle here. No, Boom seems to want to disappear. Pyro's on his way up to the feudal age with 17 pop, very early uptime. So he will have the faster and stronger scout in just 2 minutes time. And I think Boom is then going to want to stick around at home. Doesn't want to lose his scout, of course.
Damn, 17 pop, no loom. I think, anyway. 17 population. Can we check the villagers
he's
here?
got loom.
Oh,
He's
they
got
do have
loom.
loom. They do have loom. Okay, cool. Did not see that come in, but apparently he did get it. At the end of the day, loom coming in for loom for boom. Hashtag. And he's going to go up with 20 population. Same build he had last time, just add an archer range and hope to get it to a position where boom can boom with loom.
Yeah, again, the Britons having 50% discount on their wood costs for those town centers, so really affordable for them. And a boomed Britain situation, it's pretty good. I don't know what I'm trying to say here.
Boom's boom is boom. I don't know, but apparently he had a phone call, so he's a busy man. It's a busy man there. They had a pause. We're just catching up in this game. This was played just a little while ago, and the barracks is being added from Boom. He'll probably go for 1 archer range. He's read his map correctly. He knows that he has a fantastic map behind here. And he goes for the wall at the back and stretches out now towards that gold. He doesn't want to engage against the scout just yet because his opponent is in feudal age. He does have the hill advantage here, but Pyro is going to take back the hill on this side, and Boom is going to attempt to get away with that villager. Pyro
Yeah, so
over microing a little bit, missing a couple of those shots.
Will we be able to get the kill here?
Yep.
Mr. Boom is saving him with his own scout, but the thing is, Pyro is able to keep this side open for a little while longer. I don't know if his scouts will make it in time, though.
No, his scouts are going to have to be followed up by something else. Either he goes scouts, he controls the map, and he walls up behind and tries to get to Castle Age, or he adds an archer range of his own, because there's really no way to crack this defense for Boom with just scouts, especially the way Boom is walling towards the TC. If you manage to sneak in there, maybe you can do some damage, but you've already been hit a couple times by the scout from Boom and by the TC from Boom. So your scouts are a little bit weak here. It's going to be tough to take care of the villagers, especially with a spearman on the way from Boom, which he's probably just going to use defensively.
I'd like to point out though that Pyro, despite going scouts, is not going for his horse collar, which traditionally players used to do, right? Because you want to be efficient. And nowadays, it seems like eco upgrades are falling off the bandwagon, and Pyro's keeping up. So this is some high level strats here. Right now, it's going to enable him to have one more scout on the field, but in the long run, just not having extra food on your farms, it's going to be a big strain on the wood economy. So we'll have to see how Pyro manages to weasel out of that situation. He did get the wood upgrade. Both players did.
Yeah. Well, that's the difference between going up 20 population and going up 17 population, right? You just simply can't afford horse collar, especially if you're going to go for an archer range follow up, which is exactly what Pyro is going to do. He's going to play scout skirm at the beginning, might add in a few archers, but right now his eco can't really sustain a mining camp and villagers on gold to go for those archers. So he's just going to go skirms. He's going to try and deal with the spearmen from Boom and the archers from Boom with his skirms, and then prevent the pressure from coming in with the scouts patrolling the front side of the map. I think he knows he can't really do too much damage as he's fighting off some tigers in the center here, and that's annoying when you have only skirmishers. Can't really apply too much pressure, but at least he can keep his opponent on his side of the map and not coming and sneaking archers around to his wood lines or whatnot.
That's true. And the skirmishers are going to be really, really nice versus both the archers and the spears. So, really nice play. And we'll see if the skirmishers can at least harass and poke and prod and reduce the efficiency of Boom's berry villagers there. Idle TC time, a little bit more for Boom. He's got essentially lost an extra villager from his idle time there. And will we get a kill here at the berries? No.
No, does not take any villagers. The spearmen are chasing, but the skirmishers are clearing those up. Boom is getting fletching now. And Boom has some decisions to make, right? Does he full commit onto defense on these berries? He's actually sending the villagers back, and he manages to snipe one of those weak scouts, which is fantastic. But the berries are still out of reach for the time being. Do you defend the berries, or do you send your archers forward? Because you do have a spearman. I think you send your archers forward. And that's exactly what Boom is doing. Like, the skirmishers and scouts at the back are a non-threat. As long as they're on the other side of the wall, you have enough farms now. You don't need to go back out to those berries. And you send your archers around. You try and be as sneaky as possible with these. You scouted the wood line.
Sneaky.
Mm-hmm. You've scouted all that stuff. You come around and you kill some vills.
Are those two scouts or two skirms coming forward in the middle from Pyro?
I think
that are
was,
joining the other army. I think they're scouts.
Skirms. Yeah, there's skirms and there's another scout in the queue.
Okay. Because Mongols do get extra line of sight on their scouts. So I was hoping maybe he would have seen Boom come forward, but judging by the fact that he keeps on pumping his army towards Boom's base, it seems like he has not yet scouted that. But Pyro's walled more or less, right? He just has a little bit left to full wall, and he's working away at Boom's wall, trying to get in.
I think Pyro knew that this was coming, even without scouting it. I think he definitely knew, because you just simply haven't seen the archers, right? You knew the range was there, but you didn't see anything. And now he's just meandering his way past the TC, but the archers are in here from Boom. And does Boom dive? Boom should dive. Oh, he can't quite get in there. Great house from Pyro to deny this. The gold is still cut off. Pyro is sending his army of skirmishers back to deal with the archers, but Boom has managed to pull the pressure away from his base, and Boom is in a position where maybe he can get up to Castle Age a little bit quicker. Also clearing up the house walls on this side, attacking the villagers a little bit, and Pyro is waiting for scout numbers. He already got the armor on his scouts, and he's waiting for the skirms, so he's going to be able to clear up all of these archers.
Exactly. That's a really good play, but he's not getting any gold income right now. So he had 17 on food, and then he made his mining camp. So you can tell that Castle Age was on his mind, but now he's going to have to adapt because that plan is not really possible at the moment. But beautiful cleanup over here. But boom, back at home, he's pumping out more archers. He's going to have resources for castle soon. And Pyro is going to need to use the market because he wants to keep his time good.
Look at that from Boom. He's gone for the half-built tower just in case he gets pressured here again, and he needs that. But he's not going to continue building it because he wants the stone for a second TC. So he still has enough stone on there if he deletes that for the second TC. He can't make a third one, but he's going to keep that in reserve. And if he feels the need to complete that tower at any point, he can just send a few villagers to that. There is armor here for yellow, though, and I think there's an argument to be made for maybe considering diving in here with the scouts. It's a bit risky, but with the armor, you might be able to swing it. Pyro is about to click up to Castle Age himself. Boom is going to have about a minute advantage to the next stage.
So Pyro's selling a stone, basically saying no boom. He's saying no to the boom, and boom's like, we gotta have it. He deleted that tower, like you called it, so he's gonna have enough for one town center. Could also be on some stone. I feel like, well, Mangadai versus longbows, how does that matchup work?
You don't make longbows as Britons. That's how the matchup works.
All right.
You make arbalists, I think. Longbows are just too. I want longbows to work, but they just simply don't, unless it's like Black Forest or something, or Arena, right? Somewhere with some choke points. But yeah, Mangadai definitely a potential, but I think we're a ways away from that.
Well, he's not mining any stone, yeah. So do you think we'll go for the step lancers instead?
Elite skirm should be the play here, right?
Okay. Well, he's got
Feels
6
like
skirmishers. He's making some more.
He didn't even have fletching there. He went for the armor only for his skirms. And Boom is placing a TC over on the right side, but there are scouts here. So he's going to need to clear these up with his crossbows before he goes out. And Pyro just keeps going past. Just passing. TC will go up. That gives him access to a second wood line. Whether he can advance across the field or not is a different issue, right? Because the skirms are going to be waiting. And maybe the elite skirm upgrade will be in before these crossbows reach his base. You're going to have to go elite skirm. Yeah.
Sorry, this hill is really scary, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that hill is somewhere that you need to control for both players. And, oh, Pyro might be in trouble here. Boom is coming across slow but steady so far this game. Elite skirm is coming in, but he really needs the second armor as well, as you see him using the market to get that. However, the TC is not complete yet, and that's dead villagers.
Oh no, say it ain't so. Say it ain't. Sorry, we said no singing. Mr. Boom is going to take advantage of this for sure. Didn't get any kills. Did he get any at this town center? Or are we going to manage to save them? Because Thumb Ring isn't in, right? I mean, Britons don't get Thumb Ring. And Ballistic's definitely not in either. But we're waiting for the 5 seconds for the armor to be in before we engage. And look at that. Armor is in. And I feel like with the scouts, Mr. Pyro's going to be quite happy to take this fight.
It all depends on the micro from Boom here. But the scouts do have the armor. And the skirmishers do have the second armor. So Boom, I think, needs to just YOLO onto villagers, and he's made the correct call. That's 1 dead villager, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dead villagers in addition to the 2 he killed earlier on the TC, and it is an 8-0 eco KD. Boom has just been playing slow. He's been playing steady. He's playing the Britons, and he's going one range into full wall, and so far it's working, Ellie, because he is ahead by 10 villagers now. And he only has 2 minutes of idle TC time here. He's booming at the back, and he's getting more walls up in front. And I think he went for a siege workshop too, and he's still got more crossbows. Beautiful play by Boom.
Yeah, Mr. Pyro's coming forward with that forward siege workshop on that lovely hill. He has a nice army, so he can probably defend that one villager, but he sees the siege workshop from Boom now. I don't know if that's gonna alter his opinion. No, he's gonna commit to this siege workshop. Does Boom see it? Is it within range? It looks like, yeah.
Yes, it's
we know it's
well
there.
within range. He sees it with his crossbows, and I think opening here, it's very strange, right? Do you go for a mangonel if you're pyro? If that siege workshop wasn't there from Boom, maybe you open with the ram to take out the archer ranges. But I think now with that siege workshop, there's an argument to be made, a really good one for going mangonel. But he does open ram. He's getting bodkin arrow now for his skirmishers. He's got these 3 knights, and it looks like they're looping around at the back, either the knights or the scouts, so he can distract his opponent while he pushes forward with the skirms at the same time.
Ready.
Well, armor for Boom is now in. Does that change his opinion? Does he want to engage? Like we already said, Britons with that extra range as soon as they get to castle. So with Botkin, will easily outrange those skirmishers, easily outrange even mangonels. So Pyro's in a little bit of a tough spot. 15 villagers down. The only saving grace here is at least he's keeping up with the value of the army. Like at least the pressure is on
he's on
Boom's side.
stone. He is on stone right now. So I think his idea, after losing all of those villagers, he knows he has map control, right? He's got the tech advantage currently with the +2 armor with the skirmishers, and he's got a siege workshop for it. So he wants to go for a castle, and he probably wants to go for a castle right beside that mill from Boom, the burning mill at the front there. So he's just kind of queuing up enough army to keep that castle foundation safe at the front as he pushes in towards the archer ranges. If he manages to take out the ranges, he'll cut the production from Boom of the crossbows. However, Boom's mangonel is in a good position with the crossbows supporting it to take out the rams for free. Mangonel from Pyro is in the siege workshop though, so kind of a risk from Boom to push forward.
Oh, I don't know if we needed to get it out. I feel like a flag in the siege workshop is such a good deterrent. Such a good deterrent. But it's on the hill, so that's really nice.
It's definitely like the get off my lawn kind of thing. Like stay off my lawn. I've got a flag on my siege workshop. You don't even know what's in here. You don't want to take that risk, buddy. But he's going to be able to take out the archer range with his mangonel. There is a villager repairing that, so well done for Boom. And Boom is trying to come in with the mangonels, but he loses one, goes 1 for 1, and the knights are diving in for the second. He does have a monk here. He's got multiple monks here as well, so great strategic play here from Boom. Mangonels to counter the rams and the skirmishers, crossbows to counter the knights, and then if the knights come in when your crossbows aren't there, your monks can convert them.
I have a comment, a pressing comment. So
usually castle. Sorry.
Usually, yeah, I was just gonna say, usually Mongols want to make their castles at home defensively, because you don't want to lose your castle if you're gonna go for your unique unit. But I was gonna say, I wonder if Pyro's gonna go really forward, really aggressive, because he knows he's so behind.
And big moments here for Pyro. Huge moments here for Pyro. He managed to split around the mangonel shots. It was excellent micro. The skirmishers are pushing in. They're sniping the monks, and the crossbows have to back up from that mangonel behind, and the rams are taking out the archer ranges. But what is the status on that castle? Did we lose villagers? Looks like he lost a couple, but there's still a few building it. And Boom is falling apart here, Ellie. I think this game is switching in favor of Pyro. Boom is absolutely falling apart.
It looks like Pyro is ready for winter. He's making a snowman.
A snowball? A snowball? A snowman?
Well, you know, a snowball. You snowman. You start with a snowball. Not important, but Boom. Check out Boom. He's so close to Imperial.
He is, and he's gone for a castle of his own, and basically that's the only way he can push it back, right? He's going to have to tread down that forward castle from Pyro. Unfortunately for Boom, with the rams here, with the mangonel, his base is going to be pressured on the front side, and he's going to be running out of gold sooner rather than later. He's only got those 2 tiles at the back there. I think his secondary golds are forward as well. So how is he going to be able to afford this is the question. Still has not clicked up yet. Skirmishers just belligerently pressuring in because he knows there's no mangonels. They have the armor. There's another siege workshop behind there from Boom. Does his mangonel come out in time to save the crossbows is the question. It's only at 70%. He's going to lose so many crossbows. It was looking so good for him, but some excellent micro, some excellent pressure, and a great build-up here from Pyro. has managed to put him in a terrible position. Big shot from the Mangonel there.
All I'm gonna say is Pyro skirming it out. Skirming it out. Oh,
He's
getting that
bringing the
mango
heat.
too.
I like that comment better. Pyro is bringing the heat. Thank you.
Oh, you don't like the skirming it out comments?
Well, I mean, he is skirming it out right now, and Boom is trying to worm his way out of this terrible position he's found himself in. He has enough stone for another castle, but where do you even put it? There's rams, there's mangonels, there's skirms, there's knights, there's everything.
Mangonite production is started, right? So that's a nice thing. They're on the field, just poking and prodding at the farms here. Boom on the way to Imperial, 2.5 minutes for him. But can he do something with it? How much gold does he have left in the back of his base? Look at that inefficiency. Oh, absolutely disgusting.
It's out. It's gone.
If you have young ones, if you have young eyes in the room, avert their eyes at this idle economy right now. Oh.
Yep. There is a neutral gold that's been pointed out to the right side, but Pyro's doing a fantastic job. Look at him. He's got the Magnetite all sitting there. He knows Boom can't expand that way, and there's no gold. There's absolutely zero gold to the left. Boom is looking for gold. He's going for outposts on the top side of the map, and or sorry, mining camp. I thought that was an outpost, but it's a mining camp. He's going for the stone. There's no gold. No gold to be had.
Gold. All the gold is like in the center area where Pyro's controlling it, and then way out to the right-hand side, and he knows.
Mm-hmm. He knows. GG coming in from Boom. I mean, he had himself such a good position. Such a good position, but that's the risk that you run when you play defensively, right? And your opponent gets the techs, he gets elite skirm, he gets the +2, he has the rams, he has the mangonels, he has the knights, and Boom, even with a better economy in the earlier stages of Castle Age, wasn't able to hold it off, and he wasn't able to deny the castle. Excellent micro from Pyro. If he didn't split around that initial mangonel shot, he would have lost that fight. Then he loses the castle foundation, and then Boom has the military and eco advantage. So some great fights, some great decision making from Pyro.
It was beautiful, beautiful play here. The Mongoling it out. Amazing. We've even got Boom in chat here, and he says, I literally exploded. Boom, you held on. There were some questionable choices that were made. But thank you for games. It was a very fun one.
I think he played pretty
GG.
well. Boom. Yeah, I think he did a pretty good job, right? It's just Pyro made all the right decisions. And then there was that one fight where the skirms are coming in, and the knights sniped the mangonel on the right side at the same moment as that. And the monks got sniped, the crossbows got sniped. There really wasn't anything that Boom could do past that moment. Pyro just took full advantage. So that was by far, I think, the most even matchup we've seen so far today. The highest level matchup we've seen, and that's a good sign because both players were playing really, really nice.
I really enjoyed it. It could have gone either way, and kept us on our toes for sure. So GG's to the players. Well played.
If you were to ask me, like, who was going to win that map when Boom win that match when Boom, after he sniped those villagers, I would have said him.
Dave,
like 70%.
Who was going to win the match after
70%
villagers were sniped?
70% Boom. Pyro did a fantastic job. Absolutely beautiful. Really, really like it.
Top. Tip top. That's a very popular saying in Switzerland. Tip top. Tip top. Tippy top. No one says tippy top, but tip top.
Why? Is that like a holdover from prior days?
I have no idea, but I hear it all the time.
Okay.
Instead of saying like that's like their confirmation, like yeah, tip top. Alles tip top. It's cute. I like it.
Okay, so I don't know if we're going to we're going into a break. Okay, so everyone, time to get a drink, time to get an extra coffee, or just chill and wait for our next matches. Thank you
Stretch,
for
walk around, get some blood going.
Exactly. Thank you for hanging out with us. We will be right back in about 10 minutes, okay? Welcome back, everyone, as we continue our Swiss stage coverage for the Digitec Playground qualifiers for Herofest in Switzerland, October 13th. We have a matchup, I think, coming up with some undefeated players so far. I believe it's Heidewolf, and we can see the standings right here. We've got Feiga playing in second. TRM is in first. Both players with three wins so far. Pyro with a win last game against Boom, and he's going to go up to 3 wins. And then Heidewolf with 3 wins of his own. And then we go to the people with 2 wins each in scale: Pete, Boom, and Big Jizzle, which is quite the name at number 8.
All right, we've got some, well, TRM, Feiga, Pyro, really strong players. Like you said, oh, we have 4 players. Heidewolf also hasn't been defeated just yet. Ooh.
And we should have a matchup. I believe it's going to be Feiga against Heidewolf. So I think it's going to be 2 undefeated players that will face up against each other. And I think we can see basically how this playoff stage is going to shape up. These are the players on top, and they're going to continue to win here. Boom matching up against a really strong opponent last time, but he should be favored for his next game to be a win if he matches up against someone like Pete or Big Jizzle. A lot of games going on in the background too. We're only casting a few of the games as they come in because we only have so much time, of course, and there's a lot of games being played. Game links are flying in the Discord, and players are getting in as fast as possible, not only in this, but also in the Group B playoffs as well. So we've got a lot of action behind the scenes. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. We should have our next game fairly shortly, and then we can finish up with the Swiss stage and make our way into the playoff bracket.
Sun's like blinding me. It's a beautiful day here in Zurich, but we gotta close the blinds. Just keep the sun out. Really looking forward to the games as they're shaping up, and then the playoffs will be happening. I think this is the last Swiss stage that we will cast, and then we'll mosey on into the playoffs, and then it's like the real deal because it's best of ones. It's best of ones. So here in the Swiss stage, you lose a game, we can let it slide, but in the playoffs, 1L and you're out of there.
And I think we might have our next game ready to go. So we're going to have Heidewolf against Feiga. Is how you say his name?
Yep.
Okay. Feiga playing as the Mongols, Heidewolf playing as the Sicilians. Okay, so comfort picks coming in. I'd be interested to see what his other Civ picks have been throughout the Swiss stage here. Mongols is definitely a meta pick. Sicilians, not so much. The map for Feiga is no bueno, however.
Dave,
the map is not good at all.
I'm gonna say it. Mongols. I'm a bit of a Mon gal.
You say it once, you say it 100 times, and then you just keep
every time without fail. I like the Mongols a lot. We're gonna see probably a similar thing we've seen with Mongols throughout this tournament. You push your deer real early, you get your boars real early, benefit from that faster food income. And against Sicilians, you think scouts preferential?
Yeah. So playing scouts against Sicilians is good because Mongols are already good at scouts, right? And the Sicilians will probably make their way into scouts anyway. The only issue facing up against Sicilians is that your spearmen aren't doing as much damage as they otherwise would be, right? But your scouts are doing the same amount of damage, and you get faster food from the hunt. You should be up faster, and as Mongols, you should still have an advantage. The problem for Feiga right now is the map, right? He's got that back wood line, but we look at his gold positions, disgusting, right? He's got back stone. The berries are wide open on that left-hand side, and secondary gold at the back there, exposed, main gold, exposed, third gold in the center of the map in between both of these players. So a very, very rough position. Does have a safe wood line, which is the most important resource, but still not great.
Well, Sicilians, they still get those spears that do extra bonus, or I mean, they do extra bonus damage, right?
No,
That's
the Sicilian units take less bonus damage. You're thinking Bohemians.
Okay. So
Yep.
a spears would be then really, really nice to defend versus those Mongols. No, I'm thinking of the other way. Never mind. Forget
Spears
I said that.
they're not as effective. I know there's
They're
so much.
not as thank you, Dave. Population wise, I mean 0 seconds on the idle TC's clock there, so both are being really efficient. Like you said, no losses yet. They're looking for that top seed spot.
Yep, and Faiga is definitely the favorite coming into this matchup. I think we had the ratings shown before, but he's 1971, so he's pushing 2K. His highest rating might have been 2K at some point. And then we look at Wolf, who has had a good start so far and goes with the Sicilians of all civs here. He is sitting at 1638. So 300 elo behind. Very respectable, but 300 elo behind is a big difference here as Faiga clicks up to the feudal age. 18 population uptime with the Mongols. He's going to come forward with a scout now that he's pushed in all of the deer, and he is going to open scouts most likely. Wolf is not going to go into scouts of his own, which is typically the Sicilian strategy, right? Because spears do less bonus damage. You want to go into the scouts, but he's going out to gold, and it looks like he's going to go for archers instead. It's interesting that he's gone out to gold so early. He hasn't even clicked up to feudal age. He didn't even click loom, and he already had that mining camp created. Very interesting.
Both players going to be on the way to feudal age, but Faiga, he's going to be there a lot faster. That's the power of the Mongols. Another early uptime, no resources for eco upgrades. Obviously, he has the racks down, right? He's built it. I hope so. Yeah.
Yep.
And then we're going to go for scouts. Yeah. No villagers on gold seems to indicate then definitely a stable. Really, really nice. By the way, Faiga, I believe, means fig in German.
Like the fruit from the tree? Okay.
Yeah.
I like figs. Underappreciated.
It's the season. I feel like it's the season for figs now. They're super tasty. How many scouts are out? None at the moment, but hey, he is going for horse collar.
No, not the sheep. Oh, he got one. He got one, but he lost the scout. You should have kept that alive. Really, it was 1 HP. I get that you can lame some sheep, but still, you got to keep that alive and explore the rest of the map and see what your opponent is going into.
Shocking. Was it worth to sacrifice the scout? Would the scout have died anyway?
You could have escaped with that scout. We still have so much on gold here from Wolf. Look at this. What is he doing? Is he just going all on gold? He's gonna make a donjon. He didn't want to make the barracks. He is making a donjon, and the donjon counts as the barracks, so you can make an archer range after the donjon is complete. Usually you don't see this strategy very much because people want to build the archer range immediately. No, that's like 6 months ago that was implemented. You can also make spearmen from the donjon now. Yeah. So
very interesting.
Donjon Market Blacksmith. Wolf, what are you cooking here? I really want to know what he's cooking. Is he just gonna go FC? Is he gonna sell his stone and buy his way up to Castle Age and then drop a castle on Faiga's face? I feel like that's what's gonna happen. My man is positioned to go to Castle Age, and this explains why he went to gold so early. He is stalling out his TC production, purposely not making villagers, because he needs to get up to Castle Age. We might be in the midst of a Huang-style rush against a higher-rated player.
Dave, I like it.
I do too.
I like it.
This is
It's
the type of
bold.
energy that I would go for in this situation. We have a 23 villager, one donjon, castle age click. And now Faiga is in a position where he's going to have scouts, he's going to have archers, but good luck, bro, because you're not going to be anywhere close to castle age by the time this guy reaches. The only problem for Hidewolf is that he has no stone within reach of his base, right? That's
Details.
unobtainable
We
with the
we
scouts
we
and the
worry
archers
about that
around.
later. But this is exactly the kind of bold moves that I feel like a lower elo player, when they're up
Mhm.
against a higher rated opponent, will have to resort to. Some people are asking, what are the elos? Hide Wolf around 1600, Faiga around 1900, almost 2K, right?
Yep.
Something like
Yep.
that.
2K
So
versus 2K versus 1650, basically.
so this is a
So
bold strategy here, Cotton. Let's see how it plays out for him.
what are we doing with the
Oh,
sergeants?
sergeants.
Why are we making sergeants? We don't have any stone. The sergeants are terrible. They're an awful unit here, but I mean he's sending them forward, and I guess just let him cook. At this stage, he is host as well. He's going for a host there, and Faiga has called him out on everything. He's gone in with the scouts. He's just dove right under the TC, and that 23 villager economy is gonna get even worse. Oh no. Villagers going down.
At least he's got loom. All right, that's something.
I think
Oh
Wolf,
no, the Berryvilles.
I think he wanted to have stone. He's getting the armor for his sergeants. The armor is coming in for his 3 sergeants and 1 spearman. The sergeants are coming forward. They're in the middle of the map right now, but like it's just so brutal. You don't have the resources to support this. If you're going to go for an FC, you got to go for like siege or a castle or something. Sergeants just doesn't feel like the play.
I was the play like he has a market and he's got 10 on gold, so this is looking like a pure market economy. Maybe the plan is to buy some stone and then build some donjons forward. That's the only thing I can really grasping at straws here.
No, he's going sergeants. He just wants sergeants. And he's running right under the TC from Faiga with the sergeants because who would expect sergeants to be there? Not me, not him, not anybody. What are these doing in the back of the base? We don't know. They're going to find some villager picks potentially. Remember, they do have that armor. And he's continuing to produce them from his single donjon. Okay. He's killing
Okay.
villagers potentially. Maybe. Wheelbarrow is in,
He's
so the villagers are dead.
harassing. Look at the efficiency. Faiga's now with 60%, 59% worker efficiency, and Haida cruising at an altitude of 83. That's pretty nice.
Mm-hmm. I think if you're Haida Wolf, you've got the sergeant pressure forward. Your opponent still hasn't clicked up. It's time. It's time to now send the villagers out to stone and try and get something rolling. He's not producing villagers because he needs the food for the sergeants, and we can see that idle TC time racking up. And quick walls coming in from Faiga. I mean, beautiful. Just basically walling out all of these sergeants here. He's killed 3 villagers, and he's about to lose his very first one. She goes down. And this sergeant is actually putting in work with the armor. Like, the sergeants are actually really tough to clear up.
Okay, doesn't go into the town center. Beautiful, beautiful. I mean, the efficiency for Faiga is at 60. It's not the greatest. Archers, I mean, I don't know.
He's
because
got
it's a
13. Like, is this gonna work? Oh my god, my camera just yeeted off my my computer there. I'm gonna have to fix that. But is this gonna work, Ellie?
The score is really close. And if you look at 14-3 here, sure, his eco is horrible, but as long as he has his units on the field, he's in the running to be America's next top model. AK the winner of this Swiss stage.
Carry on. I need to fix a few things. Carry on. Tell me about the
Okay.
sergeant rush.
All right, it's working. It's actually he's got 15 on the field. The fact that it's only one donjon producing these is quite nice. He's even gonna pick up arson, and that's gonna help out the cause because they'll have extra damage versus buildings. Archers, I mean, again, it's a feudal unit versus a castle age unit at this state in the game. I would love to see then the second armor come in for Haida Wolf. Can he afford it though with 6 on food? It's going to be tight. It's definitely going to be tight. This man's got no room for error. It's a slim Jim, slim bean, green bean, string bean economy here. So if this push, as soon as Faiga cleans up these military units, there's like no plan B. So it can't fail. It cannot fail. Is illegal for Haida Wolf. So he's gonna keep pumping them out. He's not making any villagers anymore. He says 22. I can't go to 23. That's also illegal, these parts of town. So he's got his 15 sergeants. He's hoping for the best. And he is going to just make some spears now because he needs some sort of meat on the field, some sort of something, a little something, something. I think the market's going to go down. There's a villager coming to repair, but not going to be in there fast enough. And I think these archers are about to get cleaned up. They're going to get cleaned up. A villager goes down too. Faiga, he's close to castle. If he had that market, he could have used it to buy some or to sell something to get some gold. But he's now has to get the gold the good old-fashioned way by mining it. But the sergeants are at the gold, so Faiga doesn't have a market. He'll need to either build another market, or go for some sort of gold situation.
How is this working? How on earth is this working? He's gone for the Sicilians. He's gone for the YOLO Sergeant push. And there's a ram coming now. I think there's a forward siege workshop in the center there. And Faiga's falling apart. And Haida Wolf is making up a 300 elo difference with a complete meme strategy. Sergeants with the armor. Ram incoming. Look at the villager kills here for Haida Wolf. Look at the inefficiency for Faiga, and Faiga doesn't know what to do. He can't do anything. It feels like it's over. It feels like it's done. How has he done this?
Look at
what? I've never seen
10
this
minutes
before.
of idle time for Haida Wolf here. No more millets. 22 was the highest he could go. And now look at this last-ditch effort to get the boxing gloves on those villagers. But the sergeant's obviously going to be so much better in that 1v1. And Faiga, he's in trouble.
He's in trouble. He needs to go up to Castle Age. That's the only way that he can recover from this. But sergeants are killing more villagers. What?
Faiga doesn't have access to... Oh, now he's got access to gold. Hold on. So maybe the Castle Age...
But gold doesn't... Like, you can sell resources. You just need the
have a
market, right? You need the market, but he's falling apart. He doesn't know what to do. I think he's done. I think he's mentally checked out of this game. He's fighting sergeants. He's losing villagers. Haida Wolf's going to win with Sicilians, with a donjon sergeant fast castle push. And Faiga says, wow.
I think that's everyone's reaction.
What?
Wow.
On earth? I've never seen anything like that. Absolutely never seen anything like that.
This is innovation. I was questioning its validity too, but in the flesh.
I don't understand. I don't understand how that worked. I think it only worked because Faiga fell apart mentally. He couldn't handle the idea of this push. And it's like, it's so easy to deal with. It's so easy for him to deal with. And it's crazy, dude. What on earth was that?
I think it was the market. Getting rid of that market and then cleaning up all those archers. And then Faiga was pantsed. The pants came down and...
Like, but it's... I don't get it. If he didn't sneak him with those two sergeants early, I feel like none of that happens. If Faiga just walls in front of the TC, I feel like none of that happens. He's saying, Haida Wolf is saying that Doubt was doing that before, and I have to apologize. We have a beautiful picture of me because I accidentally kicked the cord from my camera, and the input now for it is completely bent and broken because I was watching the sergeant play. I apologize. I break equipment when I see something I've never seen before, and I have to get a new camera now. And unfortunately, unless I have another one kicking around here, it's not, where you're not going to see my beautiful face today. You're just going to see my picture. That's it. I'm sorry.
Well,
that was an incredible game.
Picture.
What the hell just happened? What just happened? Haida Wolf overcoming a 300 elo difference with 23 pop into losing 3 villagers instantly upon reaching Castle Age, into stalling out his TC, not making any vills, going for the armor, sergeant spam from 1 dungeon. Disgusting. I love this game.
I think everyone's shook. We're shook. That was absolutely wild. And rightfully so, as the commentators in the chat are pointing out, Digitec's got you covered. Lots of webcams sold over there.
I'm gonna need one because this thing is done. This thing is so done. It's bent at a 90-degree angle, Ellie. I put my foot down and yeah, I blame Wolf.
It got serious. He put his foot down.
Oh
my goodness. I think this is the start of a beautiful relationship with lots of players and Sicilians. I can already hear Sicilians being picked on the ladder now.
Yep. That's wow. Just wow. What on earth? How did that even transpire? Faiga, if he just had a market, he could have gone up to Castle Age, right? But he was busy trying to fight with villagers. He was busy trying to get his farm count up. If he just walled in front of his TC, he would have been fine, but he just did not expect the pressure coming in there from Wolf. And, well, he's no longer undefeated. He will still make it through to the playoff stage, but he is going to need to recover mentally and emotionally from that loss.
It was beautiful. I think this is exactly the kind of plays you'll love to see when there's that elo discrepancy. And it just goes to show that even if you are the higher elo, it does not mean you're a guaranteed victor.
Exactly. We still have a couple of our... that was the 4th game for Faiga and for Wolf. And Wolf is standing at the top of the bracket with a 1638 elo. And, well... TRM still is yet to play his 4th game. Pyro still is yet to play his 4th game, and I think they're matching up against each other actually at the end of this Swiss stage. So that's a big matchup right there, and it looks like Boom has already played his 4th game or is working on it currently. So we are getting to the end stages of this Swiss tournament. I am still trying to figure out if this camera works anymore, but it probably doesn't. And we have our beautiful picture of me up there.
It is very nice. You've got a lovely look going for you. I think. Are we in? 1 second. I closed.
We are in. Yep. We got TRM against Pyro, and this is one of the anticipated matches, right? Pyro is believe 1900 player, and TRM, of course, the favorite in this tournament. If he doesn't move on from this qualifier, that's going to be a disappointment for him for sure.
Dave?
Yes.
This is a Mongol mirror matchup. And you know, I'm a bit of a Mon gal.
Well, if you said it 100 times, you've said it 105 times. And I'm starting to get accustomed to it a little bit, potentially.
I absolutely love it. Cultivated Me, thanks for the love for the Digitec Playground Twitch chat channel. I am so hyped for this matchup. I feel like this could be the final of the playoffs, and it's in the Swiss format here. So, we're in.
I'm still trying to get over that last game. I'm just happy that I cast this for no other reason than I got to witness that last game. That was sick. That was really good. 300 elo difference too. But we're on to the next one. And like you said, Mongols and Mongals all over the place here at Digitec Playgrounds qualifiers. And TRM, our favorite, 2K2, Pyro, I believe at a 1900 level. 1829, he's listed on the sheet. So Pyro is the underdog here, and he's going to be needing to do something special. He does have a decent map with gold in the back, but so does TRM, and TRM's got a woodline real close to that TC, so TRM should be pretty comfortable here.
Yeah, TRM's got beautiful, beautiful wood lines, the gold and the berries in the back. Pyro's got the gold in the back, berries a little bit more forward, so he'll have to watch out. Usually, I anticipate both players are going to go for some scouts. But this is my gut feeling.
Both players gonna go for scouts. That's a bold call from Mongols.
It's listen, it's well, maybe someone will want to shake up the game a little bit. So last time last game we had a 300 elo difference. This game, 300 elo difference.
I think this 300 elo difference is less significant as we see our beautiful observer pointing out Loom before Feudal Age and Loom coming in for both players, although it's a little bit faster there for Pyro. So TRM is it's 16 population versus 17 population. Oh my god, they're Mongoling so hard right now. It's a Mongol off. They're trying to figure out how quickly they can go up to the next stage. Nice deer push there from Pyro. The deer is going to run all the way around the wood line. He's going to get that in. Plenty of llamas in reserve, but damn. These are some quick ones here.
Okay, map-wise, I think we can both agree TRM in a nicer map situation. Super, super nice map for him. Is gorgeous.
It's not too bad for Pyro either. It's fairly equal, actually. I think long term it might be better for Pyro.
Well, both
because
gold,
that other gold is kind of secure. But definitely the berries at the front there are going to be an issue.
Early game, I think TRM is a little bit of a better position.
All right, barracks coming up at the perfect time there for Pyro. Both players with a decent amount of food in the bank. I think I'm a little bit concerned on Pyro's food count. I don't know how many scouts he's going to be able to make immediately while keeping his TC running, right? Plus, you got to get that wood upgrade. So there's the wood upgrade right there. A little bit of food invested in that. 3 villagers in the queue and still 135 wood. So, or sorry, food. So he should be able to make at least 3 additional scouts.
I like it.
Maybe just
I like
2.
it.
Maybe just 2. Stable coming in from TRM now.
It's a little bit of weird location for the stable. Usually you kind of like to see it more forward, but I mean, the scouts are fast, so it's all right. Hold on, there's some gentleman's play going on, some thank yous, some you're welcomes going back. Maybe it's the not
sent the
stealing
llama
of the
back.
sheep.
Yeah, he sent the llama back to the TC. That's more of a rank ladder kind of thing, but people do it in tournaments. I'm surprised that he did that, but I mean, it's a nice little thing, right? Sportsmanship. Maybe he feels like he doesn't need to do it, and he goes for the wall to the edge of the map, and that's a beautiful wall there from TRM because that's going to secure the gold and the wood line. You could go for a short wall just immediately to the wood line, but if you go for a wall like this, that means that you're forcing all of the movement from Pyro directly through your TC if he wants to engage against the gold at the back.
Scout numbers are looking pretty even, but TRM's got those spears nearby, so that's certainly giving him a little an edge. Also
and
defending those spears. It's good.
Yeah, with the limited food supply of the faster uptime from Pyro, he couldn't really afford to go into additional spears. So TRM added that extra villager before clicking up to Feudal Age, and now he's got a little bit more resources to work with to add military. Just the 5th scout coming out from Pyro. It's the 4th that he's been able to produce, and he's going to run into some serious food issues as soon as his llamas are out at home, especially if he loses initiative with these scouts, as the game is over. The game is over, but it's not. We know it's not over. But we're coming back to us. We're going to figure out what's going on here. We're coming back. Maybe a crash somewhere along the way.
Probably will have to restore and things will be fine. By the way, I like the fact that TRM, we made him yellow for this game, but he picked gray. And I feel like that's a TRM play.
They went to the effort of cutting me out. They cut me out of the background.
No. Oh, yeah. They cut you out, but you're in. They didn't cut
Yeah,
you. No,
this is beautiful. I am now a PNG.
Can we
just
get
like I always wanted.
flipped So then he'll be looking in my direction, and I'll actually feel like, okay, this man is talking to me.
Mm-hmm.
And then it'll be
I
beautiful.
am currently addressing the crowd, Ellie. The viewers. That's who I'm addressing right now. They're over there. Now I am Australian. I thought I was Canadian, but apparently today only
Perfect.
I am now Australian. It's a
Perfect.
weird perspective looking at the world from this angle.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay. So we'll get back into the game shortly, but as I was saying, the fact that TRM went through the trouble of picking gray. I feel like I used to do that because I was like, gray is the least suspecting, it's a little bit easier to overlook the gray. And Mr. TRM, he's like, well, every advantage he wants to get. But we're back in.
Well, I mean, Pyro went for orange, and a big reason that you go for colors like that, as we automatically switch the colors to the Digitec logo colors, or the theme of the tournament rather here. So we have yellow and purple being mixed in. The reason you do that is to push players off of their favorite color and force them to Alt G and go friend and foe colors, blue and red. So it is a bit of a strategy to go for 7 or 8 as your preferred color. But the scouts now from TRM are moving forward. Pyro just attacking the wall. TRM is going to feel pretty secure to come forward here. I wonder if we can take a look at the idle TC time here and see if there's any mixed in. I would suspect there'd be some from Pyro, but no, actually really solid play from both players here. Super fast up times. 3 seconds of idle TC time from TRM. 0 seconds from Pyro. And they managed to produce military and get walls up. Really impressive.
I mean, this is some high level gameplay for sure. And Pyro, he's going to finish his wall. I like that he's keeping his scouts kind of in the area where his villagers exposed. And I think we just have a little bit of walling left at the edge. Does Pyro know about that? Or is he trusting that wood line to go all the way to the edge? Please don't be trusting it.
Yeah,
Okay,
Pyro knows. Yeah, and he's even sending a
knows.
spearman over to be careful. He's going to take it one step at a time. He's chasing the scouts from TRM. TRM is on limited scout production. I think he's just trying to get his farms up and get up to Castle Age as quickly as he possibly can, because that's the next stage of this game, right? Both players can't really do damage in feudal. Going to be a race to Castle Age. He does have horse color, which Pyro does not have currently. And TRM is a little bit faster to gold as well. So he should be up a little bit quicker than Pyro.
I like the blacksmith edition. He's going to extend his wall to the end there. Respectable choice. What do you think of the wheelbarrow?
Wheelbarrow is more of like a reflex play, right? You have the food, you know it's going to be a while until the gold comes in. You look at your farm count and you're thinking, yeah, wheelbarrow might be nice in this situation. So it's more old school kind of thing. People usually are getting wheelbarrow now in Castle Age rather than feudal age because they don't want to delay your uptime. But when you're in a situation like this, it doesn't delay you too much, and you've got a lot of farms, so it's okay. That's my answer to that question. Long-winded, but it's okay.
Okay, we'll take it. But Pyro's being really patient, doesn't want to engage with this army. There's just too many spears here. He's waiting to pump out his spears. Now, once they join the scouts, he'll be ready to get going. I mean, it's going to be 2 versus what? Three spears? A 4th spear being entering here, so still outnumbered, but at least it's going to give Pyro a little bit of a chance to take some deep breaths. But TRM already on the way to castle.
I wonder what the options are here in this mirror match. That's an interesting addition, the archer range. Is my man going cav archers? Why would you add a range there? And are we just going to see an aggressive cav archer off here between 2 Mongol players? Is that how you play this mirror matchup? Because we don't have mirror matchups that often in Age of Empires 2. And they've both come up with the same solution. They're both going to go cav archers with Mongols. That's actually kind of sick. That's really sick.
You'll love to see it. I mean, Mr. TRM's going to have a slight advantage. He'll be in the next age around half a minute faster. So he'll already start pumping his cav archers a little bit faster. He's getting his fletching, but Pyro's getting fletching in too. So they're readying their bodies.
Yep. And like TRM decided to hide his ranges because he didn't want Pyro to see. Pyro's ranges are on the right side of his base, but they're basically hidden because TRM has not scouted over there. He tried to click through. Scouts wouldn't go through. They immediately stalled out against the wall, which means that it's fully walled on that side. So he's not even going to explore that. He might be thinking it's like a step lancer play from Pyro or camels or knights or something like that, but it is going to be cav archers for both. This is just kind of crazy that they simultaneously came up with this this solution to the problem of the mirror match.
Well, Pyro with Bloodline, so his CA are going to be a little bit more tanky. Does anyone have... No university. Okay, because TRM is opting for a second town center, so he doesn't want to do an all-in play. Pyro hasn't sold his stone either, so he could also drop a town center, but I wonder if he's going to favor the university.
I don't know if university is that valuable here for cav archers. I think thumb ring would probably be better for them than ballistics. But if you think you're matching up against knights, maybe university. I don't know. Cav archers cost so much that like having to spend that many resources on the university, it's just not viable. See if TRM might add it in, but I doubt that Pyro is.
Okay, Botkin is in for both players now. No one got any defense, but husbandry coming in. TRM, did he get husbandry as well?
I think he did. It's a pretty necessary. No, he hasn't yet. He has not. Still default speed.
All right.
So you're gonna see that tick up to like 170 or something, 1.7 on the scouts.
Oh, let's see that accuracy here. Isn't it actually 171?
1.71.
Beautiful. Yeah. Fun fact: if you get the light cav upgrade, then the speed goes down to like 165. So scouts are actually faster than light cav.
8 cav archers for Pyro. No armor for either. 6 cav archers for TRM. TRM still not with bloodlines, but he's saving it because he's on 3 TC, right? So he's not taking engagements, doesn't need it. Second TC for Pyro now.
On some gold, I love it.
This is so weird that they both independently decided they were going to go cav archers in this situation. So strange.
Well, Mongols, their cav archers are quite nice, right? What's the little bonus that they get again?
They get 20% faster firing, but the way you use cav archers in Castle Age, the faster firing doesn't really matter that much because you're usually hit and running, right? So the faster firing only takes effect on the second shot that you take as husbandry comes in for TRM. So Mongols, because they lack an eco bonus, usually cav archers is not the meta for them in Castle Age, but I just keep saying it's interesting because it is that they're independently tried to surprise their opponent with this, and now they're surprised that the other tried to go for that element of surprise rather than the more meta play, which would be something like step lancers or camels or knights.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like either player is stepping away. They're still pumping out those cavalry archers. I love TRM's addition of the Scorpion. That's going to be really nice until Mangudai's are a thing, because obviously Mangudai with that bonus versus siege, super nice. But in the meantime, no Mangudai, so it's going to be just CA versus CA, and that Scorpion, very helpful because it does that pierce damage, like the pass-through damage, if you will.
Eco, super solid for TRM. He got the 2 TCs up faster than Pyro did. He's got wheelbarrow as well, and he has heavy plow. And he's got a decent amount of farms too. And he basically got that by stalling out the cav archer numbers early and investing the resources into his economy. And Pyro went for additional cav archers. He got husbandry, he got bloodlines, he got a lot of techs that weren't useful early. And TRM is just stalling out all those technologies until he needs to take a fight. He hasn't taken a single fight yet, really, with his cav archers. He's had no risk whatsoever, so he just puts it into his eco, and that's a smart play.
I'm not a big fan of that like villager 10 villager lead that TRM has. Do you think it's worth for Pyro to make a fourth TC?
I think once you get the stone, I don't. Maybe a fourth TC on that gold to give yourself another gold option to the north. He's going for the university right now, so he's going to need to save up wood for ballistics, right? And he probably wants
Yeah,
a
yeah.
castle as well to secure the TC in the front, especially with siege on the field from TRM. So I don't know. I don't know the answer to your question.
It does not look like he wants to go for that TC. Instead, is he built? What is he building? University, siege workshop.
University, either siege workshop or market. It's probably siege workshop at the front. But the cav archers are looking for opportunities back here because of the walling from TRM. It's going to be really tough for them to find anything. And TRM is pushing forward, and it is a siege workshop. It's going to be completed, but the cav archers will get a villager, and that siege workshop is going to make that push difficult for TRM.
It was a beautiful siege workshop. Really nice anticipation skills from Pyro over here. And his stone is well protected, so he's going to be able to get enough for a castle. And TRM's not mining stone, so Pyro should get that up first. And then hopefully some Mangdai can start coming on out. Mangdai versus Mongol Cav Archers. How's that matchup work out for us?
Cav Archers are better initially because you can produce more units. Mangudai are the better unit, but they produce incredibly slowly, and we see the fight here, and Thumbring is coming in for TRM, and that is a massive upgrade. That's a better upgrade than Ballistics for Cav Archers because they miss so often, and their base accuracy is 50%, if you're wondering.
Ugh.
So Thumbring is going to bring that right up, and Ballistics is coming in for Pyro, so Pyro is going to want to wait until Ballistics is in. TRM is going to want to fight right now with Thumbring, and he also has Bloodlines in, and he's got Ballistics of his own. So great job, Observer. I didn't realize he had Ballistics there. Didn't even know he went for that university. But he's looking for the army from Pyro, and he's going to find it at the back of his base now.
But yeah, Pyro's picking up Ballistics and Thumbring now. It's going to come in at the exact same time for him. So there's going to be a really nice power spike of accuracy for Pyro. And then the CA will be almost the same, but Pyro does have the first armor on his boys. Overall HP, though, and unit numbers looking a little bit better for TRM. He's got 31 compared to Pyro's 21.
Yeah, that eco advantage is just kicking in, right? And I think TRM played this smarter than Pyro, foregoing all of the military upgrades and putting that into the economy first. And you can really see the benefits now. However, Pyro has enough stone for a castle. He's getting handcart as well, and he's thinking about sending the villagers forward for it. But no, you can't. You simply don't have the army to support this.
Can't. I guess we're gonna have to do it, or is he still gonna just go around town? And he's a little, hesitant.
He knows the army is over here now, so he knows the main force from TRM is over here. Doesn't really have the military to support his castle, but he's still pushing forward with one as TRM clears up that entire wood line. Pyro a little bit preoccupied, and Pyro is looking for a perfect spot for his castle. TRM still has army at home. Oh, this is no, not there. No, not there. Oh God.
Oh, no. The knights are there. The army's here. Maybe we can get this TC up here, or castle up here. Ooh, but at home, okay, it's forcing TRM's army.
Cav archers are coming back. They're coming back. They're not retreating. They're coming back to kill the villagers on the castle, but Pyro is going to buy himself some time with his cav archers. Not enough time at all. The castle is a doubt castle. It's going to be denied. All of the cav archers are going to go down, and this is a disaster.
Oh no, and TRM, he's getting, like, with that economy, he's over at up 107 villagers. He's going to have enough resources for Imp in a heartbeat. So even if this castle did go up, I mean, Imperial is literally just around the corner.
Cav archers pushing forward. Pyro still playing on 65 villagers against 109. That's not good.
Thank you for that
That's my insight.
beautiful, beautiful insight.
Oh boy, this is a really
Suboptimal.
rough situation. He's getting the armor now for cavalry, and like, what is your way out of this? I don't even know. Is it like an all-in knight play? Is it just simply more cav archers? You've already gone for the doubt castle. Might go for the doubt approach, which is just simply make more cav archers.
Well,
It doesn't feel
TRM
like
is
it's going to win
imping,
though.
and
Yeah,
Pyro's about to imp as well.
it's light cav. Yikes.
Lycav is the play. I don't know if his economy is set for Lycav because they're 80 food apiece, and he's only got 25 on food right now. Plus, he has got not a lot of upgrades. Like, doesn't have forging or iron casting. Doesn't have the second armor for the horsies. So, it's rough.
This is
Rough and
really, really rough. And there's just the sad icon of a castle inside the base. And the Ram is even taking it out. Will he save the stone from that? It's at 68%. It is valuable to delete it. Still, you get a little bit of stone back, but I don't think he's going to remember. And I think that castle foundation is going to go down with this next hit of the Ram. Almost. He deleted it. He did get the stone back, I believe. He did get the stone back, so he was waiting for the final hit to delete that.
Just to buy himself as much time as he can. But Imperial is, it's within, you can taste it, but it's not there, you know? It's like you get the homeopathy of Imperial, but not quite the Imperial.
That's a term that I've heard before, but I don't know what it means. You can smell it.
Homeopathy is like this belief that dilution. So like they take actual medicine and dilute it like 1,000 times with like water, and then this water is apparently supposed to be more potent than the actual medicine.
So right now he's diluting copium then. He's trying to give himself a reason to stay in this game. He's 50 villagers
he's
behind.
Almost there. He's almost to imp, but what will that give him? TRM is already an Imperial. There's a forward castle being dropped. Doesn't seem like TRM is going for the Mangudai play, so what does he care if his castle's forward? He'll produce trebs because Mongols don't get bombard cannons, and his trebuchets are gonna rough Pyro up.
Yeah, and Bracer's in, which is such a huge upgrade for these cav archers. He's got the second armor. He's getting Parthian tactics right now. He's getting chemistry as well, and he might just win this fight with Bracer. He might just win this fight. He's sitting on the hill as well, and it's such a numerical advantage there for Pyro, but TRM still wins. He has the second armor upgrade, and he's got Bracer, and it's just, yeah, the castle goes up, the stables are going up, and Pyro calls the GG.
And the GG is indeed called. Well played. I mean, there were times where Pyro was really like he was in the lead at the start there and it was really, really nice. But I think TRM just investing his resources into his economy and just had crazy, crazy military numbers.
Army high, you can see there in favor of TRM. Fascinating that both of them just decided to go into cav archers there. I can't stress that enough. And they both tried to kind of hide it from their opponent too. Like if one of them had revealed the cav archer earlier, like if TRM had just built those archer ranges forward and Pyro saw that, he could go into skirm with ballistics to counter, right? But he didn't know. And he went for cav archers of his own, trying to surprise his opponent, I think. And he was met with cav archers.
He tried to pull a fast one, but TRM pulling a fast one of his own. Great game. I really enjoyed it. So thank you, TRM and Pyro, for playing. They are definitely two of the favorites in this tournament here. So it was in the Swiss stage. I'm sure we'll see even more competitive matchups in the playoffs.
Yeah, and we should be getting into the playoffs shortly. We have a sergeant now looking at me, and that's the one who okay. I'm going to try talking again, and hopefully they don't do that South Park Canadian movement. Okay, there it is. Right. All right, great. This is why we don't break our webcams when watching a Sergeant Rush. You done?
That's hilarious. This is pure meme material at this point.
Okay, so it looks like are we going to a break now? Or do we have another match upcoming? Okay. So we are formulating the bracket right now as our admins look at the results of the Swiss stage and then come up with matchups. And we will be back in a little bit with our playoff stages here of our first qualifier to determine who's going to Herofest on October 13th on the main stage. It's going to be a great time. Thank you for staying tuned. And thank you for your patience, guys. Appreciate it.
I'm looking forward to it. It's a best of one, so every game is going to be super important. You're not going to want to miss it.
Hello, everyone. Back with new webcam, old webcam. I don't know. It's been replaced. And thank you for waiting. We are now going to be making our way towards my little sergeant friend is still there.
Yeah, where's my Mongol? I've been saying I'm the Mongol here. I'd like
Right
a
there.
little little manga
No,
time.
we're trying to cut that out. Yeah, we're trying to eliminate that pun from our lexicon. Thank you very much. But we are going to make our way into the bracket stage of our qualifiers. Now, this is for the players that have finished at the top of the Swiss stage, and we've seen a lot of matches so far. It's about to get intense, though, as we will have some really good matchups moving forward. TRM, after that last game, still our favorite to qualify from this first qualifier, but we saw some surprises, notably from Heidewolf. I don't know if that strategy works twice, Ellie. I think that's all surprise, and we'll see if he picks Sicilians again and tries to go for it.
Well, I'd love to see it again. We need to gather data for this new strategy. Is it as effective, or was it more of a one-time fluke kind of deal? So,
Mhm.
love to see how it plays out. And I don't know, because like TRM was in the chat earlier requesting if he could, see that game. So maybe he's also, evolving, learning, trying to get some ideas. What a play would it be for TRM if he was up against Heidelberg to whip out the Sicilian strat?
He was asking to like watch the VOD or see the rec.
He he
That's kind of crazy that he's preparing for it. I think I don't think it's a good strat. I think if your opponent knows it's coming, it's a bad one. Like you just if they wall up, you simply cannot get in. You don't have the resources to do it. If they go for double wall, your sergeants will take forever. They're going to be in castle age. The good thing about that strategy is surprise. And once the surprise is gone, then it's almost completely useless. But I'm willing to be proven wrong because I did think that the first time we saw it, and maybe we could see it win again. Who knows?
would be something for sure. Two treats in one day. But we'll have to see. TRM, you'll have to watch his games. He also streams sometimes. Super funny. I don't know if he knows that he's funny, but hilarious guy. Also very popular with the ladies. I was at a LAN where he was also with the Age of Empires tournament in Switzerland, and he was quite popular. And I was like, girls, I was chatting with him, right? And then other girls were coming in, and I was like, that's rude. What if I was his girlfriend? I'm standing there watching they make their moves there.
Another fascinating tidbit about the Swiss AoE community brought to you by Ellie here.
All three
TRM
girls
is
at the
a
LAN
Giga Chad
surrounding by
best
TRM, yeah.
Age of Empires 2 player in Switzerland. Ladies man, forklift certified, you name it. He's got it. And he's definitely still our favorite to be moving through this. I don't know who our next matchup is going to be. They're still building the brackets, I believe. So we should be able to get our first bracket stage match coming through here shortly. I don't have any information on who is facing up against who, or is it whom? Is it who or whom? Whoa, so much glare on this webcam. Oh my god, I apologize if I'm giving you sunburn at home from my forehead. I'm sorry. I'm trying to look up the brackets. It's difficult, you know. Boom versus Figa. Okay. So two players with 3 wins each. We saw Boom lose against, I believe it was Pyro. In that matchup, was it Boom against Pyro? I think it was. And then, of course, we saw Figa lose against Heidewolf with the Sicilian 1 donjon, no villager production, 23 villager uptime, single armor upgrade, Sergeant Bonanza.
That was
I
the
think
one.
that's the name of the
Yes.
strat. Yeah. If we could
Yeah.
come up with an acronym for that, that would be fantastic. because it's certainly unique. He said he saw Doubt do it. He believed in it. We got to stop talking about it. I could sit here and talk about that all day, literally. And Figa against Boom. I think I would
Boom.
favor Boom coming in here. I think Boom has played really strong. He was like one step away from winning that last game.
So we're just about to get in, and Dave, I cannot wait. You already know what's coming. You already know.
I haven't seen the Civs. Oh, here we go. Aztecs against Mongols. And I wonder what Ellie is waiting for. Could it possibly be the joke?
Mongols, I'm a little bit of a Mon gal myself. Love this Civ, and to see them again, you'll love to see it. How do you think Mongols stack up versus Aztecs?
I think Mongols have a good Civ matchup against Aztecs. And a big reason for that is the Step Lancer, which kind of just kills Eagles completely. They're pretty good against monks as well. They're fast, right? They're nimble. They can come in and snipe the monks. So Aztecs, when you're thinking about counters to the Mongol Step Lancers, you think of crossbows or whatnot, but Mongols also can go as skirmishers to counter the crossbows. So I think Mongols against Meso Civs in today's meta, actually pretty solid. A lot of Mongols today. A lot of
Mongols. A lot of Mongols here. So Figa doing the same thing, pretty standard. Wait, is he gonna lame? He's not doing the pretty standard thing of pushing the deer, getting the boars.
Oh, and he can get the hill on it too, so he takes less damage. He's lame, and he's a lamer boy. I think he took 3 hits on the scout, potentially 2, but it was uphill hits, and Boom comes out, and Boom, I'm sorry, dude. There's nothing to be found over there. There's nothing over there.
He's looking for him.
Oh, the boar went back! The boar went
back! Okay. We're going to get it again. Again on the hill. Really, really lucky for Figa to get those boars on the hill. And we're running home. Again, Mongols gather food from hunts so much faster, so getting this boar is going to be huge plus for the Mongol player.
And I think if Boom can't deny this, you take the boar from your opponent. You know you've been lamed. He's got his eagle. He's kind of like wandering around, might be able to find the path that boar is taking. And you see his eagle is in the corner, and he's already explored this area. So he'll be seeing this boar, and he'll be like, all right, I can cut it off. He's calculating the angles now. He's trying to get in front. He needs to either block the scout or block the boar. I think he's going to opt to block the boar here. Figa will stay within range. He's now attacking it with a villager. He's trying to get out of range now with the scout, so the villager can pull that in, and he's going to get the boar home. Boom. Trying to deny that 20 seconds of idle TC time from him because the boar timing was not there. Really, really rough position there for Boom.
Yeah. Aztecs do get the 50 extra gold at the start of the game, which is like a little bit of a minor bonus, but hey, it's a bonus nonetheless. We'll take it, and he'll be forced to probably push those deer to compensate for that boar. Could have stolen the sheep, but I don't think he scouted them. So it looks like Figa is going to be primed to maybe pick up his sheep too. I wonder if he sees that they're there.
Yeah, if you get lame that early, you gotta counter lame. Like, you gotta look around for the sheep. And I think Figa just assumes that he got lamed because the eagle was around there anyway. He probably assumes those sheep are gone. He's gonna spend his time pushing in the deer, and he's gonna have a phenomenal setup here as he goes up to feudal age with 20 population. Boom, obviously with that idle TC time, is behind it. Eco right now. Still plenty of hunt to push in there for Figa, and well, he's had 3 boars worth of food already. It's beautiful.
I think he's off to a great start.
Mm-hmm.
Is scouts also it's such a nice little bonus, the extra line of sight on the scout. Really helpful to find your opponent's boards if you want to go for a little bit of a lame, just to get a little bit more insights on what's going on in the map. I really, really like that bonus for the Mongols for sure. And Boom going to be making a wall, so he knows he's going to be on the defensive right now.
Yeah, you have to play slow if you get lamed, right? You have to play a little bit slower. You can't go up with the same timing as you might have thought coming to this game. And you either go for the drush, which was kind of like the old meta if you got lamed. It was counterintuitive, investing more food into something, but you went for the drush to put pressure on and buy yourself some more time. He's going to go into the walls here, and he's going to wall to his TC. Big walls at his base. Archer range is coming out from Faiga, and that's probably a better solution than the scouts early if he suspects that Boom is going to wall, and because he knows he has such a timing advantage on his opponent as he just gets Loom now. So he went up without Loom to Feudal Age, gets both the eco upgrades, and he has a beautiful setup. Okay, so wall's coming up at the back too. It's a nice base.
It's the full wall versus the full open. Well, I think the pressure's going to be coming from the Mongol player. So as long as he keeps the pressure on Boom's end, there's really no need to invest time or resources into walls.
Until you see anything different, right? Like he just sees that he got up to the Feudal Age. He's going to come forward with this scout. He's going to see the spearman. He's going to see the barracks, and he doesn't see an archer range next to that barracks. So that's kind of important. He needs to explore the rest of the map and make sure there is no archer range so he won't get surprised by anything. But right now, it just looks like Boom is kind of biding his time, getting his ecos sorted, and trying to compensate for that lame that came in earlier.
The scout in the back, I don't know if he's going to be able to get a kill in the wood line. There's safety in numbers, and the Eagles here as well. A very, very weak HP scout. Don't think that we want to lose it. Can we save it to get out of these waters, or is a garrison going to be the end of that tale? Right now, he's definitely got the speed advantage. Scout's a little bit faster than Eagles, so he can run around, cause a little bit of a headache for Faiga, but I don't think it can kill any more villagers. It's not in its strongest state.
Faiga has such a sick eco. He's not investing the food into scouts. Just going for archers here. Invest a little bit of food into fletching. Is going to be able to keep his TC running. And he got horse collar before. So his food eco that he's placing down is going to be very, very nice. Those farms are going to have a lot of extra food on them. He should be in a position, unless Boom heavily hits that market, to go up to Castle Age first. And then you get the Step Lancer advantage. You're able to hold the Eagles in the base from Boom, and you're still harassing the woodlines here with the archers. It's just a phenomenal spot for him, and Boom is just now adding in that archer range as we see Faiga just kind of splitting up the archers. Such a better game so far than the one against the Sicilians, right? At this point of the game, the last 1v1 he played in this tournament, the Sicilians were just hitting the Castle Age and the sergeants were coming in. So this is a much better setup for him this time around.
And Boom is making now skirmishers, and that's going to further delay his uptime because that's going to be costing him some food. Whereas, like you said, Faiga's just got archers coming on out. That's a wood and a gold unit. So 12 on food. He can add some more farms with horse collar. They're going to be quite nice. And he'll have no problem get to Castle Age first.
He's going for the market too. So yeah, curious whether he will sell his stone. At this point, he doesn't really need it, right? He's got 400 gold in the bag. Maybe sell 100 stone is probably the best bet, and then just buy 200 food or whatever you need. Get a stable up, and then just start producing some Step Lancers. That seems to be the key to this Civ matchup for Mongols nowadays, as the archers are being killed by the skirmishers, but he pulls them back in time. And this is a very annoying setup for Boom.
There's still that one archer on the other side that was kind of harassing those villagers, but the skirmishers will take care of it. So 2 minutes on the clock, and our Mongol player is going to be in castle, and Boom almost there. He does need to make another building, so he's going to make a panic market. I forgot to make another building. Let me just build it with 4 villagers real quick, but he will be behind.
I think he wants that market anyway. I would suspect that he's going to sell some of his stone here and then go like triple barracks. But against Step Lancer, it's so brutal. It's just so brutal to try and make eagles or even spearmen against those units, or even pikemen, especially since there's still archers alive for Faiga. So Faiga's going to have the counter to the eagles and the Step Lancers. And then he's going to have the counter to the spearmen with the archers. And it's just kind of like, what do you do in this situation if you're Boom? He does save the stone. So he Boom might decide to boom, surprising absolutely nobody.
Well, 2 minutes will all be revealed. He'll definitely need to, I think, hoard up on some wood, though. He's got 2 minutes time, so he should be all right. He is making a racks, and eagles will be really good versus archers, but Faiga's not making any more archers, so he does not want to go to crossbow, and it seems very likely that the Step Lancers will be the play. Did he build a second stable at home, I wonder? Forcing a
No,
tower?
he
Okay.
built one. I don't think he built a second one. He might go for the second TC before that. He's got a
it seems
villager
like it is
forward.
Siege workshop time?
Really? He's
On
laming
a
the
hill?
stone or just building a house? Question mark. Why would you go for siege workshop here is my question. Because if Boom is going heavy into eagles and you only have one stable making Step Lancers, that could be problematic. Maybe he thinks his castle age advantage is bigger than it actually is.
The skirmishers coming out to play. There's only one villager making the siege workshop, but I don't think Boom can deny this any longer. It's going on up. But Boom is 7 seconds away, and he does not have anywhere near the resources to make added town centers. He made that tower on the gold, so the gold will be a little bit protected. But in the grand scheme of things, I think Faiga's in a really good spot right now.
Yeah, Boom's just going to add a third barracks. So it's an eagle play. Faiga does have 4 Step Lancers. He's got a 5th one on the way, and he's trying to break through on the backside. The tower is going to do a good job protecting the gold, but the Step Lancers can swoop in there and snipe some villagers. He just has to be careful not to lose those numbers because the eagle push is still very dangerous. And I'm really surprised that he opted to go for that siege workshop first before a second stable. And Step Lancers seem to be the key to this matchup, and that's not a good spot for him to be with these units in the back there. That is really not a good place to be with those Step Lancers. Okay, Step Lancers still roaming around.
Yeah, I love that they're just hanging out underneath the tower in that little area where they're not getting attacked by the tower. Well, now they're in the range of influence, so to say, but the fight, they have the speed advantage, so if he doesn't want to commit, he can just always run around. And now there's Step Lancers trying to get behind the wood line. The pressure is getting to Boom. Look at his worker efficiency. He's dropping to 50%.
Yeah, the good thing about eagles is you don't need much of an eco to keep them running. You just need vills on gold, basically, and a couple farms. He's going for the monastery as well. And he's going to try and keep up the eagle production. The mangonel did go down at some point, so I think an odd eagle came out and sniped that. And Faiga is still holding the pressure. He's still got the initiative here. We have 1 TC from him, still 1 TC from Boom with a lot of idle TC time. Not surprising, because he doesn't have much of a food eco. And the Step Lancers are coming in. And the Step Lancers really do well against eagles.
What do you think about the mangonel versus the scorpions? I mean, I feel like scorpions could be a little bit better versus the eagles, but the mangonel better versus the town center.
The mangonel is just, I don't think, I think Step Lancers are dealing with the eagles perfectly fine, right? You need something to do with the building. You don't want a double eagle counter, because then you can't pressure it all, right? If you had scorpions, Boom doesn't care about this push, because they can't hit the TC.
All right, that's a valid argument here. So what's Boom's response to this mangonel? Is it going to be Redemption Monk?
Seems like it, but he doesn't have the gold. He's just going for eagles. He's just massing up. He's got a monk now, taking out the step lancer, converting it. He's going to get that conversion eventually, and the step lancer can start working away on the mangonel, but he gets one shot. He gets one shot by the step lancers from Faiga. Now he comes in trying to snipe the monk. He gets him. And eagles are having problems against step lancers.
Yeah, some really nice shots versus the mangonels. Ultimately, one mangonel goes down, the other will go down as well, but the eagles will get cleaned up. And now there's that little scorpion for the assist, and I'm sure another mangonel cooking in the chamber as well. The statistics are looking really in Faiga's favor. Look at that, 12-3 military, and steppies all over. Boom. Like a fly.
Go on.
You know, on some sweet stuff, I guess. Like a wasp at a picnic.
A wasp at a picnic. Okay.
Yeah.
Like ants in the pants.
Remember that show, Ants in Your Pants? I think it's a Canadian kid TV show.
Because it's a GG. And Boom can't go on. He calls the GG, and this Civ matchup has just gotten rougher and rougher for the meso civs, like the Incas, the Mayans, the Aztecs. Step lancers, people have figured out they're very good against eagles. Faiga lamed. He got up to Castle Age super quickly, and he goes to the step
that
lancers.
was a huge lame.
Boom has to counter lame. He has to. Like, if he can't block that boar, he needs to either steal a boar or he needs to steal like 2 or 4 sheep. He can't go back and push his deer. It's just it's a rough situation for him for sure.
I think, you know, Boom was defending. He was defending, and then the mangonels came out, had some really good shots for the eagles. All the eagles got cleaned up, and the rest was history.
Yep. It's a rough position, right? And especially with that hill in front of your base that he was able to get the siege workshop on. Boom was never able to wall in that area. Because it was so far behind to the archery range, and it's just a wide open area that he can pressure. Boom still got up to Castle Age at a fairly good time. He didn't really lose any villagers to the archers, but it's just really, really tough, like I said. And Boom is out here because we're in the bracket stage. That means that Faiga moves on. Boom will have another shot in qualifier number 2, though, and we saw some good signs from him. I think that game against Pyro, he was looking really solid. He had a great chance to win. And this one just got a little bit unfortunate. Maybe needs to mix up the Civ selection. Britons would have been better here against Mongols. Shows Britons 2 times already.
That's a fair point that you're mentioning, that there is a second qualifier. So if there's viewers at home that would like to take part in this tournament, you do still have time. But taking a look at our bracket now, quarterfinals underway. It looks like TRM has taken Pete out of the competition, and Faiga is going to meet up against TRM in the semis.
Pete, no, not Pete. Sorry, Pete. TRM goes through as we expected. Faiga goes through over Boom, and then of course we have Haida Wolf against Riffraff and Pyro versus InScale. Now, if you're wondering about the elos, I'm looking up right now. Riffraff is 1488. So Haida Wolf has the advantage there. Riffraff is going to have to get something done. You can see he's got 3 wins of his own. And then InScale is 1801 against Pyro, who's 1829. Both players with 3 wins, 1 loss. That's going to be a good match. Very, very even matchup there.
Boy, oh boy, Haida Wolf. Sorry, did I just see he had only wins? Undefeated? I think so.
Well, yeah. I mean,
yeah.
He was expected to lose. He was expected to lose a game, right? He was 300 elo behind, and then he managed to come back. So
those, man, we'll have to dissect that Sicilian play. I feel like there's a Reddit post waiting to be made there about it. But boy, oh boy, I hope we'll see some more. I hope these players don't get discouraged if they're out of the quarterfinals, and we'll see them again next week. And the viewers at home, feel free to also sign up. There's a pro tournament. There's also these Grumpy tournament as well. So it's all in the name of fun. But there is a little bit of prize money on the line as well. Digitec powering this with some coupons of, was it 800 francs, 500 francs. That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. There's also
And
a little bit of
the chance to play on the main stage.
Oh, well, that's even nicer.
I think that's the nicest thing. You could see the play on the main stage if you win, and then there's tickets for Switzerland, or for the Switzerland, sorry, for the second place as well.
Exactly. And so Dave will be flying all the way into Bern on the 13th of October. Friday the 13th, Dave. Insert X-File music.
Yeah. I'm trying not to fly in on that day, you know. That seems like bad luck, but I've never been to Switzerland before, so I'm excited. I have been past it, but never through, so that should be a good time. We should be going into our next game shortly, folks. It's either going to be I believe Wolf versus Riffraff, or Pyro versus InScale. And it looks like we're jumping into Wolf versus Riffraff. So we get to see Wolf, the Donjon legend.
Oh.
The legend of the Sergeant Maker. And Riffraff will need to do something special. Maybe he can pull a Wolf on Wolf.
Oh.
As we see Tatars against Mayans. We're actually a decent ways in here. These games are happening live. So we joined 13 and a half minutes in. And Wolf is playing as Tatars. Riffraff is playing as Mayans. Another matchup, Ellie, where Step Lancers rule. Like, Step Lancers just kill this matchup for the Mayans. It's going to be really tough.
So what do you think the Mayans' best preventative play is? I guess just be really aggressive in Feudal Age to try to delay the Step Lancers from coming out in Castle?
No, you got to keep your archer mass up, and you got to have a similar castle time.
Okay.
If you're going Eagles here, you're going to have a bad time.
Okay.
So if you're going archers, you should be okay. Wolf is at the back here with the archers. He's stalling out the wood line. And we've got archers coming forward from Riffraff. So good play from Riffraff to send those archers forward and not send them back in defense. He's got another wood line he can potentially go to if he notices that, which it looks like it took him a little while. But he's going to apply pressure now to Wolf on the other side.
Well, the walls are down for both players. Wolf is still a little bit open.
Archers have been found forward. Oh, nice micro there from Wolf to take out that forward force. He's going to try and just clear it up. 2 archers is not that threatening. 1 archer is even less if he could just micro this one guy. He doesn't manage to, but he's got another one on the way.
Oh boy. Well, if you're not familiar with Mayans, they do get discounted archers, right? 10% off discount in the Feudal Age, if I recall correctly. So Riffraff is going to be taking a better trade. So if he loses an archer and Wolf loses an archer, in the grand scheme of things, the Mayan player will have lost less resources, and he might even get a kill here. Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, well done there. Riffraff doing a really good job here. He's clearing up all the archers, and Wolf must be pretty frustrated against this. He just keeps sending archers one at a time. He's like, surely one of these times it's going to work. Surely it's going to work. It not with that guy. That guy's dead. And will there be another one joining him? It's going to be a skirmisher this time. That should be better. Castle Age is on the way for Wolf. So he's used the market a little bit, going up to the Castle Age. Riffraff still about, a minute away from reaching, and Wolf is going to complete the walls, and be interested to see whether he goes into Step Lancers here, whether he just goes crossbow, whether he goes Cav Archers. Tatars do get Thumb Ring instantly when they get to the Castle Age, so it is tempting to go for Cav Archers or crossbows, and that archer is putting in some work. How many does that archer have villager kills? Can we hover over the little skull symbol?
2. Okay.
No, not villager kills though. Yeah, there's no
Not
villager
villager
kills
kills.
other
No,
than
no,
the one
no.
that Riff Raff killed earlier. Okay,
So
cool.
Haida Wolf, he is what, two or so hundred elo higher than Riffraff?
About 150, I
And
think. Yeah.
okay, so that's even closer than Haida Wolf's last match where he was the underdog, right? Right, and he won.
Mhm.
So he knows it's totally possible for someone with lower elo to get the win over him. So he has to be careful. Right now, I think Riffraff's in a nice spot. He's up by 6 villagers. I mean, he'll beat a castle a little bit later. What do you think of this horse collar play for the Mayans? Interesting.
It's a good time to add it in now. Usually you don't want to get horse color with them in feudal age. So you wait until you've clicked up and then you spend the resources, right? He's going to get it for the second round of farms.
And
I
he's got
think he's going to
20.
go for a boom. He's going to add
Yeah,
TCs.
yeah, he's got 21 on food. And if you're going archers, you don't need 21 on food, right? They don't cost any food. So definitely good farm eco from him. He's really priming himself for a really nice boom. His map is
I'm
great.
just w-
I like
I'm
it.
wondering about like Heidelberg, like or Heidel. I just mixed it up. I'm just thinking Heidelberg, Heide Wolf, whatever. I'm wondering about Heide Wolf. Like, why would you pick Tatars here? I guess why would you pick
Ooh.
Sicilians? He answered our question with that meme strategy. Is there's some idle villagers over here
Come
waiting with their
on.
baskets?
Get to work, children. Come on. Well, hold on. Crossbow's coming in for Riff Raff. So looks like he is going to make another town center, right? So he's adding a boom, applying some pressure. Really nice. Beautiful TC, by the way. It's on some extra wood line, on some gold. So beautiful location. Archery range is protecting his gold. I can't complain.
Yeah, it's a the food count
Uh-oh.
is high. It is a slightly mismanaged build, but we are dealing with players that aren't at the same level as the last match we saw, right? They're a little bit lower than that, and the eco will get out of control shortly, or more often rather. But he still has a decent amount of crossbows. He's got 2 more TCs coming in behind, and he's gonna have enough farms to keep the villagers rolling. And he's actually pulled some villagers off of the farms and maybe even disabled auto farm, which is a great call out here. Get your eco in a position where you can just keep producing crossbows, maybe get that university up. Good micro from both players as Haida Wolf tries to control that hill. Riff Raff, though, getting really decent trades against Tatars on a hill with Thumb Ring.
Yeah, Tatars do extra damage when they're fighting at the top of the hill. So really, really nice engagements there. Heidelberg did add another town center on a wood line over there in the corner. I was gonna say if he was making a 1 TC push, then we would need to have seen a siege workshop. But right now, both are sitting on multiple TCs. Riffraff has 3, so he should keep his villager lead and then just have it grow quite substantially if Haida Wolf doesn't do some more damage. So 2 TCs is like this interesting spot where it's not quite a boom and it's not quite an all-in push. What are your thoughts on the 2 versus 3 TCs?
Well, he's just kind of waiting, right? I think he sold some of his stone earlier, so he can't
Mm-hmm.
afford it yet. So until he has enough gold in the bank to buy back the stone, he's kind of forced into going 2 TC. He's got 2 archer rangers producing crossbows. And once again, I question the Tatars pick. Maybe it's another comfort pick from him. I don't think they're particularly great on Arabia. They're good, but are they a fantastic civ? Maybe not. He does have archers at home to defend, though, as his gold is being harassed, and Riffraff just loves to micro. Also, crossbows forward, Riffraff busy microing. This is the cost. This is the cost of spending all your time looking at your units. You're not paying attention to the woodline at home. You're not paying attention to the 4 villagers that are dying at home. You're paying attention to the 2 crossbows forward.
Well, the town center defending the wood line, but I mean, some casualties were had. Overall, Riffraff still up by 6 villagers, so it's not critical for him just yet. And 18 on food. is pretty solid. Haida Wolf with 21 though, getting ballistics. So his crossbow is going to be a little bit more powerful, but it looks like Riffraff's going to take a nice engagement here against the Tatars on a hill.
That's actually really good for Heidelberg. Or God, now it's stuck in my head. Haida Wolf. That was a really good opening engagement, but Riffraff pushes up the hill and takes them anyway. Ballistics is going to be dangerous for him because it's going to be thumb ring ballistics now pushing forward. And if Haida Wolf ever gets that forward position or ever wins a big fight in the center, he can come forward with a siege workshop.
Is Riffraff planning a forward castle?
He might be
wonder.
planning a defensive one. I think a defensive one is probably better in this situation. Unless you win a big fight, then you could come forward. You don't need, like, you're really far ahead, actually. He's 10 villagers ahead now with wheelbarrow.
That's really big.
Massive eco lead. And the second wood upgrade, too. Remember, Riffraff is the lower rated player in this matchup. I think he has better micro, though. Like, so far, the micro for him has been superior to Haida Wolf.
I wonder what Riffraff's all-time elo high was. Maybe he was just on a losing streak, you know?
Maybe he's just an archer player. You never know.
Also in the cards, 9 crossbows queued up in there. At what point do you just add a third archery range or a fourth archery range?
That is a question, right? I mean, 3 archer ranges are probably pretty good. I don't think you need a 4th one unless you're like a flank in a team game or unless you're Imperial H. Probably going to manage just fine. Might want to put that extra wood into more farms to try and go up to the next stage. He's got the stone count to place a castle. He's getting handcart. He's getting town watch. He's in a really good position. I don't know how... Based on this, I don't know how Riffraff is the 1500 player here. He's not playing like a 1500 right now. Well, we zoom in on 4 dead villagers, but still, you know what
I mean. I don't see the castle being built yet, and that upsets me a little bit. I feel like maybe Riffraff wants to hold on to the possibility of making a forward castle, but Haida Wolf putting in some pressure.
Yeah, Riffraff should be able to defend against this. He's got the mangonel and he's got the crossbows from the other area. Gets a big shot there. Doesn't kill anything, but he does damage and he'll kill with the next one. However, does not repair his mangonel. And now there's a mangonel coming forward from Haida Wolf. This is dangerous. Precarious position here. Oh, he's getting so close. He's taking risks. He's still losing villagers, but he still has a slight villager lead. Plus handcart. Well, his opponent doesn't even have wheelbarrow. Castle is still not up. If the castle was up in front of his base a long time ago, none of this would have happened.
Some mango dodgeball happening here. It looks like Haida Wolf is retreating, so that mangonel doing some nice work. And Riffraff very close to Imperial. He's using the market to help him get there. And there you go.
Yep.
No longer is he doing the homeopathy. He's going up.
He's on the way up. He takes out a mangonel. He's going to get a big shot. No, the split comes in from Haida Wolf. Good micro there. He's going to manage to kill the mangonel, it looks like. But unfortunately, the crossbows from Riffraff are taking out all of his units, and Riffraff has enough stone for a castle, but he just refuses to place it. He wants to put it forward, maybe. He's coming with the villagers.
Yeah, he wants to put it forward.
Put it on that hill in the middle.
He's been waiting to clean up these little crossbows. Haida Wolf now changing into CA. Interesting. And these are Tatar CA, so they will get Parthian tactics for free as well.
Oh, God, that castle. Why not just put it on the hill? You have enough for a second one once you finish it. Just put it defensively. You don't need to throw this game. Maybe he thinks he's behind in eco because... What? You don't need this! I think he's thinking too much about the elo difference. He just assumes that he must be behind in eco. That has to be it. Why are you just not capitalizing on your advantage? He's throwing it all away. He's going now for a more defensive castle, which is good. He's keeping up the crossbow production, which is good. And now he's selling some of his food, which is also good.
Yeah, his economy, look at that, 2,500 wood. My gosh. 90 villagers should be more than enough. I mean, maybe we'll get a couple more, but I mean, 90 villagers is not that bad to be pumping out arbalesters, especially mine arbalesters. They're going to be really discounted once we get to imp. What are your thoughts on the plumes? Yay or nay?
Plume nurtures are good. Yep. I think you could just do easily what you do with them with arbalists. If you're getting into your like end game composition, plumes are definitely what you want. But for pushing someone in early Imperial Age, I think you just stick with the arbalists. You need your castle to produce trebs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can't have it
It's
producing
exactly
plumed
what,
archers.
yeah, yeah. I mean, they don't have bombard cannons, right? Tatars,
Yeah.
bombard cannons,
They don't have them either.
they don't have them either. All right. So it's even in that.
They do have hand cannons, though, which is interesting. A lot of people forget that. A lot of people forget that, actually.
Tatars
Okay,
have hand cannons?
Yep. Treb's working away on the siege workshop. There's another castle position there from Riffraff. And Wolf has got himself back into this game because Riffraff didn't believe in himself, I think. Or he believed in himself too much. He went for that forward castle. You know, he was taking fights maybe he shouldn't have. And Wolf showing that he is the higher ranked player in recovering really nicely. Getting those 17 villager kills and getting a big shot.
Oh, that. Oh, and villagers are coming forward to make that castle. There's no way. There's no way. Oh.
Why are we pushing forward with castles here? Just place it in the center. You've got arbalist against cav archer. You're favored as long as the net. Why are we sending the arbalist? We're sending the trebs forward. Everything's going wrong. I think the pressure is starting to catch up with him. He's got 5 arbalists now on the field. I feel terrible for him as he makes the switch now into skirmisher, and he's gonna fall back because he couldn't get the forward castle up. If he played this standard, if he played this with some confidence, he probably would have already been in a position to, like, he would have won or have been in a position to win the game. Now he's in a losing position, which is unfortunate.
It looks like Haida Wolf is about to take the score lead as well, especially if he gets some more villager kills here. Easy. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, those cav archers looking tough, and Haida Wolf has got a castle going up at home, still controlling the middle of the map. That's a solid castle there from Riffraff. He should have had one of those before, along with that castle in the center. And then he would have had increased treb production. But we've got to stop talking about what he would have done. He's going into the infantry armor now. He's getting skirmisher, and he's setting himself up for the long game. It is important to note that we have a time limit in this game, I believe, right? Are we playing these games with time limits? I believe it's 750 years. I could be wrong. But that is not too far from now. So we see cav archers meeting the castle. And I think in the case of a time limit, the score will determine the victor. And right now, Riffraff still has the score lead and finally finds himself space for a castle. He's got the army to support. The cav archers are coming in, though. And the cav archers are now sitting on top of where he wants to put his castle. So yet again, another failed castle foundation.
Oh, no. Oh,
Surely there is a good spot.
The villagers are just going to get plucked off one by one. And the skirmishers for a really long time were just attacking the house.
Oh, he just wants it. He wants the forward castle so bad. He's trying to force it. And it's simply not happening. Like, he's sending more villagers forward. And now we've got some light cav being mixed in to deal with the skirmishers and the trebuchets. And it's just, it's like a comedy. Why are we forcing this so hard? He's committed now. There's no turning back.
The skirmishers are doing their thing. The skirmishers are doing the thing, and I think this castle's gonna go up. And by and large, I feel
Is
like,
it?
I mean,
Is it?
oh, light
The
cap
light
coming
cav are
in.
clearing the skirmishers. We still have a cav archer there. He's ignoring the villagers now, which is good for the chances of the castle going up. And it is. It is going to complete. The light cav are pulled away. So it is up.
The trebs, though. The trebs. Do they survive?
Trebs are going to survive, yeah.
Yes.
And now the
Oh,
question
boy.
is, was it worth it? We have eagles being added in here from Riffraff. We can go for Keshiks if we're Hidewolf. Or we could go for increased light cap production. The raids are going to be pretty brutal for Riffraff if he doesn't notice them. But he does pull the villagers away on time. So nice job there.
I'm
Treb's working
scared.
away. Another castle. I think Keshiks is the play.
We even
think
have two
Keshiks is
militia
the
in there as well. That must have been a misclick.
Mm-hmm.
Two militias from
recovering.
Riffraff here.
Riffraff, all he needed was a forward castle.
That was it for his confidence. That's all he needed.
That's it. That's all he needed. And the Trebs are working away on all these forward buildings. The light cav are still putting in work. The score is still in Riffraff's favor, and we're 15 in-game minutes away from the time limit being reached. So if he continues up this pressure, we're going to need something from Hidewolf. And Hidewolf is now back to queuing up more cav archers. Has not gone for any Keshiks. He's going for light cav instead. And I think Riffraff, despite everything, I think he's still going to win this game. And he goes for another forward. Okay. I guess I just don't know. This is his style. This is his thing. He likes forward castles.
You know, we
That's
were
it.
saying Eagles versus CA, not recommended. But he's going Eagles versus CA. Does he have the numbers, though? Castle gets denied, or we delete it. We're going to choose to make it elsewhere. Those 4 trebs not doing anything hurts me a little bit.
That castle just got denied. I think that no, he placed another one. Okay, that makes sense. He placed it in different, more forward position. That totally aligns with everything we've seen from Riffraff as he targets the cav archers and the light cav with his trebs. And then he's going to go back to targeting the buildings. And, well, doesn't seem like there's anything that Hidewolf can do in this situation. Never mind, he's going hand cannons. He knows that Tatars get hand cannons.
Well, hand cannies versus the Eagles wouldn't be the worst play. It will also be very good versus the pikemen. Elite Eagle Warriors going to be in here in 20 seconds. El Dorado, I believe, is not yet in.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't have
see what those trebs are attacking. If we could zoom out a little bit. They're going after the castle over there. Okay, so that castle likely going to go down. He is spending a lot of stone to repair it, and he's going to try and come in and snipe the trebs, but that's not working. Meanwhile, Riffraff going for raids in the back of Hidewolf's eco. He's got the eagles trying to kill some villagers back there, and they're elite eagles now, and this is very problematic for Hidewolf. 65 on food for Hidewolf, though. Good macro behind that. 44 on food for Riffraff.
He still has 104, like 36 villagers, so his eco is still really solid. Will he... I mean, he's got 20 hand cannies queued up in there. That's I feel like it's excessive.
There's skirms, there's trebs, there's castle foundations. There's a lot of things that can deal with those, and the score is just getting more and more out of reach. I think Riffraff has this one. I think we've seen another upset here. 150 elo difference.
I'm seeing Riffraff with 800 stone to his name. I'm seeing some forward villagers. Does he go deeper?
I think he's probably going to try and take out a TC from Hidewolf and then put a castle right where the TC used to exist. That's what I'm sensing. And or on that hill. I think he wants to send a message, but Hidewolf calls the GG Riffraff our underdog.
Oh my gosh. So Hidewolf
maniac
had a really nice upset on both sides. GG.
Yeah, he had an upset and then he got upset, and Riffraff moves on to the semifinal against Pyro. That's actually kind of wild after not one, not two, but 3, maybe 4 dubious castle positions with villager losses all around them. He tried to force it so hard, and when he finally got it, it was a really good position for him. I think Haida Wolf kind of struggled in terms of thinking about counters there, right? Like he never went for the Keshik at all. Didn't really have the castles up fast enough to stop a forward castle position. I think when Riff Raff went for that first castle on the hill there, Haida Wolf had like, he didn't even have one defensively. So it's a really tough position when you can't trap it back. But I think we are in to the next game shortly. We're going to have Figa versus TRM. And no way, dude. No way. There ain't no chance that we're seeing a Sicilian mirror matchup. Is this where the great Sicilian Donjon Sergeant Cheese begins?
Are they
Oh
both gonna
no.
try it? How much would you love that?
There is no way that this is happening. Are we redefining the meta of Arabia 1v1 in this qualifier? Is this what we're going to see at the grand final? Both of them have decided to go for Sicilians, and I'll be interested to see whether they play it the same way that Haida Wolf did.
Haida will probably love in life right now as a visionary. A visionary of his time here.
Okay, that mining camp is, or that lumber camp is disgusting. I hate it. I hate it.
What do you mean? he can. Okay.
You can't get back. There's no way back to the TC.
You just wall in with one palisade, and the girls are safe.
I get it. I do get it. I get it. I understand. I do get it. But it's something. Yeah,
I think it's just that one tree that they chop through, and they'll be fine.
And then it'll be inefficient.
Yeah, like with lumber camps, you want to keep them as close to the wood lines as you can, just because they chop through them quite quickly. But with lumber camps, mining camps rather, you want to give your villagers a little bit of space, because it's 800 resources instead of 100. So there's going to be more villagers on one small area a little bit longer, and that's why you want that breathing room.
This is the semifinal, by the way. And Figa has been looking pretty good. He did get beat by the Sicilian strategy earlier, and I think TRM is probably going to optimize this strat a little bit. Figa, I don't know if he's going to go for the same thing. Like, do you pick Sicilians to get in your opponent's mind, and then you just go for something meta, like Scouts? Because Scouts could probably absolutely destroy that Sergeant strategy. If you just go full feudal Scouts.
That Figa and TRM were having a chat on the Discord, and then they're like, let's do it.
Yep.
Let's see who will be the better rusher with the Sicilian strat. Who knows?
Maybe TRM knew that he's just the better player, had confidence in himself, and just hit the mirror button, right? It's hidden Civ. It's hidden Civ. You could just go mirror. Why not?
Who's got the better map here? I like the gold for TRM in the back of his base. That's quite nice. But the berry, again, it's like the berry's a little bit more forward, but Figa's got his berries and his gold back. They're both all right. We can deal with them both. Mr. TRM doing some small walls, going to protect his wood line in that regard. Also pushing some deer for Mr. Figa, but TRM, is he looking to lane? What is he doing? He's not pushing his deer.
No, TRM's just scouting. He's going to see if his opponent is on gold here. So if you remember with Haida Wolf's strategy, he went out to gold very quickly so that he had enough to use the market to buy himself up. And he won't see anything on gold. The deer is being pushed in now. You'll see the amount of villagers on berries. And Figa is indeed going for what looks to be a market Donjon FC type of strategy, but TRM is just playing this meta. So TRM definitely just mirror Civ his opponent. And I honestly think if you know this strat is coming, I think just like full Scouts is the way to beat it. I I think they do decently against sergeants, even with the first armor upgrade. If they mix in spears, it's fine. You're gonna have enough scout numbers to take out the spears, and their eco is gonna be terrible.
Yeah, and the Sicilians take less bonus damage.
Yep.
So
Even in the mirror matchup.
even in the mirror matchup, exactly. 50 seconds on the clock for TRM, and he's already prepping his economy is looking quite nice. We would love to see some more farms. I don't know if he can quite afford it, but I don't know if we can rely on the berries and the food underneath for too much longer.
Well,
But okay,
you're gonna need the upgrade with Sicilians. Really important, right? Because they get double the value from the farm upgrade. And then you're gonna need the stable first, so you have to delay the farms.
okay, getting the wood upgrade, getting the second stable makes sense. First stable rather. Also gonna push the deer to make up for the lack of additional farms. That'll give him a little bit more time. Is he just gonna push it to the mill and just
Yep.
he's just gonna say screw
And there's the
screw
farm
all
upgrade
the
right there.
extra work,
He
efficiency.
had
Yeah.
he had a good build there. Like he still had 2 sheep left over. He had the berries. He had the deer to push in, so his food eco is gonna be perfectly fine. And then he has time to go into the farms, and we can see that mining camp coming out right there. It's a 24 population uptime from Figa, and he's got a lot of food. He has a lot of food here. He's going to have 2 more villagers when he clicks up than what Wolf had. Although he didn't go for loom. So he went up no loom there. That's kind of nutty. It's kind of crazy. And oh, TRM is being so annoying. He knows he wants to place that blacksmith. Figa puts it in a different spot. Figa will go for the house wall. Needs another palisade wall before these scouts come in. Nope,
Oh,
doesn't get
that
it.
hole.
Oh, and it's
Very, very
delaying.
nice. No villager kill though. Mr. Figa is going to be fine. So he just needs a little bit more gold. Or you can just use the market. There you go. And off he goes to the castle agent TRM with 3 scouts trying to see whatever damage he can do and might get some at the gold.
Yeah, he's going to harass him at least, right? And because he sold 200 stone, he doesn't have enough stone for a donjon, which means he won't have the protection that Wolf had on his gold. And this might be an adapted type of strategy, but I don't think it's going to be sergeants here. Unless he gets himself some more stone, he has no capability of making the sergeants. And now he goes out to stone with 3 villagers. His stone is at the front of his base, though he quick walls the gold. So great job there. We'll need to repair that palisade. Doesn't do it. And more scouts are coming in. And the most important thing here, other than the villagers that are likely to die on the gold here, is the stone at the front for Figa.
Oh,
And that's
how
2
many is that? 2
villagers.
vills?
Yep. Stone is walled in at the front. Okay. Not a good situation for him. He's getting the infantry armor upgrade. Still doesn't have a donjon, by the way. Still does not have a donjon to make those sergeants.
This is I mean, I'm assuming he saw that strategy with Sicilians for the first time. So he saw it once, and is this the first time he's playing it, or maybe he got a ladder game in between? I don't know. It's definitely in a best of 1. It's a bold move at best.
Great micro here from TRM to pull the weak scouts away, continue harassing. Even if you're not killing villagers here, you're still adding value, right? You're forcing the villagers to run around, and eventually you're going to find the picks just like that. And yeah, like the early donjon, it might nuke your castle each time, give you a little bit of idle TC versus selling the stone. But the early donjon gives you a place to garrison and be protected, and there's no protection here for Figa. He's just being harassed like crazy.
Was a donjon built?
No, not yet. There might be one on the stone. I think he did make one on the stone. Yeah, he's making one right now.
Okay. Well, it's a bold move. TRM is still in the depths of feudal age. Like he's using all of his resources right now, picking up forging, so +1 attack for his scouts. And his he also has a sergeant.
Yep,
TRM.
he's made a dungeon at home, and he has made one sergeant, which is currently garrisoned inside of the dungeon. But his eco looks fantastic, 35 against 26, and I think Faiga is forced now into just YOLOing into a castle. Most likely, he's got the infantry upgrades for his sergeants. Might be able to find a villager pick here, but unlikely because that dungeon is there supporting. And he gets her. Wow, he does end up killing her. Okay, but still being pressured at home.
Oh, we're building a market for TRM. I think he's tired of being in the feudal age. He says, we got to get to castle to join Mr. Faiga. And Faiga, he's got 4 sergeants, and they're trickling in now.
Yep, one at a time. A scout should be able to... And look at this. Scouts are able to deal with this, and he just makes his own sergeants. He's already got the infantry armor upgrade. He's getting forging. And he's like, I can match your energy with a similar energy of my own, but with a better economy. And he's simply making feudal age units. He's going to counter all of this stuff. And there are villagers on the way forward from Faiga. Faiga might be thinking about going for a forward dungeon.
Oh, I think you're right. Definitely those, what is it, 7 villagers he's bringing in? 8?
I think you had to... No, you had to cancel that. Like, go for a castle. Go for a castle. Don't go for a dungeon rush. Go for a castle, dude. This dungeon's going to do nothing for you.
Well, maybe he wants to make more donjons and then take TRM off of the gold, but TRM's like, all right, let's just take our villagers in here. TRM's got more military on the field.
Like,
Faiga
if I'm
is...
TRM, I see this and I'm like, thank God he's not making a castle. This is just a gift to see this dungeon go up here. He's got his own sergeants. He's got villagers to help batter this down. Take stone away from a potential castle. And the fact that Faiga is in feudal or a castle age and TRM is in feudal age right now just doesn't matter, right? Because they're both fighting with feudal age capacity.
Yeah, they both have the same upgrades. People are asking how TRM has so many more villagers. Well, he didn't go up to castle, so his TC has not been idle. So he's going to profit from a little bit of a better economy, so he can maybe get more numbers on the field. But looks like TRM didn't take the best fight here. And Faiga's coming forward with another donjon on the gold. That's a problem.
He can't really repair that for very long, though. Only 23 stone in the bank. So TRM pushes this one down. There's really no repairs to be had. And TRM is just sending the boys and the girls, everybody. The Hmong guys and the Hmong gals, right? As you would say. Or I guess there would
These
be...
are Sicilians. It doesn't work when they're not Mongols.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Dave. But the boys and girls are doing some work. Yeah, he had the help of his 2 towers as well. Fletching isn't in for either of them. You'd think that maybe Faiga would get some, but no fletching. So
Faiga is killing a ton of villagers here. The upgrade to Castle Age Sergeants apparently is massive because TRM is losing everything. Don't tell me this is going to win again. No way. That was a terrible fight for TRM. What on earth is this? What is this?
Hold on.
You just killed so many villagers. Faiga wins with this strategy. What the hell? Dude, what is this? It's like people just turn off their brain when they face it. It's crazy.
I am speechless. Without speech.
I don't understand how this is won again. There were 2 sergeants there on 1 HP. They probably killed 6 villagers total.
We were talking about like, TRM with like 15 more villagers. And they just melted away.
It must just be, I must not be familiar with the upgrade to Castle Age Sergeants. It must be a big one. I'll have to look that one up.
Can someone look that up for us, please?
He looked to be in a fantastic position, but with just a feudal armor upgrade and with a donjon with no fletching, villagers not really engaging, he was able to kill so many vills there. And yeah, that's just wild to me. That is crazy.
Well, look at the insights from Haidewolf himself in the chat. Sergeants in Castle Age are insane. They get 3/3 armor and like 65 HP.
That's crazy. That is crazy. Okay. Haida Wolf, Doubt, Figa, you did good. You did good.
Yeah,
And
you
that's a
did right. You
crazy,
did good. Yeah.
crazy upset there. He wins the game against TRM.
The
And
top rated and the highest elo.
that is wild. TRM is
Oh
going to
my
have to
goodness.
qualify in the next bracket. And we might just see the Sicilian strat take over here in this tournament if it's free pick. It's
Yo,
oh my god.
honestly, Riff Raff and Pyro have to be thanking their lucky stars now. They don't have to go up against TRM. They are going to be up against Figa, so whew.
There has to be a better option there than sending every single villager and then watching them die. There has to be. Maybe just
certainly.
like I guess from his perspective, he doesn't know his opponent is fully out of stone. He doesn't know his opponent's economic situation, right? But yeah, that is kind of crazy. We're gonna go though into another semifinal. It's gonna be Riff Raff against Pyro, and TRM is gonna have to qualify another day. But I can see that Pyro and Riff Raff already kind of playing here. Lithuanians against the Mayans. We're gonna join this one 12 minutes in.
Oh boy.
Crazy day of Age of Empires. Absolutely
It's
wild. And it's getting better as we get deeper. Yeah.
Crazy. Crazy. Both civs here are Lithuanians' mines. I feel like they're another like comfort picks. I think Lithuanians are capable of some great things, mines as well. But Pyro, from my coaching days with him, he loves Lithuanians. That extra food boost at the start of the game helps accelerate your eco. And not to mention with all these scouts, he's really going to be primed in a good position to pick up those relics in Castle Age and get plus one attack for his knights and latest. So
Archer's coming in for Riff Raff, once again playing as the Mayans. He's got a good setup here. And he has 0 seconds of idle TC time. Again, remember, Riff Raff is a 1498 player, 1468 or something like that. Pyro is 1900 player. But right now, Riff Raff is holding his own quite well early into this game. And Riff Raff, I mean, he had a really good upset against Haida Wolf. Maybe we got the ratings wrong on him. Maybe he's secretly like really, really good. 1488. That's what it has his elo listed as.
He's playing this one really nice. He did lose. I mean, the kill death ratio is 4-1, so Pyro a little bit better there in that regard. So Pyro still has more of his resources on the field. But you can see Riff Raff, beautiful play of getting his spears with his archers. He's going to try to come up from behind and take Pyro, catch him off guard. But Pyro's like, he's just going to use that speed and run away.
Yeah, Pyro now going for more archers and the blacksmith as well to get fletching. I'm sorry, Ellie. My brain is still stun locked by the Sicilian strategy. It's crazy. I was talking about the last time we saw it. Now this time it worked again from a position I thought was unlosable, and I can't recover. Emotionally, mentally, I can't recover.
Haida Wolf are gonna be, now you got me saying Heidelberg. Haida Wolf is gonna be responsible for the incoming Sergeant
Well,
nerf.
he said he copied Doubt, so it might be Doubt.
Okay.
I don't know. It's so stupid too, because I did exactly the same thing not 2 weeks ago in some tournament matches I was playing, but I didn't think it was particularly strong, and now explains to me how I won that game. I didn't know sergeants were that good in Castle Age. Automatic upgrade. That's wild. Eagles coming in now from Riff Raff. Just a few Eagles behind. And still has the Archer Mass, and I think he's thinking about going up to Castle Age at some point here shortly.
We have interesting news in the chat here. Someone said, "Isn't this riffraff the one that won Viper on the ladder?"
No, met Viper, not one.
Oh, he met.
Yeah.
Then never mind.
that would be
Then
an
I
extremely
would
interesting
I
development.
misread that. Okay. I'm getting a little too ahead of myself. I'm in this like upset
Yeah.
mood here, you know. Okay. It's a little bit of a minor, you know. You can see how I would have made that mistake, but Pyro and Riffraff having a little bit of a carfuffle.
A kerfuffle. Yet
Yeah.
another good word pulled out of the vocabulary, and Riffraff's gonna go
Mhm.
up first. From this gameplay so far that we've seen from Riffraff, and it's only been 2 games here with the Mayans, I refuse to believe that he's 1488. I just simply refuse to believe it. He is playing very, very nicely. He only has 30 seconds of idle TC time here. He's about to click up to Castle Age. He's managed to keep the pressure away from a 1900 player, by the way, or 1829 rather, from Pyro, our third best seeded player in this tournament,
Well,
and
I
he's doing
feel
really well.
maybe we'll see some of your insights as well on this topic, but I feel like players obviously have different strengths. That's nothing new,
Mhm.
but maybe Riffraff is like really good with like feudal and castle, and then as soon as it comes to like late game decisions, maybe there is where the elo difference takes its
Maybe.
toll.
I mean, we saw those castles, right?
Yeah, I
He's
mean
good in
that's
feudal and
exactly what I was
castle age, and then he needs to get a forward castle down. Otherwise, he's done. He's just done. He needs to get a castle, and there's a hill in Yellow's base that is extremely castleable. No, there's a stable on it now. Never mind.
All right. Well,
Double stable approach for Pyro. Bloodlines coming in, armor coming in. Like we said before, eagles are dangerous if the mass gets rolling, and Lithuanians do not have the step lancers available to counter those eagles immediately, but knights are still a good option. And you can see the eagle switch coming in from Riffraff. He's keeping his archers alive. He'll probably get crossbow, probably get bodkin, and then focus on the eagle production.
okay, we'll have a similar uptimes. Mayan play will be there a little bit faster. He's got a respectable mass of archers, nothing too crazy, but he'll have what 14 crossbows maybe with Botkin. That'll be nice. And now that he's in Castle Age, those archers are going to be even cheaper. Pyro, meanwhile, looks like he's going to go for the old knight play, drop a monastery probably, and wants to pick up those relics.
And has light cav as well. He was queuing up extra scouts from his 3 stables when he was on the way up. He has wheelbarrow already, so his eco has been pretty good. Riffraff didn't have the first wood eco upgrade, so he's gonna need to grab that.
He's getting
I think
that
he just
now,
realized. Yeah, I think he just realized when he got to Castle Age he didn't have it, and he immediately goes for 2 extra TCs. So he's not really going to be able to produce any eagles here, and he's got the crossbows, but he's going to have to play defensively until his eco catches up to his production capability.
Does Pyro have 3 stables?
Yep, he's got 3.
He's got 3 stables. He's pumping things out, adding another town center here for him. The monastery has not yet been constructed. It's got a lot of wood. So
Latest are disgusting here. They can be super strong, and he's actually making TCs on stone. Latest are just, especially if you get like 4 relics, which he might be set up to do, latest can just run over anything the Mayans can make, halbs included. They are just a steamroller, and Riffraff is going to have to do something before he gets to those castles.
oh boy. What do you think of this delayed monastery? I don't know. I feel like you kind of want it. He's making lots of knights. Why not get the extra attack points? Oh, no, that's Riffraff making the monks. We need Pyro's monks. So I like Riffraff taking the relics away from Pyro because that's exactly what he needs to do. Pyro is a little late to the game here. At least the monastery is up, but would love to see him pick those up. He needs to pick up at least 2 relics because Lithuanians do no longer get blast furnace, right? So gonna miss +2 attack in the Imperial Age, and we need to make up for it somehow.
I don't even think Riffraff should go out for those relics. Like, it's good to snag them, but with all these knights around, you need the monks in defense, right? You only
Mm.
send the monks out there once the coast is clear. Otherwise, they just get sniped by the light cav that you see roaming around. He tried to go for university at the front. He actually canceled the university. And Riffraff is keeping up villager production. So he is 10 villagers ahead, minus wheelbarrow. But still, Pyro is in a good position to keep his eco running, and Pyro is still basically controlling the game. Riffraff is just responding to everything he's doing.
Pyro with 4 villagers on stone. This is like 5 now, 6 now. I think he's trying to get a castle. I wouldn't be shocked to see him come forward with a little bit of an aggressive castle. He's got a pretty nice army collection right now. Those scouts will take care of the monks. The knights taking care of the eagles and the archers quite nicely as well. I mean, he's got a good little composition going.
Wheelbarrow coming in for Riffraff, and he's going to get 2 conversions. No, he doesn't get that second one, but his army's a little bit out of place, so maybe the light cav can jump on the crossbows. Light cav going right through for the monks, and the knights are going to focus on the crossbows. That's 2 dead monks. Make it 3 soon. And then knights can just
Maybe
feast
even
on the
4?
crossbows.
Yeah,
Maybe.
light cav they kill monks in 2 shots instead of light cav kill monks in 2 shots instead of scouts that take 3. So light cav, really good investment if your opponent is going for monk play. Look at that, all the monks for Riffraff are gone.
Yeah, Riffraff has lost a lot of his army there. He managed to get home with a few crossbows. And he is adding in barracks at the back. So he's probably going to go for a crossbow pikeman approach. But this is now the lack of military in the middle of the map is giving an opportunity for Pyro to stretch out for those relics. And Pyro has a lot of stone as well. So he might be thinking about castle now into latest. Now, do you make those castles defensively to make latest? Or are you coming forward and placing a castle right on top of that hill front of Riffraff's base? It doesn't feel like Riffraff has too much to stop it, honestly.
Well, last game Pyro played, he wanted to go for a forward castle, and it didn't really quite work for him. So maybe Pyro, especially maybe if he saw that last game. Although no, I think they were in game when that last one ended. So Pyro doesn't know that it was such a big upset. So maybe he's still confident. I
He's
see
coming
villagers
forward.
coming forward, so he's coming
Yeah.
forward. I think maybe if he saw that last game and saw that upset, maybe he'd be a little bit more defensive. But no. Just like his last game, he's motivated to go for that forward castle drop. And honestly, he's got a pretty nice army. I'm just worried about his solution to all of the pikemen. I feel like 5 feudal skirms is not it.
Yeah, if he can pull them out of position, he'll be fine. But he goes for the castle there, which is fine. It takes out the secondary gold from Riffraff, and he's still got 9 on stone, so he can go for a secondary castle once he has this one up in a little bit. And once he starts bringing them those relics, the knights are going to be pretty powerful once he gets 2 or 3 relics in, and then they can kind of deal with the pikemen just fine, right? Once they're putting out that extra damage. However, there's some monks mixed in there. There's still some crossbows mixed in there, and there's still a villager lead from Riffraff. Fortunately for Riffraff, he doesn't have enough stone for a castle, because I feel like he would run 20 villagers into this castle from Pyro trying to get his down forward. But he's not in that position yet.
I mean, Riffraff has the eco lead, which is quite nice. 12 extra villagers, and he's got a lot of gold. So if he gets the castle defensively at home and gets to Imperial first, like, I think Pyro's a little bit of a ways away. But relic number 2 entering the monastery, if you will.
The monastery.
Yeah. Lithuanian monasteries, they work 20% faster, right?
I can't remember the percentage. They do work faster. The knights are now working away on the wall on the right side of Riffraff's base, and he's going to bring his incredibly slow army to deal with that. And are the knights in? The knights are coming into the eco.
Uh-oh, he needs
Killing
one more building and then
villagers.
Imperial.
You can just do a drive-by here. You can snipe some vills and then get out of dodge. And the
Mhm.
pikemen are just going to be simply too slow to deal with this. Sees the amount of villagers on stone, probably needs to back up out of this position, but he does have 2 relics now. So if he can get on that hill, he can actually win this fight against the pikemen easily.
3 relics now.
Monks are involved though, so he needs to back up. But look at what he's done. He's pulled the army out of position, and he gets the castle up on the position he initially wanted the castle. If he can defend against the crossbows are still here. So never mind, the castle doesn't go up until he can pull them back there.
Oh.
And Riffraff going for a counter castle of his own, but the knights are here. I don't know if Riffraff will succeed with this one. And yeah, now the castle from Pyro is cutting off the foundation from Riffraff. He needs to start building it now, which he's done. Knights are in front here. Skirmishers are behind. Knights have 3 relics plus forging. They should be able to win the fight against the pikemen. And Riffraff goes for a castle of his own.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Pyro knows he needs to do something against those pikes and the crossbow, so he's going to go into elite skirmisher, but I don't know if he has enough numbers. I mean, Lithuanian skirms move 10% faster, but
he's just gonna
this
kill
is
the
getting
vills.
dicey.
He's just going to kill the vills. As long as his castle goes up, the pikemen can no longer engage there, right? So he's just trying to delay that castle from Riffraff just long enough for his to go up. Riffraff, though, is on the way to Imperial Age. So is Pyro. And I wonder if either of them goes for the petard attempt here, or if they're just banking on trebuchets. Pyro has enough stone for another castle, by the way.
Riff is going to be in Imperial a little bit faster. I don't think it'd be the worst play for Pyro to be sitting underneath the castle and attacking with his knights.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. Like he should really be there. I think he's nervous about the pikemen, especially once you do a decent amount of damage with your petards. Bringing the knights over and taking out that castle is a really good opportunity for you. He has enough almost for 2 extra castles now, Pyro, as we see Riffraff go for a castle in the north, and Riffraff also making petards.
Yeah, both are going. They're petarding this one out. HP on the castles. I think, yeah, I think Pyro's on the hill, so he should have that hill advantage. And now the knights are coming in to help out the cause. It looks like, yeah, there it goes. So
Yep.
I don't know if the trebuchet is gonna come out. Maybe one.
Well, there
But
is
then
another
where's it gonna
castle,
go?
right? There's a castle in the north, which the trebs are being produced from. Murder holes coming in from Riffraff. He's
Oh,
actually
boy.
getting it. It probably won't matter because I think this castle will die before Murder Holes gets completed. And one more petard potentially to take it out. There we go. Castle has been killed.
But
Riffraff
I feel like
left with 1.
all the pikes aren't defending that trebuchet, so Pyro can
Ooh.
just run in, snipe that
Woodline in
treb,
the
and run
north?
out.
Woodline in the north. Oh boy.
Oh.
What is Riffraff doing out there? I guess he ran out of woodlines in his own base. Probably should have gone south, though. He goes north, and he's losing villagers. He is
He
getting the
zigged when he
infantry
should've
upgrades.
zagged.
And he is getting halberdier to protect the trebs. But with 20 skirmishers on the field and the potential to get tower shields as well for Pyro, like if he gets tower shields, he doesn't care about any of the army from Riffraff right now. He doesn't care about the castles, the TCs, nothing. I think he's saving up for it.
Did he get chemistry, Pyro? I don't think so. No chemistry just yet. So no bombard cannons, but 2 trebs versus 2 trebs. I like Pyro's position a little bit more. 3 relics. Iron casting going to be in soon as well. So the knights will have what, +5?
The knights will have +5. Yep.
It's not bad.
Where's the 4th relic? It's out of sight. I don't think you can see it. And the knights are looping around. There's 3 trebs working away on the castle from Riffraff. Riffraff's got 3 trebs working away on the castle from Pyro, but Pyro has villagers there if he wants to repair it. Cavalier is coming in, and Pyro is doing the right thing. He's shifting his knights to the south. He knows where all of the halberdiers are from Riffraff, and Riffraff, once again, slowly has to move his army to the south of his base, which means his trebs won't be protected, which means Pyro might be able to go over there and snipe them down.
Yeah, and Pyro has 4 relics, and I'm pretty sure there's a monk at the bottom of the 5th relic too. Not that I think the 5th relic makes too much of a difference for the attack. Oh no, just the scout. Because I think you cap out at 4, right?
Yeah.
With Lithuania.
Yeah.
Yeah, but amazingly strong units. And look, it's gonna be Cavalier soon. Ugh.
Cavalier
Efficiencies for
coming in.
both villagers, though. I mean, it's horrible. 57, 46. Ugh.
I think Pyro would take that inefficiency though. He's killing everything. Like we
I,
look at the woodline situation even from Riffraff. Where does he go for wood? He goes to the north. Incredibly exposed. One night, and that entire woodline is dead if he doesn't notice it for a while. And his halbs are chasing. There's simply no wood at the back of his base. He's going for farms over there. You can tell he's stressed out based on those placements. And now his gold, secondary gold, and stone is denied at the front, and he's about to be denied off of that gold over to the north of his base. So Skirmisher is putting in work. Cavalier coming from behind. Still no latest, which is surprising from Yellow. But he doesn't need it at this point.
the skirmishers are doing work. Thumbring is gonna come in as well.
Eagles
I don't know.
being added from Riffraff. It's not enough.
It's not enough. It's 5 on gold as well, and he doesn't have any relics. So his gold income is being pressured here. I mean, I mind you, Eagles aren't like the most gold intensive unit, right? They're only like what, 20 gold a pop?
No,
20
they're 20 food. They're like 50 gold, are they not? How much
And 20
is an
food.
eagle?
Okay, okay.
I mean, all you have to do is look at the KD on this game.
Well, you make some good points here. Mr. Riff in a little bit of a ref. I don't know if that makes any sense, but the Cavaliers are doing lots of work here. 59 to 4 military. 3, 2. It's a countdown.
Countdown to GG. I mean, he's got 4 military right now. 8 helms in the queue.
5.
No wood
6 now.
lines. Villagers are dying. And we wait. Riffraff, though, he's already caused one upset in this tournament, and he's going to play on, and he's going to try and make it work, but there's really nothing going for him here. He's going for 2 men-at-arms.
Well, he's trying to make some halbs, but I think Pyro's skirmishers are going to be fine. Even the Cavalier, to be honest. I mean, they got +6 now.
GG called. Well played from Riffraff. He had a good opening to that game, but Pyro showing his experience. He does not commit onto the forward castle. He goes for the middle castle first, and then he works on the forward castle, which is, you know, a little bit different from what we saw from Riffraff in that one game, right? He just kept coming forward with the castles. And then after the third attempt, he finally went for the last one, and he managed to pull out the victory. But Pyro, way more consistent and using the mobility of his knights very, very well.
I love the relic play as well. Just grabbing them all up, scooping them all up. Amazing.
Okay, so
Well
we
played.
will have Pyro against Faiga in our finals here for this qualifier. No TRM, no boom, none of that. So I mean,
have to
it's
say,
unexpected who we see going forward. But who's your favorite?
In this final coming in,
Yeah.
I think Pyro. And it's not
You
just
think
because he
Pyro?
coached me. And I gotta root for the coach. I gotta be a neutral observer here. But I mean, the elo, the experience. I mean, Pyro has played in a lot of Swiss only tournaments. He's got a couple of gold medals under his belt, and I'm really excited that that means with TRM and Boom being disqualified from, well, not disqualified, being what's the word I'm looking for?
Eliminated?
Kicked out. That's
Absolutely
the word.
disqualified. No drama here. You heard it here first, folks. Disqualified from the tournament because they lost.
Eliminated. What am I, a native English speaker or something? So with them being eliminated from this round, that means we might see them again if they have time next weekend. And if you guys have time at home and for next weekend and you wanted to sign up, sign-ups are still open. Just saying.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so will we see, question everyone's wondering, including myself, mostly myself, Will we see the Sicilian strategy again? I still think that it's very counterable. I just saw so many opportunities for people to just not take the fight in those 2 games and not lose 15 villagers to the sergeants,
Ew.
but it worked twice. Maybe it'll work again. Who knows?
Pyro just entering the chat, and he's because he was already in game when TRM was finishing his match, and he's like, "What What happened to TRM?" Pyro
you got
Sicilians,
dude,
sergeant, man.
he was
That's
in
what
such a
happened.
good spot too, and then he suddenly lost 15 villagers. It's crazy. It is wild. I think like if he doesn't add any sergeants of his own in feudal age and just goes up, he's fine. If he doesn't toss his villagers away, he's fine. But I mean, you make weird decisions, right, when you're being forwarded. So maybe
Oh my
stone
God.
walls is the counter to that strat. Stone walls. Use all your extra stone as Sicilian and just make yourself an arena. That's it. Sergeants can't get in. You get up to castle age. You go for some knights. And
What if you're not playing as sergeants and you don't have extra stone?
You mean as Sicilians? You still have 200 stone, so no. So yeah.
You make some valid arguments.
All right, so we're waiting for our finalists. Looks like we're gonna have 5 or so minutes to wait for them to get into the game. And excited for this because I believe it's a best of 3 here, right? Is it? Is this a best of 3 or a best of 1? I can't remember for the final here.
That's a very good question. Pyro, is it a best of 3 or is there a best of 1?
Now we're asking the players to tell us, the casters.
Best of 3! Ayo! Ayo!
Best of 3. Okay, so we actually have a map pool for this. I believe there's Nomad, Acropolis, Arabia. Can't remember the other maps. With map diversity, that's right. Noob casters, I know. Sorry, the entire handbook was in Swiss German. I apologize for that. I did translate the whole handbook, but I can't quite remember what the final was. It's also in French. True. I should have read.
You should have read it in French.
I should have downloaded that one. Yeah, true. I definitely threw.
It's been a long day. All right, we're nearing 6 hours here. We're gonna finish it off with a bang. A best of 3. I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be great. I hope we see Sicilians again. Like that would be so good.
Arena, Nomad, Gold Rush, 4 Lakes, and Acropolis.
Oof.
Okay. I want to see Nomad. I want to see Nomad. It's not in Swiss German? Okay, it's in German. Sorry, I don't know the differences between the two. I apologize. I know, it's my bad. How could I? That's what you're thinking.
So first map is going to be on Arena, the usual. And then we'll have a little bit of diversity. I love closed maps. I don't know if the players are going to want to go for more open or closed. Or I know, you know what? I won't say anything. I don't want to talk and give anyone an unfair advantage. We'll let the players pick what they want. We're not going to go into, oh, this player is really good at that and really bad at that. We'll just let the chips fall where they may.
I think you're safe. I think you're safe to, speculate on strategies here. I don't think they're listening. I think if you ask them, they could care less what we think. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's a little known fact here that Pyro spammed, I think, was it islands on the ladder to reach his 2K.
Well, that doesn't help him at all, given that the maps are Arena, Nomad, Gold Rush, 4 Lakes, and Acropolis.
Well, I'm wondering if he's gonna choose then the water one. Maybe. I mean, it's different, but it's the only waterish one. I don't know. And obviously, Pyro's really comfortable playing with Lithuanians, and Lithuanians seem to be quite good on that map.
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
One-trick pony exposed. Sicilian. It's the Sicilian strat.
Okay,
That's the trick.
so they should be in shortly. We are just waiting for everyone to get set up in addition to our spectator. And while this is going on, the actually the grumpy bracket has been moving along pretty well. I don't know if we have standings for that one, but I'm actually interested to see what that is looking like right now. And we're in our final of that, actually, if I read this correctly, and it's a familiar name, Ellie. It is Messias. Very
Oh,
familiar name. Yeah.
yeah, we casted some of his games versus Dave.
Ah, yes. Yes,
Where he,
Dave. How did Dave?
yeah.
What happened to Dave? Hang on a second. I guess he lost.
Well, that would be the logical conclusion.
Yeah.
But boy, oh boy, they're also the Grumpy tournament is also going to be casted live at Bern at Herofest as well. And there's also a little bit of prize money on the line. I think it's for the Grumpy, it's 500 for the main prize, 300 for the second place, the Digitec voucher, the Digitec coupon, if my memory serves correct. So, you know, maybe they'll buy Dave those new wireless headphones he was after.
Yeah, maybe. Wait,
There you go.
the Dave game, was that against Messias or was that against someone else?
No, I think that was against Messias.
Because it showed that they fought again, and I can't remember who won that game, but I don't remember Messias winning that. I remember Dave winning that with the Ethiopians. Maybe he fought against someone else.
You know what? We've cast a lot of games, and they're all merging together.
Maybe they had a rematch. Maybe they did. I don't know. It's interesting.
Oh, you know what it was? Oh, maybe we casted during the Swiss stage.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I think
and
they
then
had a
Dave
rematch.
won.
Yeah.
And then they were doing the quarterfinals, and they met in the playoffs. This seems
And then
to
he
be
lost.
the like scenario.
Yeah, that's just a Dave tier loss right there. That's a shame.
Feels bad, man.
Okay, so we are looking like we're in shortly. Just have to confirm. There's probably going to be, is there a draft here or are we just doing picks for the maps? It's probably just picks. And that only comes after the first Arabia game, right? Because the first game will be on Arabia and then it's losers home map after that. So they can pick one of the 5 maps in the pool.
Mm-hmm. What kind of civs do you want to see?
They're just picking in private message. Okay. What kind of civs do I want to see? I want to see Sicilians and I want to see someone actually crack the Sicilian strategy because I feel like I feel like once you think about it a little bit, it's an easy strategy to crack as long as you stay calm and collected. And I think you can even crack it while staying in feudal age. Civs are hidden pick, no repeat. Yes. Yes, that's why we've seen so many Mongols, and we're starting to see a meta shift mid-qualifier into Sicilians. So things are getting interesting, for sure.
You know, I feel like even if the game is like Sicilian strat is easy to counter in theory, I feel like you need the experience because it seems like that power boost from feudal to castle is off the charts and just seeing that sheer raw power.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes, you do. Okay, so we're gonna take a 5-minute break here and we'll be right back with the finals. Thank you for watching, everyone. See you in 5 minutes. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. And we're just about to get into our finals here. Both players have set up the game and they're ready to go. We are going to have Pyro facing off. Oh, here we are against Figa, and Figa has gone for Sicilians again. And here we are.
Oh,
How is the meta just being redefined in one qualifier of a Swiss tournament? What is going on here? He got Sicilian rushed once. It worked against him, and then he used it to beat the best player, the favorite in the tournament, and he's using it again here in the finals, and I'm here for it. Prove me wrong. I think it's still a bad strategy. I think it's a Mimi strategy, but I think it's easily countered. Prove me wrong. Win with it
well,
again, and I'll admit
Pyro
that you're
hasn't
right.
seen this, right? Like maybe he skimmed the VOD and saw a little bit of it, but he hasn't actually experienced it yet. And Figa might be feeling pretty good about himself right now. And let's see if he will stick to the game plan. So Pyro's playing as Kamur. I feel like this was maybe a counter for Sicilians. I don't know,
Yeah.
maybe because
Well,
they can have a fast castle of their own.
Haida Wolf is saying it right now. Kamur 23 pop FC Knights could be a play, right? Knights will beat Sergeants every day. You could probably 3v1 a knight, and you're barely going to win with the Sergeants. So we'll see if that's what Pyro is going to attempt here. Figa trying to push in the Zebra, and Figa finally has a backstone. So this is the first time we've seen the Sicilians with this strategy actually have a safe stone. He also has the gold relatively close to the TC, and we'll see if he can get away with this FC attempt
Well,
again.
what are the odds that Figa is just going to play at standard?
I don't think so. I
Slim to
think you
none.
just
Okay.
beat you just beat the best player in the tournament, the guy who's expected to go through from this qualifier. I think you're gonna stick to your guns here, and I don't even think he executed it particularly well last time. I think there's room to grow for this Sicilian strategy as we see Pyro now going for the mill in the back. Pyro's got a good base setup. He's got back gold. He's got that wood line nice and close to his economy, and he's pushing in the Zebra from the front.
Pyro's got a really nicely wallable map, I think. Like the berries and the gold can be easily protected, making an FC for Kamur really, really feasible, I would say. Yeah, and might as well push your Zebras, get a little bit of extra food income there. Mr. Figa, on the other hand, oh, he's also pushing a Zebra.
Just for reference, Figa is the second seed in this tournament. He's 1971, and Pyro is the third seed, if I remember correctly, at 1829. So Figa is favored to move on here. If we're just talking about Elo matchup, it's incredible to me that he's gone for this strategy, regardless of the fact that he has a higher Elo than his opponent. Like you feel like he would just go for something meta, right? But he's taking the risk. He's doing it again, assuming he goes for the dungeon strat.
He's doing it for the fans.
Yep, maybe.
There's no other way about it.
Maybe this whole tournament is just gonna be like some weird little microcosm in the development of Age of Empires 2 esports, where for a brief moment in time, we see the Sicilian Sergeant push
And
happening, and it's
moment.
like the whole meta, and like next week it's just gonna be Sicilians versus Sicilians the whole way through. It's not present anywhere else in the scene, just here, and nobody else knows about it. Loom coming in now for Pyro, and Pyro's gonna go up with, it looks like, well, no, he's not in a position to go up. Maybe just getting Loom. Not in a position to go up yet. Oh, there we go. He had it queued. He had it queued. Okay, that makes sense.
Well, this is looking like a pretty 22 pop Kamur FC.
Is he gonna have enough resources to go FC though? Because he doesn't have any villagers on gold yet. And you can't wait around for the market. And now you see the scout is attacking his own scouts. Faiga knows what's up. He's like, he doesn't want him to push in this deer. He knows what's up, and Faiga is going to lose his scout instead, and the ostrich is still going to make its way towards the TC. Oh boy. Oh boy. Does he send villagers out to gold here? He's going to just make a market, I suppose, and sell everything, make an additional villager when he gets to feudal age, or 2 additional vills. It's not the instant click
Yeah,
up, but it's
it's
still
not
pretty
the
fast.
cleanest. Yeah, it's not the cleanest build, but I think it'll check out.
Okay, so he's going to sell his 200 stone then.
It seems
And
like
he
there's
will
no.
have enough food.
He doesn't need it, right? What does he need the stone for?
Meanwhile, FC from the other side. Oh, how Arabia has developed. We are now in a race to Castle Age with very limited walls. It is Khmer against Sicilians. I guess it's just escalation at this point, right? Like someone brings
Yeah,
out a
what?
nuke and you need nukes of your own.
I can't believe we're watching history be made here. Absolutely wild. So Pyro is in the feudal age. He's now moving 5 villagers to gold. Super bizarre. Okay.
Well, he's going for the market anyway, so he can sell his stone, and he needs the gold to go knights, right? So he's going to be able to get a stable up. He's going to sell both of his 100 stone, and he's going to go up to Castle Age and probably get a stable now. Castle Age will be clicked shortly from Faiga as well. Doesn't have the buildings, though, which is an issue for sure. Oh, no, he does have the buildings now, and he's on the way up. Okay, so he did complete the market and the blacksmith, presumably at the south. Okay, there we go. Castle Age versus Castle Age. This is where we are. This is what we've become. You know,
Well,
Arabia was played because of the feudal age wars, but now we just have FC versus FC. Easy.
yeah. You know, Khmer villagers, they can garrison in the houses. I wonder if that's going to be a contributing factor against. I mean, I feel like that's quite nice if sergeants come in, try to harass
It
your
is
villagers,
really
and
nice.
just pop on.
Yep, this might be the death of the sergeant strategy in this tournament or these qualifiers, right? Like we might not see it again next week because Pyro's showing the way potentially. We have sergeants coming out. Wood upgrade is in from our Sicilians player, and we would like to see that infantry armor upgrade come in too.
That's important. That's super, super important. Can we, look at the stats here. So they have 50 HP, and that's gonna go up to what, like 65? And then they'll have 3 armor, pierce armor, 3 melee armor. So won't be too scared to get hit by archers.
Did they get an attack upgrade too, right? They don't
I think so,
stay
yeah.
with 5.
They
I
get
think they
plus
go up
1
to
extra.
8, right? Or do they have 6?
We'll see.
They go up to
It's
8.
10 seconds away, and then we'll see it happening live. But Pyro making a
That is a massive upgrade. Oh my god, 8 attacks, 75 HP. Okay.
75? Yo, here we are thinking 65.
That is a massive upgrade. I've never even looked at that before. And they're actually, 2 of them are actually doing okay against a knight with bloodlines, but there is a second TC there from Pyro. And I don't know if Faiga can really do anything against a TC. He is going to loop around with these sergeants, and Pyro should be able to wall this off, and he does. Pyro attacking another sergeant with that town center, and he's able to chase it away. But more sergeants are on the way, and it looks like villagers maybe heading out across the map for Faiga. He's building something in the center there.
Oh boy. Well, Pyro, I mean, 2 to 6 military doesn't look too great, but Faiga's adding a monastery to deal with the knights. I like it.
Yep. Sergeants, monks. I mean, the upgrade is massive. The upgrade is incredible. That one unit can get that much of a stat boost from feudal to Castle Age is wild. But the houses here from Pyro, going to wall this stuff out. Faiga is managing to keep his TC running behind this, which is pretty impressive given his uptime in the sergeant production.
Yeah,
but the knight
Pyro's got
numbers,
a little bit more idle time.
The knight numbers are not climbing for Pyro, right? Like Pyro's trying to produce from both TCs. He's trying to get the knights out at the same time. He's trying to get the monks out as well to heal his knights or maybe convert some
Yeah,
sergeants.
all with 4 on food, Dave.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty
Khmer food,
terrible. I
though.
mean,
Khmer farms.
it's Khmer, exactly. Khmer farms, they get that food instantaneously, don't have to drop it off. But still, love the play of getting that knight to get healed up by the monk. Beautiful. Reduce, reuse, recycle. And the Pyro's getting harassed at the wood line, but he's got housed walls, so he's all right. Okay, I feel like there's a little bit of stabilization happening, but Pyro's still down a villager. Military-wise, also in a little bit of a rough spot, and it might lose a knight here.
That's so bad. That was a fast conversion and a late reaction from Pyro, and that knight gets converted, and well, he might be able to convert a sergeant here, which he does. Another knight chasing away a sergeant on that side, and it's only one knight and one sergeant in defense here from Pyro, and we see our Sicilian player back on stone again, so he might be coming forward with a donjon, could be coming forward potentially with a castle at some point, or could add a second TC and try and expand his economy behind this.
Okay, getting that monk was really, really nice for Pyro. And the sergeant on sergeant violence here. Oh, that's good value. And I think
Oh,
now
he's building
knight...
a donjon behind with his sergeants. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
That is a disgusting donjon. If that goes up, it denies the farms. It denies the gold to some extent. If he gets fletching, I believe he can deny that full gold area. And it gives a place for his sergeants to hide. And oh no, now we're in a situation where the villagers are rushing out again. Another situation where there's one sergeant on 1 HP, and he does clear it up this time. Knights dealing with the sergeant on the left, sergeant on the right, going to be able to take out a villager, but he will die, and that donjon has been denied.
My heart's skipping some beats here, but Faiga, that has bought him some... Look at the idle time for Pyro on his town center. 7 minutes
Well, he's
of
got
idle
2,
time.
right?
Yeah, it's true, but still, that's a lot. And Faiga is up by 4 vills now, 14 on food, so his economy is like a little bit more stable. If people are wondering at home, those farms are disgusting. Don't worry, they're Khmer farms, so we're gonna get that food instantaneously. But the pressure is real.
Yeah, he's made some scouts to kill the monks, and he's gonna kill both monks. He lost both scouts, but that's a fantastic play. That means he can create some more knights of his own if he wants to. He's got the food eco up and running now, and the villagers are pumping. But 336 stone here from Faiga, and he could come forward with a castle if he buys himself a little bit more stone. He's actually selling it, and he's going for food. He's going to get that second armor upgrade for the sergeants, and he's going to go for another donjon forward.
Pyro's got the monk defense. He's got 0 villagers mining gold currently. He also doesn't have the defense for the knights, and I don't know. I feel like I would like to see some... or what do you think?
Armor, I don't think so.
Attack?
No, if you get armor for the knights or attack, and they get converted, you're just basically gifting it to your enemy, right? So I think the knights are going to win the 1v1 against the sergeants anyway. And he's not even producing knights right now because he can just simply convert the sergeants. I think it's a situation, once again, where Faiga should maybe think about a castle. Up on that hill, you build your castle faster. If you have enough sergeants, you can just bum rush the monks and get the castle up, and it's a pretty disgusting situation. But he is getting foraging for his sergeants now, as we see a 3rd TC placement for Pyro going up on that wood line.
Okay, so the population is, despite him having a 3rd town center now, or almost, just the same as Faiga. So Faiga is doing a great job of keeping his TC running. But the fact that the Khmer player has 5 sergeants is questionable at best.
Yeah, Faiga is going light cav, I think, to snipe the monks. And then once he can snipe the monks, he can get the castle up safely. Oh, it's scouts from him. Scouts are going to have trouble sniping that many monks. You really want light cav in this situation, but I don't know if he can afford it.
I have to take out some loans.
Yeah, he might have to buy some resources for sure. He's going for more scouts. He's got 7 sergeants of his own still. Could pull the army out of position if he makes a donjon placement over on the right side and then come forward for a castle. Right now, he can place a castle in the middle that ranges all 3 of those TCs if he comes forward with it. He could plop one right in the middle and get like a trifecta castle right there,
Oh,
which would be beautiful.
it would be. The likelihood of that happening, a little slim. Pyro's military numbers are really good right now. I feel like he's in a really good place militarily, economically. Things are coming together for him. So he just needs to, I guess, push, right? Because he hasn't
Villagers
really
are
harassed
coming.
Faiga.
He can't push, not with that wave of villagers making their way across the mini map. How many vills is
Uh-oh.
that? I see a wave of yellow coming across
Uh-oh.
the. Oh, here it comes.
Oh, okay. Lucky stars for Pyro, his scout. I don't know if he noticed because he's not following it anymore.
He did
Okay,
see
but
it. I
he
think
must
he
have seen.
did
He
see
must
it.
have seen.
Yeah, he knows, and Lightcav is now in for Faiga, and Faiga is going for a castle there, but there's knights here. He doesn't have any monks to support it, but the knights have been pulled away, and these are Sicilian villagers, so they will build this castle incredibly quickly. It will be able to range that TC. It won't be the perfect trifecta castle. Oddly enough, that castle probably would have been safer than this position, but this castle will go up. He's Sicilians. It's definitely 100% going up.
It goes up 100% faster, right?
It's only 50% now.
Okay,
TCs
only
are still
50%.
100%. Yeah.
Ah, okay. Still good, still good.
You should
the
actually
knights are
go for a
coming in.
TC after this. Like forward. Douche them. Easy.
Ay. Okay, Pyro, like on paper, he's got better military, but in the castle age, it's really hard to push a castle. So does Pyro, I mean, the castle's not really denying too much for him right now. Like the farms are still usable.
It gives
but
him a spot to like push forward with this stuff.
exactly. Right? It's the what's the scientific term I'm looking for? A nucleation site. We're gonna have a, is that
Sure.
we're like.
Sure. I don't know. I feel like this strat is kind of radioactive. It's kind of infecting everybody in this tournament. The knights are pushing forward from Pyro, and we got a lot of farming eco back here from Faiga. Faiga can make spearmen from his donjons, by the way. Like, he can if he wants to have some defenses at home. But right now, I mean, he's just got 17 on stone. He's maybe even thinking about another castle.
I mean, 18-3 is not exactly looking like good military numbers for Faiga, but as long as he has his castle.
Okay, knights working away on the villagers. Villagers hiding inside the donjon, and the knights still push through. This is a good attempt here from Pyro. He's going to be able to snipe a bunch of villagers over on this side, and +2 armor is coming in, but the house walls are there for Faiga, and Faiga will go for another donjon potentially forward. He's getting fletching now, but he goes back to the stone, cutting off a lot of the farms here from Pyro. He still has the monks forward too.
5 monks. Okay. There's not, I mean, knights, 15 knights with armor coming in now. No one's close to Imperial though. Pyro's floating some gold, but 20 farms is just not going to cut it to go to Imperial if he wants to pump out his knights.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think
And the knights
Pyro
are doing
should
good
cut-
work, but I don't understand why he's just attacking the mill there. It's a bit weird.
I think, I don't know, he doesn't want to get them converted, I guess. Do you think it's worth for Pyro to cut his knight production just to get up to Imperial? Or do you think he should still be spamming the knights and just raid?
Well, he needs a castle first, right? He needs to stop this push somehow. So once you have the castle, then you can focus on Imperial Age, because then you have a way to push back this castle here from Faiga. You also need a safe TC to go up to Imperial Age in. And right now, neither of yours are pretty consistent. I think the knight production is probably just a better way. And the knights are doing work back here. Like, the knights are killing a lot of villagers. Look at this with +2 armor now. Fletching just came in from Faiga. And look at the amount of villager kills he's getting. The entire farming eco is dead. Bodies everywhere.
Pyro's in a great position. He's sure he's housed, but his knights are putting in work. Feige's down to 54 villagers, and his efficiency is dropping to the 30s. Oh my goodness. Again, if there's little eyes in the room, close them. This is not safe.
Pyro calls. Okay, Feige called the GG first. I didn't see his GG come in first. And Pyro calls the GG in response, and that's a win for Pyro there. Remember, Feige is the higher rated player by about 150 elo in this matchup. So he failed with the Sicilian strat, and that's the first time we've seen it fail. It was a very close run thing, though. So a good attempt from him to go for a strategy for the second time. But now he's going to be picking his home map, and he's going to have to hope that he wins the second game here.
It is a best of 3, so Pyro just needs to win one more. And it's going to be, oh, spoiler, Acropolis.
Acropolis. Ooh, so that was his pick. Remember, it's hidden pick, no repeats. So they can pick any Civ, but Khmer for Pyro and Hun Sitar.
That's my intuition.
I would say Berbers. Berbers Magyars, maybe.
Okay.
I think Berbers are really, really strong here. Gajaras are also a possibility. Hindustanis have been picked here a lot. I don't know how different this Acropolis is from the ones that we see in some of the most recent tournaments. Like in O'Hara's tournament, we had a pond in the middle with deep fish. I don't think we're going to see that here. I think it's more of a standard. So we might be going for...
I'm feeling standard too, yeah.
Something with camels. It's usually something with camels.
I'm looking forward to it. I actually really like Acropolis. It'd be interesting to see the wall ability of it, because some generations are made that you can wall your little Acropolis, and some have like the stone all around. So that's always a nice little random fact about it. But I just think Hun's very aggressive Civ, and I think because generally speaking, players are far apart from each other, you do want to go for a little bit. Well, hold on. Are they're far apart from each other?
It depends. Yeah, usually they're far apart. Usually they're on opposite sides of the map, but sometimes you can get like the Acropolis touching at the tip. So then you're going to have a little bit of an issue, and Men-at-Arms can work a little bit better. Huns are good, but I mean, Huns are one of the worst 1v1 civilizations right now. So I don't know. I don't know. It would be a pretty bold play to pick Huns here, but they're still mobile. They have good scouts.
They're still mobile. I just feel because usually you go down for the wood line, because the wood lines on your little Acropolis aren't that thick, and the Hun cavalry archers being so discounted. I don't know. I feel like it's a good play.
Yeah,
I feel like it's a good play with some siege supported. Whew, could be good. Could be good.
I still have my little sergeant buddy, even after
the fall.
Even after it fails. Yep. He's still here.
Got my little Magni. I'm still a Mon gal.
It didn't really hit the first time. You said it, and it's still I can check, but it's still not hitting this time. So well done though. You just keep plugging away, I suppose. Nilly, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Everyone, this is the finals of the qualifier for Digitec Playground. The winner from this will go through to a LAN event in Switzerland on October 13th at Herofest, and they will be playing on the main stage. I will be casting. Ellie will be casting as well. For anyone who hasn't been watching today that's coming from Nilly's stream, we have seen absolute wild games. We saw a 1600 take out a 1950 with Sicilian's 23 pop Sergeant span from one dungeon strategy, and then we saw the favorite of the tournament taken out by the guy who got Sergeant rushed in the Swiss stage, doing exactly the same strategy, and taking out the guy who's 2K2 Elo, he being a 1900 himself, and he just tried it again, and it just failed against a 23 pop Khmer FC. So if you understand anything about what I was saying, we have completely redefined the Arabia 1v1 meta in one tournament in one day. It's getting a little bit crazy here, but now we're on to home map picks, so we'll see a little bit of variety. So
Oh,
Acropolis and Nomad, nice.
okay. We got a okay. Maps are out.
Damn.
Maps are
I
out.
still can't get over that. I can't get over how he lost to it and then he did it twice afterwards. And it
It
has
worked the one.
a
It worked one time out of the two that he used it. So
I mean, it has a what 66.6% win rate so far, right? Repeating, of course. Worked
those are good
2/3 of the
odds.
time. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it almost worked last game. If only he wasn't countered by Khmer FC. Would have
If
worked
only
again.
it wasn't for those meddling kids.
Yep.
Kids being those Khmer Knights, exactly. So Digitec is, or we're gonna have the Herofest happening in Bern. So Dave will be joining me in Switzerland in Bern.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So
And
live.
while this is going on, this is the pro section of our tournament. We also have a Grumpy, aka Plebs, aka Average Joe's tournament going on right now, and they will be playing live there as well. I think they will be online, but we'll be casting them live.
No, I think it's
Are they there?
it's
Okay.
I think it's yeah, because the winner,
Well, the players will be on the big stage. Oh, amazing.
of course,
Incredible.
they'll be on the big
Awesome.
stage, and I'm really looking forward to seeing that, seeing the sweat pour down their faces as they
Is
are.
that what you're looking forward to?
I don't know.
I
There's a
want to
lot on the
see them
line.
sweat.
There's a lot
I
on the
want to
line.
see them sweat. All right, the game is ready here. We're going on to Acropolis, and this is Faiga's home map. He's down 1-0. This is a best of 3 for the qualifier finals. And here we go. We have Tatars against Mongols. So you got one of your civilizations right, Ellie. You did say it was going to be Tatars. You also said Huns and Mongols. I mean, Huns are a
They're
predecessor
close.
to the Mongols
They're
in some
close. I
sense.
mean,
They're steppe peoples, maybe.
Mongols a great civ. Really big fan. You could say I'm a little bit of a Mongal myself.
You just keep tacking away at it. Like just keep hammering away at it. One of these times it's gonna hit. That is for anyone who's not familiar, that is the 10th time I've heard that joke today. And we've seen Mongols a lot because it's been hidden civ, no repeat. And people have been really fond of the Mongols. And you can see
Well, they're a really great civ.
they're fantastic. And there's deer to be pushed in here. There's boars to take. And we know the Mongols, they will be getting the extra gather rate from the hunt.
Do you think we'll see a lame from Faiga?
A lame. I don't think you lame here,
I
right?
think
There's no guarantee where the boars are. So
yeah, you make some valid, compelling arguments here. So Faiga's just gonna gather his sheep. He does have some deer close to his mill as well. And Pyro's boars, hold on, they're forward. Just throwing that out there, but I don't know if Faiga's gonna take the time to scout that.
it's also like a downhill slope and it's really close to the TC. And you kind of want to be pushing your deer, right? So I don't know. He is coming forward with a scout, but he's pushing the center deer. So there's a few extra deer in the center. Maybe he's going to decide to do that. No, he's just scouting that area, apparently.
I think he's just scooting it out for sure. So, like we mentioned earlier, the wood lines on near the town center are really bad. So, generally speaking, maybe you put one, like Faiga did here, in the best place possible, and then the second lumber camp, you're gonna probably want to go in the danger zone, which is at the bottom of the hill.
Yeah, and the bottom of the hill can be punished so badly. Fortunately, it's a good generation, and both players have really good, solid wood lines, especially Pyro with that wood line to the left side of his little plateau is actually fantastic, right? Easily walled off on that side. You can't wall over the stone, but you can go for small walls around those wood lines, and he doesn't need to come out to this front side. But he is playing as the Tatars, so maybe he can take advantage of this hill that he's situated on and maybe play a more defensive strategy here. He just needs one more win, and he is the underdog coming into this match.
Well, I like the Tatar play mostly because I mean it's you have two hills, two big hills, and Tatars certainly take the better advantage when they're on top of the hill, getting extra 25% damage, which is quite nice. So he's making his mill right now. His sheep last longer for him as well, so he should have more to do underneath his town center and can delay his farm additions. Let's put it that way. But Faiga on the way to feudal. And I think he got loom. Correct me if I'm wrong, or is he not looming this?
I don't think he did, but I've been wrong before. He did not.
No loom.
No
Great.
loom. So that's more and more common strategy here. And I think on Acropolis, there's really no threat, right? You know your opponent's probably pushing in the deer. If your opponent comes across with the scout, you'll actually see it reflected in the score if they do it early enough. As you see his score now rising as he continues scouting here. And Faiga has actually found the scout from Pyro. Pyro is going to try and turn around and attack, but Faiga's not falling for that one. He's going to try and get the hill as well.
Yeah, and
And
he's going
right
to be
now
in
he has
feudal
the
a little bit
advantage.
faster, so
Mhm.
Pyro's going to need to beep out of there. But I think Pyro did get loom, so he's also going up with 17 villagers, so he'll be there a villager later, but 0 seconds of idle time for both town centers, so build orders are pretty good.
And Barracks coming up. He's going to be able to place the stable. Think he got a little bit of damage on the scout there with the TC. But like you said, he's going to be in feudal age faster, right? So as soon as he's in feudal age, he is quicker with the scout and he has more attack on the scout and he can just turn around and Pyro wants nothing to do with this.
No, he's not happy about this. He's not happy about it. Oh, 5 seconds away, but I think that scout will be a goner. That extra speed, extra attack hurts because it looks like Pyro wanted to go for scouts. Oh, hold on.
No, he's dead. No, that
Nah, he's
man is
dead.
dead. That man is dead. The deer is going to block him.
Yeah, hate to see it. Pyro's gonna be like curses, but he's getting the wood upgrade right now. Back at home, so at least some eco got there, and scouts for Faiga coming on out.
Curses. Is he a cartoon villain? Curses foiled again by you meddling kids and your scouts. Where's
Yes,
the Will going?
Dave.
Going
He's
out
got
for
his mod
lumber camp?
as well. I can
Where are
see
you
it
going?
now.
Oh, downhill hits. Oh no. Oh god, he's going out for the lumber camp. And I was talking about how beautiful that wood line was before. But the scout is here.
No,
He's
we're
gonna
trying.
try and wall off the villager. I think you commit with this if you're Faiga. You definitely commit with this. Can he get the wall down? He does. It's Viper. He's playing as yellow. He gets the quick wall. The villager is saved, but there's another
Oh,
scout.
I'm worried. There's another scout in there just smelling that
Run!
dead villager.
Run! He's dead.
I think he's a goner. Plan the funeral. Plan the funeral. We'll cry about it on Monday.
Yeah, he's done. He's definitely done. More scouts joining in, and Figo with some good micro to pull that scout away. 1 villager kill for him, and Pyro. Well, Pyro still has some sheep. Needs to be careful about them though,
Oh, the
and
sheep
Figa has taken them. But he
yeah.
manages to save 2 of them.
Well, 2 out of 3 is not bad. I think we're just gonna kill them because Tatars having those sheep last 50% longer. Like, you might as well get rid of them.
Yep. No honor. No honor. Earlier, we saw what TRM send the sheep back to Pyro, I believe. But this is a finals. And
well, this
Figa
is
means
the
business.
finals. This is the finals.
Exactly. Exactly. Okay.
Mr. Pyro, he's down to just 1 scout now. Oh, Lord have mercy. What is he doing with that 1? He's making some spears. I guess he has to play defensively now. Faiga is housed. That's going to give a little bit of breathing room for Mr. Pyro. But now archers are here as well. What a follow-up.
Okay. So scouts pushing their way across, and the archers are there to support as well. And that's going to be a dead spearman if the archer actually lands its shots. And there's villagers incredibly exposed over here as well. That's another villager kill. And it's looking really, really solid for Faiga. He's not only pushed the villagers off the berries from Pyro, but he has also killed 2 villagers already. And he might even kill a third here shortly.
I absolutely adore the boxing gloves mod. Whoever created that, amazing. It's just hilarious to see every single time. But Faiga is, I would say, in a pretty nice spot. The archers are forcing skirmishers to come out. So that means Pyro between his scouts and skirmishers, not a lot of food to save up for Castle Age. And Faiga now going to be not making any army,
It's
saving up
another
for
dead
Castle
vill.
maybe.
Another dead vill if he targets it. Will he target this villager? She's so weak, and he does, and he's going to kill another one here. Like, and he's doing all this damage on the back of what? Like 4 produced scouts, 3 archers, and 2 spearmen? Like, this is so much damage from no military whatsoever, it feels like. Crazy. And he's also getting value against the skirmisher with that scout that's still left alive. Faiga is going crazy mode here. 4 villagers killed. Can just solidify the eco behind. Little bit of production. Doesn't even need to continue to be aggressive. He's already set himself up for a very good game going forward.
It's a 9 villager difference, adding Pyro's minute and a half idle time, whereas Faiga only has 7 seconds. So really, really nice advantage and lead that Faiga has given himself. Christmas coming early.
Okay, scouts. A little bit of a temporary reprieve here for both players. Faiga just adding in a few more scouts, and he's adding in a few more archers, and now Pyro feels like he's the one that needs to push, but he doesn't really have the resources or military to do so. He's just in full recovery mode right now as Faiga makes his way out to the wood.
Yeah. Maybe a tower behind a wood line. Maybe, but I don't know if he has the eco. Like, can he idle
doesn't.
a
He
couple
can't
of
even come
villagers?
forward, right? He doesn't even have like military to support it. He's just going to lose all his villagers if he comes forward. I think it's just recovery mode. Try and get to Castle Age, then maybe you can bring yourself back with some cav archers, maybe.
I just want to point out that was disgusting wood line that Faiga's created. The efficiency must be disgusting. It's just one. Look at that. Look at that chaos.
Fine. He's fine.
Ugh, he's fine. The villagers are walking 10, 20 tiles uphill both ways. Oh my gosh.
Market coming up. He'll buy his way up to Castle Age.
I think Castle Age incoming.
Slap that food button right there and sell some wood as well. And then just has to wait for the villagers to drop off. And he's on the way to Castle. 40 villagers, 8 villagers ahead of Pyro. And, well, Pyro doesn't really have anything to threaten the eco from Faiga. I think this might be Faiga's game. How did he manage the wall over there? Hang on a second. Are we not supposed to have rocky terrain all the way across? Hang on. How is he walling at the edge of the map?
Map hacks.
Someone
Pyro's like, yeah. Pyro's gonna be like admin re for this one.
What is going on over there?
You know what? We'll have to look into it later. Meanwhile, Faiga is a minute and a half away from Castle Age. And as Mongols, you think we'll see some CA? You think we'll see some knights? What's the plan? What buildings has he created here? Just picking up.
I think you go knights here, right? I think you just go knights.
Or hold on, steppies.
Yeah, I mean, step lancers to open up or knights, either or. You got to take advantage of your Castle Age timing. I feel like knights have a little bit more of an impact, but step lancers, I guess, are better at picking off villagers once you have 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah.
So he might mix those in and then shift to knights or maybe shift to cavalries if he feels the need. Probably not necessary in this situation, being so far ahead.
Yeah, and 50. It looks good that like Pyro's got 13 military compared to Faiga's 3, but 5 seconds from now, we just need to sneeze one unit out of one castle age unit out, and then those skirmishers gone, dead. And step lancers, the name of the game.
Okay, so scouts are harassing at the back, and there's a step lancer coming out. Forging is on the way in. The scouts are trying to pick off villagers, not quite able to. And well, Pyro still only has 10 on food, and he does not have Castle Age queued. And this game looks kind of skewed, and my jokes are getting booed. So it's not looking good.
Crickets.
Yep.
Crickets. This is what happens when you're casting with Ellie, then the bad jokes transfer. Pyro also has 1k wood. What's that about?
That is an eco balance gone awry because he was trying to snipe villagers with those scouts. He doesn't have a market yet, I believe. And he's just, like I said, full recovery mode still from those earlier raids. He's going for a market now. He's going to sell a lot of his wood. He's going to try and buy enough food to go up. I don't even know if he has enough wood to sell to have enough gold to buy enough food, and he doesn't.
He'll have to probably sell his stone as well, is what I'm anticipating. This seems to be reluctant to do that. He's mining some stone now, so perhaps once he gets to castle, he'll drop a castle down. Go for the Keshik play?
I don't know, because like the Mongols players already has step lancers. Step lancers in that number will probably do fairly well against Keshiks. And then the Mongols can just add in camels, right? So I don't think Keshiks are your out here. I think it might just be, I don't know, a boom of your own? Maybe some camels of your own? I have no idea. I don't understand why he's not really selling the stone, but he is going onto stone with more villagers, so maybe Keshiks are his idea, or maybe it's just a forward castle attempt. Who knows? He's going to lose a lot of vills to the Steppe Lancers. They're already losing vills to the Steppe Lancers. They're one-shotting villagers.
Okay, some house walls come down. There's spears and skirmishers to greet them, but we got the mobility, so Faiga's just going to loop-de-doop around town. Pyro crawling, literally crawling into castle.
Yeah,
Battered
none
and
of these
bruised.
quick walls are landing either. And the Steppe Lancers, it's not like they're hanging around to kill the villagers, right? They're one-shotting them. Houses get deleted. He tries to save the villager. Of course he can. He can't save these ones over here either. And the spearmen are just slowly following these guys behind, like, wait up, wait for us. And now the Steppe Lancers are hitting over the walls to hit the gold villagers. 49 villagers for Faiga. 32 villagers for Pyro, and this might be a situation, Ellie, where Pyro's just waiting to Castle Age till he can resign. He wants to prove that he can get there, you know?
Yeah. We have things. I mean, once he gets to Castle Age, he doesn't have a lot of gold. He doesn't have a nice army to upgrade. He has 2 villagers on food, 1 now. It's looking really dusty. If he had enough for a castle, then I don't know, maybe, but doesn't even have Castle Monet.
He's got, maybe he can sell 100 food, sell 100 wood, and make a castle, but for what? We don't know.
For what? Well, he's in castle. We wait for the GG. That doesn't come. So Pyro's gonna pick up his socks here, lift them up, and he's gonna see what we can do to weasel his way out of this sticky situation. But Faiga back at home, 2 TCs on the wood line, adding eco.
Oh, they're back. Oh no. Oh god. He's like, where are your villagers at? You got any more of those? You got any more?
We'll take them.
He's taking them.
I'm telling you, Faiga. What's his lose condition right now for Faiga?
He goes AFK for 10 minutes. There we go. GG comes in. Pyro, he got hit really hard by the scouts and the archers early. I don't think he was ready for the archers to show up that fast at the front of his base. And he didn't pull the villagers away. He tried to commit with the villagers, and he lost a lot. And then since then, just couldn't keep up.
That wood line that you mentioned, for Pyro that was so good turned out to be so bad. I feel like it was the beginning of the end. He lost what, 1 or 2 bills there.
He lost
Couldn't
one, but
recover.
it was more like the distraction. He probably wasn't queuing at the same time. He lost another scout over there because the scout reinforcements came in earlier from Figa, and it's just the archers more than anything. Like they killed 3 vills, and they killed his spearman, and then his spearman couldn't take out the scouts, so he lost his own scouts to the spearman from the other guy, and he lost his own scouts to Figa's scouts, and it was a mess, absolute mess.
So Pyro's going to have a little bit of an advantage coming into the last game just because it is his home map. So he's picking Nomad. All right. So again, like I think I mentioned a little bit earlier that Pyro, quite good, feels very comfortable on the water and wants to choose then a little bit of a water map. I would not be surprised to see Malians. I feel like Malians Spanish incoming.
Spanish is probably what we're going to see from both. Likely. I mean, it's just so strong on 1v1 Nomad, right? Malians, you have to do a lot to stop Spanish. Like Nomad, there's such consistent food now that Spanish will always get up to Castle Age, always have enough stone for that castle, unless they're super unfortunate. Unless they're incredibly unfortunate on their stone placements. So I would suspect it's a Spanish mirror. And then we're going to see first conk, maybe castle drop, first castle drop. But we could, maybe one of these players is feeling confident with Persians or Malians or Lithuanians or something along those lines. Italians, potentially Berbers.
Italians, if they want to go more on the water play. The thing is, I feel like Pyro wants to take it on the water. This is just my intuition, if you will. So I'm interested to see what the civs that they choose. But I feel like Spanish definitely we guaranteed almost.
Well, the problem with 1v1 Nomad is if you go water and your opponent is Spanish, you lose. Right? Unless you've like gone full stone walls in the center, like double, triple layer stone walls, and your opponent's on the other side of the map. You just can't by the time you've won water and you start expanding your fishing economy, your TC's dead. So it's really
you
tough.
also bring up some fair points here. You also bring up
I mean, I guess you could have just like a maritime civilization, you have all your villagers in transport ships and you just control the seas and you ferry them from one shoreline to the other.
There's an idea.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a thing. Maybe Malay, maybe you just go harbors and you just stack the shoreline with docks.
You gotta survive frontal harbors here.
Yeah. I'm ashamed to say I have lost to that strategy before, by the way. The Malay harbors all the way around the edge with two-handed swordsmen being spam. I once lost to that strat, yeah. Wasn't a 1v1, but still.
Were you on the controller?
No. This was like all the other res on the map was taken, and he had infinite fish traps with harbors set up around every single shoreline with barracks spamming food-only two-handed swordsmen.
Oh, yeah. I remember back in the day when Malay had infinite fish traps. Those were the days, eh? Now it's still like 300 times or like 300% more?
It's still a lot. It's
still a lot.
What's the value on that? Is it like 1,000 and 2,000, 3,000? I don't even know.
2,700, and I'm purely speculating at some point. Maybe someone.
Okay. Well, if it's Price is Right rules, I'm gonna say it's 2,701.
Oh.
That's right.
Oh, that's how you're playing it.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh my goodness.
That's
okay.
Right.
Okay, so
imagine being that guy.
Being that guy. There's always at least one. So we've got game number 3 of a best of 3. It's now essentially coming down to a best of 1 because scores 1-1. So how it all comes back full circle.
We have had, I don't want to alarm anyone, but we have had the maximum number of games in this qualifier. That's right. Best of 1s until the grand final, and then we go to a third game. Maximum number of games played here in this qualifier. So So we're very excited about that. I'm excited about that.
I'm excited for it as well. I
Yep.
want to see. I don't know. I don't know what I want to see. I want to see something. Obviously, I'd love to see Mongols, but something tells me we're not going to see them in the nomad setting. You know, I got some nice W's with Mayans on nomad, but this is totally on a lower level than these guys are playing at. So I don't know.
Mines can be good. I think like getting the extra villager is really nice, right? When you make that TC. The eagle play is good. Saving or getting more resources is good, and we see a Spanish
Davey,
mirror.
you called it.
I mean, there's no other pick. There's really no other
Davey
pick.
called it.
You have to go Spanish in a 1v1. You don't want to be the guy caught with your pants down without Spanish. That's the equivalent. Like if you don't pick Spanish when it's free pick, hidden civ, you're basically walking out the door without pants, essentially, on 1v1 nomad.
So I wonder if we'll see some conquistadors today. Whoa.
I mean, they could make the TCs right next to each other, and then we just see
That's
one
true.
castle drop into another castle drop, and it could be interesting. That's the thing with Spanish on nomad, right? If you're near them, you castle drop them, and the castle's going to go up. And if you're far, you just go conks and maybe contest water. But the game is ready, and we are in, and it's going to be Spanish versus Spanish, the mirror match on nomad to decide it all. And we're going to have Pyro playing here as, guess what, the Spanish against Figa
Wow.
playing as the Spanish. As Figa goes for the TC up there, and Pyro's going to be really close with this TC. Oh boy, and they've got a stone in between them too. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
First
Comical.
to castle wins.
Comical. Where's there more stone? I don't see any stone at the back.
Oh, there's stone
Okay, no.
for Figa.
Yeah,
Is there
Figa's got the stone.
for Pyro? Oh, Pyro. Is there stone on the left
Pyro.
side of Pyro's TC? Maybe I can't quite see. No, it doesn't look like it.
Let's see.
No stone.
No. Oh,
Oh,
so Pyro
God.
is critical for him to win that forward stone here. Ay,
Yeah.
ay, ay. But I have to say, Figa's in a really nice spot because he's got those ibex practically underneath his TC already. And you don't start with
Yeah.
a scout on nomad, so that's amazing. Whereas Mr. Pyro is going to have to work a little harder.
Well, I mean, he's probably going to find a boar here or there, right? We got to look at boar positions. They're important. He's got one really close to him. He's got a second one over to the right he can easily take. And I think there's boar to the left of Figa's TC. And does he have one to the south? Board numbers are incredibly important. Ah, one far to the left there. So at this point, Pyro, once he finds out the TC from Figa, could actually lame that board to the south and could have 3 boars of his own. And he will find that early. That's nice. The Cheap is
Hold on.
literally losing his mind trying to go around that boar.
Question. Do the players, did they have the treaties or no? There's no treaty. Because that sometimes gives it away that there's a TC being built here. And I feel like seeing Pyro's line of sight, because I think it would show a treaty, but
yeah, they would be able to see each other with the treaty lines.
Yeah.
And that might explain why he didn't go for the TC on the stone instead. If they do have treaty lines, they will know. They will know where each other is, and they will be looking at that stone and thinking, And
but then Pyro should have made it on the stone then. That's actually very interesting that he did not.
Like I said, if there's treaties, he couldn't put it on the stone, right?
Ah, okay. Yeah. Well, Loom is getting got for both players right now. 9 villagers apiece.
Okay, and let's see how their starts are. We got 2 fishing ships out from Figa. We've got second fishing ship on the way from Pyro. Usually Loom indicates that you didn't have the greatest start pulling in the food or didn't get your TC up too quickly. You really don't want to get Loom until you're ready to go up to Feudal Age on Nomad. Delays you quite a bit. And He's going to be bringing in that boar from the other side. Still doesn't see the boar to the south near the dock, I believe, from Pyro. I don't know if he can see that dock. He can. Interesting. All right. And look at that. Pyro has lamed the boar. He's actually harvesting that boar on the other side of that dock. So Pyro is taking the boar behind the dock. It's kind of hidden, but he's taking it. And what he's going to do is he's going to gather the 35 food or whatever, and then he's going to go to the fish and drop it off. So fantastic play from him. Drop off right to the dock.
Can you drop off food from the boar at the dock?
Yeah, as long as you switch the guy to a fisherman first, then you can drop off.
Ah, the little trick. Old little trick there. So that's going to cause a little bit of mental capacity taken away from Pyro, but I mean, it's the Dark Age. You have a little bit of room for such things, I would say.
Yep.
Villager, what's she doing? She looks suspicious.
I think she's coming out for that boar. She's looking for a boar. Yep. Okay, this is really nice from Pyro. This is what you have to do on Nomad. If you can't see boars, you know that boars are generally a certain distance away from each other. They're pretty spread out, and you can see him now looking on that side. Now he's going up to the deer because he can't find a boar because that sheep doesn't see it either.
Oh, no.
And he's just going to make a mill up there. Also needs to find some stone. Let's see if he scouted any stone on this map. He had the sheep wandering around. He sees the stone over there, but does not see the stone. Oh, no. The only other pile is that one. Oh, that's terrible.
It's rough, but I don't even know if you can drop a TC there because, you need the flat surface. Okay, but Castle is a little ways away. Right now, both have fishing ships out, but Faiga's with 6 fishing ships, so he's getting a little bit more food income. Look, 19 to 8. That's an understatement.
Mm-hmm. It's 6 fishing ships over on the right side, which is really unlikely for Pyro to go over and harass. And look at this. Pyro's already walling off this stone. He's like, nah, if I can't have this, bro, neither can you. You can't have this either. And we might see him go for a bit more of an aggressive feudal age as we see the quick walls come in from Faiga. And Faiga is just walling this off at the front. He doesn't go for the stone to the south of him. He maybe doesn't know about it. He's taking control of the stone in between them, and now it is a race to feudal age to have the tools to push the other player off of that stone, and Faiga is the first person up to feudal.
Faiga, what do you think about Faiga making a tower?
I mean, you have to, right? That's why you're going up to feudal. Otherwise,
once
you're just going to get pushed
together,
off that stone.
Yeah, I think towers are the way to go.
Unless you feel like you are in a position where you can go up to Castle Age immediately upon reaching feudal, and you have enough stone in the bank where you can just use your gold to buy the remaining stone and get a castle of your own in between these 2 TCs. You can take that risk, as we see villagers now coming out to the gold way over there. I don't know why he didn't just go for the gold behind his base. He's going for this one, apparently. Interesting.
Okay. So Faiga, he's got 4 villagers on gold, which seems to be enough for 2 dock fire galley production, right?
No, I think he's just going FC. I think he's just going fast castle. And oh my god, he goes all the way out to that stone. But look, there's a mill there from Faiga already. Why on earth does he have a mill there? There's only 1 ibex. What is he milling? Oh, the other ibex are on top of the foundation. Okay, they were obscured there. I couldn't see them. That makes sense.
Oh no, delete that foundation. I don't think he even clicked. Yeah, no, he's gonna delete it. I don't know if Faiga saw it, but they're looking for more stone. Faiga, meanwhile, check out his build. Looking really good. Pyro is gonna make a tower on that stone. And there's no counter tower from Faiga because he wants to FC this one.
Yeah, he just wants the castle. And Pyro, if you're Pyro here, you got to be setting up building foundations so that castle can't come down within range of your TC. If you let it go in that little nook, that is a throw. 100%. He's got the tower there, but a tower is not going to stop that castle. We've got Faiga in a position to click up soon. Pyro is going for fire galleys to try and take out the fishing ships from Faiga, but I don't know. I think it's just a race for castle positioning here. It's just unfortunate that Pyro didn't have stone.
Well, it's the luck of the draw here. The shorter stick perhaps was pulled, but can Pyro weasel his way out of this sticky situation? I feel like Faiga not going for his fire galleys, like maybe Pyro can get his eco advantage kind of back, but he's behind. He's behind.
The problem is if the castle goes up on his TC, he's never going up to castle H. The TC is going to die, right? Like if he leaves that open, the TC is simply going to die. And I like these stone walls here, but you got to keep putting them out a little bit further because that castle in the corner can range your TC. He knows what's coming.
This is also true. He must, because he realizes he has a score lead, which means Faiga probably clicked up, because you do get score from the resources you have banked up in there. But the fire galley is doing as much damage as they can. It might get the 5 kills here, easy peasy. But Pyro back at home with only 9 on food, like, does he market use his way up? Like, how does he get to Castle H first?
Well, there's plenty of deer he can mill, right? And you only need enough food. Or you mean Pyro, sorry. How does he get up to Castle Age? That's an excellent question. He has to buy his way up.
Yeah.
And now we see Faiga going for a castle right there. Why are you making a castle there? That tower's not threatening at all. Just make it within range of the TC. That's so weird.
I think with fletching, it will be within range of the town center.
Maybe. Does he even see the TC, though? Yeah, I think he does, right? And the TC is deleted! Instantly, he's just going to replace it on the other side of the wood line. Not even going to let Faiga attack that. He knows it's dead anyway.
Okay. So does he not have a town center? No, he's building another one right now.
He's building one, yeah. He deleted it so he could build another one because he's still in feudal age and he needs to get up to castle age. That's smart, actually. That's really, really good decision making. He doesn't waste any wood repairing the TC against the castle fire, and he's just going for stone walls behind.
Okay,
now,
interesting.
What Faiga should do against this is make a transport ship, send it around, and load his conchs in, or just find a hole to go through. I mean, there's bound to be a hole somewhere.
Oh my gosh. Well, Pyro's he's really holding on here. Using some navy on the water as well to defend his ships. A couple of those fishing ships really near death, but all in all, 4 versus 7. So Pyro's got a little bit of an advantage on the water. And look at that. He's missing both buildings. So Pyro's got some building to do because he had to make that extra town center. That was a lot of resources. What, 275 wood gone? Ouch.
Oh, God. He's trying to wall everything, too. You can see massive gaps. What is it? He's just kind of waiting for like markets and stuff, but he's adding more fish. He's using his wood to add fishing ships. He needs buildings. He doesn't need more fishing ships. He's panicking. And the conchs are always just going to make their way in eventually. The stone walls are a great touch, and they're keeping himself safe for the time being. But the conchs will find a way. They always do. That's why Spanish are so good.
Oh, look at that transporter. There's a transport ship.
That's what he needs to do. Send it around to the north. He's got a dock there anyway. Load up the conchs, and suddenly all of the investment into the walls is rendered completely useless by one transport ship.
Well, Pyro is going up to Castle Age, so he's managing to... He's got that going for him, which is nice. And he also is taking the opportunity to keep on pumping his fire galleys out of those docks. So he's still fighting on the water with 9 fishing ships there. Is not too shabby. What if he sees that transport? Nah, never mind. I was going to say, what if he kills the transport? No.
It's really hard to kill it with just fire galleys. Really difficult. They don't put out enough damage. And he's repairing that fire galley with 2 villagers. Fire galley will go down from Pyro. And the transport ship, I think they're loading up right now on the north side near the walls from Pyro. And the transport ship has unloaded the conchs and they're in. They're in now. This is a problem. Pyro, honestly, for having no stone available to him, did a fantastic job. And he's now on stone. He's thinking about getting a castle of his own, but he's going to have to quick wall out these conchs. And he didn't know these were here. And now he's in a disastrous position.
Oh no. Oh
Deadville.
no, there's a couple of really weak ones. These conquistadors showing no mercy. Oh, look at those bodies.
Slowly sinking into the earth. The conchs are
Mhm.
in. Pyro will get to Castle H here in 25 seconds. He's gone for double tower to secure the stone. That's basically his only solution up here. And I believe he's going to try for maybe monks, maybe the war galley upgrade to improve his ships. But it's 8 conquistadors from Faiga. And he's even got one at the back of the wood line there. And yeah, this is just a disaster.
Okay, well, at least he's in Castle Age, and villager-wise, it's 40 to 39 because Faiga has been idling a little bit more, and Pyro's got more fishing ships, right? So if you look at the snapshot, it's not as terrible. It could be worse. Can we both agree on that?
I like how you kind of had a development there with that sentence. It's like it could be worse. I agree. It definitely could be worse.
It
But
could
it's
be
not
better
great.
too. Like
Yes.
let's be real here. It could be
Let's
better,
not lie
but
about it. It could definitely be better. Yeah. And he hasn't lost any more villagers since the initial raid on the gold. And he's still got a decent amount of fishing ships. He gets both the stone and gold mining upgrades. He almost has enough stone for a castle of his own.
okay,
And
okay.
he's raiding the fish, so maybe Pyro can stabilize here. Faiga, well,
You know,
he
I
hasn't
feel
really
like
been able to do any more damage.
I feel like we're cooking with peanut oil now. A little bit.
Maybe,
A little bit.
maybe. Fletching comes in for Pyro. Where does Pyro go for the castle? He almost has enough.
those-
He's, oh my god, how many villagers are repairing that fire galley? That's insane.
Those 3 fishing ships are so close to death. Like they're like just need to sneeze on them, they die. The castle coming up for Pyro, back at home. It's gonna secure the gold. I think the monastery is not gonna make it. Some petards. There's an idea. I guess he just wants to get through some walls.
Yep. Yeah, he just wants to get through the walls and, well, 10 fishing ships, 38 villagers versus 40 villagers, no fishing ships. And the conch numbers are firmly in favor of Faiga here. He could get the armor upgrades as well. Spanish don't have to spend gold on those. He's got the first one so far. Still doesn't have bloodlines for the conchs or husbandry, I believe. I don't even think he has a stable yet. So plenty of upgrades to get here as he manages to take out the monastery.
Yeah, I mean, conquistadors, why they're so good is because they come out of the castle with such a high attack. You don't need to wait for fletching or botkin. It's a gunpowder unit, and then you get a really nice power spike right out the gate. So nice numbers for him. Adding a second town center in between some stone and gold, beautiful. I would like to have seen the TC on the other side, closer to the wood line to get the trifecta, but you know, we'll take it as it is at the moment as well.
Pyro's done a great job to recover. The stone walls, the early delete on the TC, even though the conchs came in and killed a bunch of villagers on his gold, I mean, he's done an absolutely fantastic job in the face of a forward castle drop to recover from this position. And he's actually not looking too bad here with the castle protecting
Yeah,
his
the
eco.
score lead for a quick second here, for a hot minute.
Yeah, and Faiga has been running into some food issues, of course, without the fishing ships, but still 16 conquistadors. That is an issue, and the house is not going to survive for very long. The castle can't quite range the spots that the conchs can hit to harass that gold from Pyro, and The conchs are coming in. He's actually splitting up his forces here.
You know that song that goes, uh-oh, uh-oh? I feel like that would be a very good one right now. Got
No,
16
I don't know that song.
conquistadors. You don't know it?
Do you remember the TV show Uh-oh? As a kid?
Oh yeah, with the slime?
I was on that twice.
Really?
Yes.
As a contestant?
The one time as a contestant, yeah.
Oh.
The first time I was in the crowd.
Yo, you gotta love Canadians coming together for their little niche shows. Pyro, he's like, okay, he's holding on, I feel. But he's a little bit ways away from. Yeah, I mean, but what does he need to take control, to be in the driver's seat?
He needs another castle defending his eco, and then he needs a way to go up to Imperial Age and pressure the castle from Faiga. He's actually getting harassed a little bit on that TC, and a castle in the north might be his solution to this problem of the Conquistadors, because they're kind of stuck over here. But they're going to get through that house, and the towers aren't going to protect you forever against this amount. They can just run under the towers or kill the towers. Need to see something
Pyro's
else.
already preemptively garrisoning a little bit more of arrow fire. No botkin yet for Pyro, so these towers don't even have their like full potential, man. But those towers going to be going down real quick. Oh, melting away.
Still losing conchs though. Like, this is a big investment here. He doesn't have bloodlines, right? Does have the second armor upgrade, but the conchs are dying, and the conch numbers are looking decent here from Pyro. However, Faiga behind this, even without the fishing ships, has managed to get his eco in check. And you can see he's producing villagers. He's got 60 villagers now, Ellie. And he can comfortably sit underneath this tower as the second castle goes up from Pyro over on the left side of his base.
They're super weak, and Pyro's going to come here with his conquistadors. So I think this big mass of conquistadors is just going to melt away. It certainly did kill quite a few villagers, but Pyro's making another town center. He should get that up in a heartbeat. And well, he has some catching up to do, because 10 of his villagers, 10 of his 49 are fishing ships, right? And I'm not sure how efficient they are.
Wow, that joke's never been made before. It's incredible that you had the presence of mind and the ingenuity to come up with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
10 conquistadors for Faiga and 12 for Pyro.
Yeah, look, he's gotten the conquistador number. Was it the play to come underneath those two towers? I feel like the answer was no. I don't think he should have done it.
He did kill a lot of vills there, though. He killed like 10 vills. Pushing in.
I think we'll never know.
There is not a hole between those walls, right?
It looks like
kind of like there is, but I don't think the conchs can squeeze through. Maybe they need to go on a diet or something. They can't make their way through there as he's working away on the walls.
Okay. Hold on.
I'm talking about the horses. Sorry.
Okay.
The grass is too green.
All right. Pyro's got a lot of gold. 17 on gold. I think this man's going to enter Imperial.
Uh-oh. Bye-bye, conchs.
Uh-oh.
You thought losing the conchs underneath the towers while killing villagers was bad? This is worse. This is way worse. Oh, boy.
I have that song stuck in my head now. Uh-oh.
Okay.
Okay. We'll get back into the game here. I feel like those two conquistadors need not go up close to the alley of death there. A monk would be beautiful investment for both players, just to heal up those boys. But I like how they're in sync. Bloodlines for both players. Actually, Pyro reconsiders. I think he wants to go to
Pyro
Imperial
wants
first.
to go in. Yep, he wants to treb that castle down from Faiga. Faiga actually has a really solid economy now. He still doesn't have the amount of fishing ships that Pyro has, but he's got 74 vills. And he's got 31 on food as he still tries to make his way in here. He's got enough stone for another castle. Maybe thinks about placing it to the north, potentially. Or he could think about maybe adding a few more ships on water to try and take out the fishing ships here from yellow. He's actually positioning his conquistadors over there to deal damage to those. Damn, Pyro's done himself he's done a fantastic job to get up to Imperial Age.
It's really
Should be able
great
to take out this
decision-making for
castle.
sure.
Yeah. But
He'll
full
be there
map
first,
control
yeah.
almost for Faiga. Like all the rest of the map, other than this one little area he's walled off, he's going to be under Faiga's control, and now he's banking up some food. Maybe he can sell some resources to get some gold, and maybe he can go up to Imperial Age himself when he sees Pyro has reached. He's in again. He's in again.
He's in again.
He's looking for a place to go with the conks. Fully upgraded conks here, I think, for Faiga. In castle.
Yeah, they got the +2 defense. Pyros doesn't even have any, but husbandry is in, so a little bit faster for them. Come Imperial, that's 50 seconds away. What do you think, Pyro? What units will he have to be making to give himself a better?
Trebs to take out the castle on the left side, and then you can push forward. And I think it's really tough. Like, what are you feeling comfortable with? Is it monks for Pyro? Is it skirms potentially? It's not great. Is it just continuing conquistadors? You don't really have that much stone left on this side of the map. It's an interesting decision, but Trebs are definitely your first priority.
What about missionaries?
Missionaries don't have the range you need, unfortunately. They have less range than monks. Yeah.
Even with block printing, it's not gonna do it.
Yeah, they still have a lot of range, but I mean, you always go for the higher range version. Although you do have husbandry and bloodlines in, so already have those upgrades.
That's true. That's true. Trebs are coming out now, so we're gonna try to destroy that castle. But Faiga on the way to Imperial, he's got 3 minutes to kind of hold on in there. He has 13 villagers on stone. Do you think he's going to burn the midnight oil, aka the stone, while it's being trebbed down?
I think you do repair this because it's only going to be one treb immediately, and the trebs are going to have to set up in a position where the congs can attack them. And conquistadors do get bonus damage against siege, so it is an option to just dive in here, especially when your opponent just has fletching, although Bodkin arrow is coming in, and I think this treb is just dead. Yep. Bye-bye, treb. See ya. You lose 3 conks, but you save your castle until you get to Imperial Age. Perfect. And you can loop around on the other side now and try and snipe this treb.
Uh-oh. Oh, that's a good question. Is there also a time limit?
Yes, there is. Time limit of 1 hour, I believe.
Yeah.
I don't know for the finals if there is one, but yes, there is.
There is a time limit.
So maybe going for the water is the key thing here, because you get the extra score from water, right? Conks coming in. Treb being repaired.
Oh, yes, it is. But 35 seconds away from Imperial for Faiga, so he'll get there as well. Might even squeeze in a treb out of that castle, but only one treb is, I don't want to say easy to repair, but doable.
One treb is definitely doable to repair.
Yeah, Pyro's not making any more trebs, just has the one. And Faiga, check it out, a 3rd castle for him on some resources.
Okay, he's just taking full map control, I suppose. He does get to Imperial Age, and it's a score switch. It's very, very close here. Very, very close.
Beautiful castle. Look at how girthy those resources are. That is so much gold and stone here. Those minerals, crazy. So Pyro's going to see this castle, and then he's going to run away because he does. Oh, or is he not going to run away? He's just going to die underneath. No. He's going to run back to his walls.
Full conk and donk here. We've got 32 conquistadors from Faiga, and Faiga is now fully committing on this treb. The villagers are repairing. He's throwing so many conks away to try and get this treb. You can't, dude. Stop. Oh my goodness. It's a bit of a throw there. Got a range from the other side, my brother.
I think chemistry. Can we afford chemistry? Because maybe if we're gonna switch this into trebs, bombard cannons could be quite useful.
Yep.
Faiga's castle crumbles now, and now it's gonna be 2 versus 1 trebuchet. Oh no, and more conquistadors are just sacrificing themselves to the castle.
They're trying to take out the Treb. They do take out the Treb. Trebs are not too much of a threat right now. And there's another castle being targeted from Faiga this time over on the right side. So maybe Pyro is pushing forward. Oh, it looks like it lost a lot of conks there, but he is launching away at that castle with his own trebuchet. I wonder how much gold he has on this side of the map, because remember, he's still stuck in the corner here, kind of, right? He's got the 2 tiles of stone there. And he's got a couple tiles of gold there. And he's got some over here. Okay, so it's enough for the next few minutes.
For the next few minutes. I mean, we have 12 minutes left in the game, right? At the 1 hour mark, it's whoever has the highest score. So Pyro, he's getting a lot of text. Getting the stone mining, what is it, masonry as well?
Faiga has like no wood though. He's got
Oh, sorry,
12
Faiga's
on
getting
wood
those texts
right now.
I
would love to see him get back on water. I think just a few fire ships is something he should have added a long time ago. But he hasn't had the time or the energy to do that. Still attacking the castle. Texts are coming in. Score kind of going in favor of Pyro here, folks. I don't know. The score might matter. The score actually might matter. Faiga needs to do something.
So both have good numbers of conquistadors, 24 to 26, but Faiga's not done with his production. He's got more queued up in here. Surprised no one's going, like, adding a little bit of skirms, you know, because they both have brace already in, and you know, just beefing your army up with that. I mean, I guess skirmishers aren't the best universe conquistadors, but they'll do.
I think the problem is that like the conks are never getting into exposed positions. They're always sitting near castles and whatnot. And you're just trying to invest into more conquistadors so you can go for that incredible push. And Elite Conk is on the way from Faiga, still repairing the castle on the right. We see Pyro still repairing the castle on the left, and Pyro is now out of stone completely. But Pyro is 1,000 score ahead.
Pyro's also getting some nice kills at the bottom there of Faiga's town center. So I don't know what's going on there, but we'll take whatever we can get. It seems like Faiga hasn't realized, so these couple scouts could put a nice little dent into Faiga's economy. I mean, how many are they going to kill? Body, 1, 2, 3, 4? I like it. That's going to give him a nice little advantage.
Elite Conquistador is in for Faiga.
Well,
and I don't believe that it's in for Pyro, and that's a pretty big upgrade. So if he wants to go for a big push, maybe now is the time. The light cav, I mean, it's just death down here. Up here, full scale battle. If he wins this, the villagers are all going to be exposed. We only have 8 minutes left before this game ends. And as Ellie likes to say, she's on loop
no, you
now.
gotta. We need a little bit more rhythm there. Perfect.
Okay, so Elite Conk is in for Faiga. It is not in for Pyro, and Faiga's getting some kills, and he's launching away with the Trebs. And he has to start looking at the time here. He's going for 2 more castles behind, and it's just full Conquistador production. He has the hill here. This is not a great fight for Pyro to be taking. The Trebs are tanking some of the shots here from his Conquistadors, and Faiga is shooting away behind this, but he's still 1,000 score ahead. However, the villagers are super exposed. Incredibly exposed.
Oh, that castle too. I mean, the light cab at the bottom there are still putting in work. They must have killed what, 15, 20 villagers. Faiga's down to 84. He's not making any more. I mean, I think both players know this is crunch time.
It's a dash to the finish. It's
They
literally
gotta.
going to be a photo finish here at the end. He's got so many castles. He's got 4 castles behind producing conchs. He's got the Elite Conquistador upgrade. We do not have that for Pyro. And if Pyro loses his army here, everything is going to die.
Oh
Absolutely everything.
no!
Supremacy coming and the fills are coming. Oh no, Pyro.
Oh
The
Lord,
score is
have
getting so
mercy!
close. It's getting so close now, but it's just death everywhere.
It's
800 points.
point difference here. Oh my goodness. Because if Pyro throws too much villagers into the fire pits of doom here, then he's just giving free points to Faiga. Faiga, on the other hand, like, oh, yay.
Look at this. He's battering the castle down with villagers. So many villagers dying. The conchs are just underneath the castle. They are attacking here. The score.
Look at the score,
score's about to
though.
switch. The score is going to switch. Pyro has just maybe thrown his lead here by attacking with the mills, and I don't even know if the castle's going down. Oh my god, dude.
There's villagers repairing.
No way.
There's villagers repairing.
The castle survives. He is now ahead by 800 score. We have had a full score switch. What an incredible end here. And Pyro is out of stone. He's going to be out of gold. He's going to be out of wood to chop safely. He has 0 on wood currently, and he is left with 33 villagers, and it's over. Oh my god. What was that? What has happened today? What has happened today? That was incredible. What a finish. And he goes for monks. Last desperation push. More villagers dead. Disaster.
You know what? If the game didn't have that 1 hour time limit, I don't think we would have seen that play. But seeing as we're on the clock, I think Pyro, it's
but
tough
Pyro
to say.
was ahead. He should have just stayed ahead and picked away, right? The onus was on Faiga to push. And that's why he was being so aggressive with that castle and the elite conch and everything. Pyro did not need to throw all of his eco at that castle. And he says, GG, well played, congrats. GG, well played, says Faiga. And what a finals there. Faiga ends up winning. Holy, that was an incredible finish.
What a finale. Amazing. Well played. It was a mirror. It was it started off really rough for Pyro with those stones. Then Pyro was really down in the dumps there, but deleted the first town set. Beautiful. I don't know. It was so good. I think Pyro played really well this round.
I just love that finish. 4 castles all in the line. And then we have Elite Conch pushing in, and then we have Supremacy coming in. I don't think he got sappers there, though, so the villagers weren't doing extra damage against the castle, unfortunately. And Faiga is your winner here. We expected TRM to be the winner of this one, and for the second qualifier, everyone's going to have to make their way through him again, but Faiga taking him out, and he's going to win qualifier number 1, and that means he's going to be playing live at Herofest on October 13th. Excited to see him there. It will be incredible. Yep. And we have a second qualifier coming up next Saturday, same time, as we see now our second place person, aka Pyro, getting a ticket to Switzerland if he doesn't already make it through on the next qualifier next weekend. Ooh, I got sappers, but he got architecture. He did get architecture. Imagine architecture making the difference. Imagine. Damn. Crazy.
What is architecture if not another masonry?
Exactly. It's a more expensive, better masonry.
There you go.
Yep.
Thanks for casting. Thank you all for being here. Dave, some excellent sets today. Thank you so much for being my casting with me. It was an absolute joy.
We redefined Age of Empires 2 meta here today. We actually did. And we got a Spanish mirror match on Nomad, which ended up being crazy, into a time limit finale, final push, photo finish. It was incredible. Thank you, everyone, for who's been here all day. Thank you for those who just tuned in, maybe have been in and out all day. We will have another qualifier next weekend on this same channel with me and Ellie. So be here bright and early for me, and mid-afternoon for any Swiss people watching, or Europeans for that matter. We appreciate you tuning in. Don't forget to follow the stream and follow on Twitter as well to keep up to date with everything. So
Of course, and of course, big thank you to Digitec for powering this whole tournament. It was an absolute pleasure today, and looking forward to next Saturday's games. And hopefully, I mean, still Pyro's in the running, right? To about TRM as well. So lots of strong competition. But next week, there's also the Grumpy tournament and also a pro tournament. So just saying, there's still time to sign up.
thank you everyone for watching. Thank you for the players. Thank you for production. Appreciate it. It was a fantastic day. Keep your stick on the ice, and we'll see you next Saturday.